largest strike ever led by a militant union in the United States. 1936. When Roosevelt was inaugurated president on March 4, 1933, the American capitalist system, once world boasted as crisis-proof, was in a chaotic, panicky situation. It was experiencing the world economic breakdown worse than any other country. Every bank in the country was closed, industry was paralyzed, domestic and foreign trade had fallen by 50%, about 17 million workers walked the streets unemployed, hundreds of thousands of farmers had lost their farms, millions of small bank depositors had been robbed of their funds, vast numbers of the middle class had had the mortgages on their homes foreclosed. The disillusioned and discontented masses were stirring aggressively. The whole country was full of militant hunger demonstrations of unemployed, bonus marches of war veterans, farmers' strikes, etc., and on all sides the masses talked angrily, if confusedly, about taking drastic action if measures were not adopted at once to relieve them of the intolerable starvation and pauperization that had engulfed them. This threatening situation threw into the ranks of the American capitalist class the greatest fright it has ever known. Their writers and other spokesmen loaded the press and the air with pessimism, fear, and lugubrious forecasts. Finance capital, the great bankers and industrialists, realized that if they were to hang on to their rich rulership of society, something must be done to prop up the collapsing capitalist system and to allay the swiftly mounting mass radicalization. Manifested the crude and brutal Hoover policy of simply pouring billions of relief into the coffers of the banks, railroads, etc., and letting everybody else go broke and starve was heading capitalism straight to disaster. New measures must be taken, and that swiftly. The something that finance capital decided upon to save their capitalist system was contained in Roosevelt's New Deal. The sum up of the New Deal, as expressed by its score of alphabetical laws and bureaus, was a greatly increased centralization of the federal government and its intensified intervention in economic life along the following main lines: A. Pouring of government billions into the banks, railroads, etc., to save them from threatening bankruptcy. B. Raising of the price level through inflation, devaluation of the dollar, immense bond issues, etc., code price fixing, and organized restriction of agricultural and industrial production. C. Liquefying of billions of dollars of the banks that were frozen in unpayable mortgages on farms and homes by extension of payment periods on these mortgages. D. Priming the industrial pump and easing the workers' unrest by large government capital investments in public works. E. Tinkering up by law the worst breaks in the capitalist banking and credit systems, including supervision of the stock exchange, sale of foreign bonds, etc. F. Intensified struggle for world markets, bigger navy, air fleet, army, new tariff agreements, etc. G. Throwing a bone to the starving masses of unemployed and aged by allotting them a niggardly federal relief and skeleton pensions. H. Granting of rights of the workers to organize into labor unions. 1. Organized subsidies to farmers for reducing production. By its heavy government spending and minor sops to the masses, the New Deal, in substance, was a shot in the arm, a doping of the economic system out of its deepening crisis. It was calculated to preserve the capitalist system by relieving somewhat the economic and mass pressure. The center of it, the National Recovery Act, N.R.A., was contrived in Wall Street and was first enunciated by the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. Many capitalist theoreticians hailed it as the beginning of fascism. To call the New Deal socialistic or communistic is nonsense. It had nothing in common with either. The upheaval of the working masses. It is the proud and not altogether unwarranted boast of the New Dealers that they have saved the capitalist system, at least temporarily. At the time I write these lines, July 1936, the same finance capitalists who heartily supported the New Deal at its outset are now fiercely attacking it, and their Supreme Court is busy knocking out its N.R.A.S.A., A.S., etc., one after the other. But if these capitalists take such a hostile attitude now towards the New Deal, it is only because they believe they are over the worst of the crisis, that the New Deal has exhausted its benefits for them, and that fresh policies of a more reactionary character are necessary. They want to take away even Roosevelt's few concessions to the impoverished masses of workers, farmers, and lower middle class. The workers believed the promises of Roosevelt and, as Jack Stahel said, took seriously the statement that they had the right to join unions of their choice. So, after the beginning of the New Deal and continuing all through 1933, 1934, and to a lesser extent, 1935, they developed a great surging mass organization and strike movement, one of the most tempestuous in the history of the American working class. It was a huge, spontaneous outburst, an explosion of proletarian wrath against the rapidly rising cost of living, long years of low wages, unemployment, inhuman speed-up, and autocracy in industry. It also revealed the growing lack of faith in the capitalist system as a whole. The big strikes of 1919 to 22 were defensive actions of organized workers under employer attacks. But the 1933–35 upheaval was basically a militant and powerful counteroffensive of the unorganized masses. One of the most striking features of the whole movement was the solidarity of the unemployed with the strikers and their refusal to be strikebreakers. With surprise and dismay, the capitalists, who for a dozen years past had been complimenting themselves on the decline of working-class militancy, watched the great toiling masses bestir themselves and launch this historic strike movement. They developed a great distaste for this whole phase of the Roosevelt New Deal. When the N.R.A. was instituted on June 13, 1933, there was already a gradually mounting strike wave underway. The first effect of the N.R.A. was to halt this for a while, and to turn the budding strike movement into a general campaign of union building, the workers relying upon the promises of the government and AFL officials to secure redress of their grievances. But the movement soon passed out of this stage of naive hopefulness. The employers were establishing starvation minimum codes, militantly resisting the spread of the unions, building company unions on all sides, while the government and AFL policy was only one of rosy assurances to the workers. Sensing the situation correctly, and realizing that they must fight, the masses burst into a broad strike movement in the last half of 1933. To help Roosevelt enforce the N.R.A. against the employers, as was said widely by the workers at the time. Strikes raged in coal, steel, copper, automobile, textile, needle and many other industries. * the income. It is significant that this strike wave was least effective in those industries where the AFL antiquated craft union system was most entrenched: railroad industry, metal trades, building trades, food trades, printing industry, amusement trades, etc. The main force of the upheaval was among the unorganized and in those unions more approximating the industrial form, and where left-wing influence was greatest. The New Deal 197. Pleat U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics show there was a total of 812,000 strikers in 1933, as against 242,826 in 1932. With the turn of 1934, the strike movement took on greater volume, the number of strikers for that year amounting to 1353,608. But more important, the multiplying strikes were of a far greater militancy and a deeper political significance. This was because early in the course of the New Deal, finance capital had made it clear that it was continuing its traditional opposition to the unionization of the open-shop basic industries, and the government also soon showed that it would not insist upon such unionization, despite its apparent sympathy towards trade unionism. That is why the several conciliation boards set up by the government in industries where the workers were developing strike movements invariably demoralized the new labor unions by yielding to the company unions. The estimates of the growth of company unionism under the New Deal range from 1 million to 3,000,000. As the New Deal codes developed, it became more and more clear, therefore, that the government's policy, especially in the unorganized basic industries, despite its liberal phrases, led to company unionism, starvation wages, and long hours. Without fully realizing the implications of this situation, large masses of workers nevertheless began to sense the elementary truth that if they were to secure the right of organization and relief for their grievances under the New Deal, they would have to do as the TUL was urging: write their own codes on the picket lines. Hence, the big strikes of 1934 bore increasingly the character of struggles against the N.R.A. against its Section 12.00 to Section 15.00 minimum wage scales, for the right to organize, and against company unionism, against the ruinous delays, fake elections, and equivocations of the various N.R.A. bodies set up by the Roosevelt government with the help of the AFL leadership. The strikes of 1934 to 1936 took on the most acute political character of any in the history of the United States. Against the violent opposition of the AFL leaders, the political mass strike, long a cardinal point in the Communist Party's agitation, became an established weapon of the American working class. The workers fought with splendid heroism and solidarity in the face of the government, tricky union leaders, and an unprecedented use of troops, police, gunmen, and vigilantes against them. The Great Battles of Toledo, Milwaukee. The Monthly Labor Review U.S. Department of Labor, of October 1935, in its study of company unionism, states that in the industries examined, 64% of all existing company unions were established during the period of the N.R.A. Minneapolis, San Francisco, Terre Haute, 1935, Pekin, 1936, the huge national 1934 textile strike, the national coal strike of 1935, and many other struggles of the period constitute one of the brightest pages in our labor history. The TUL in the 1933 strikes. The TUL did not confine itself to issuing manifestos calling upon the workers to strike. On the contrary, from the outset, in 1933, it launched all its unions and leagues and minority groups into the surging battle. Its program of struggle found response among the militant, discontented masses. Thus, despite its relative weakness, the TUL was able to play a very considerable role in stimulating the big struggles and in directing the fighting masses along the path to victory. Through this eventful period, the TUL was capably led by Jacques Stahel, who had been elected Assistant Secretary in December 1931. During the 1932 election campaign, as the presidential candidate of the Communist Party, I suffered a severe heart attack in the midst of a 5-month speaking tour and I collapsed in Moline, Illinois, on September 8. For many years I had overworked myself. Besides carrying on much strike and other intense activities, I had made a dozen national speaking tours of 100 to 150 meetings each, several of them on the hobo, in addition to making innumerable shorter tours. These trips had taken me repeatedly into every state and important city in the country. But in the 1932 campaign the pitcher went once too often to the well. Result, a smash-up, angina pectoris, followed by a complete nervous collapse that kept me in bed for 5 months and made my life a literal torture, day and night, for over 2 years. It is only now that I am recovered enough to begin slowly to work again. My best work has been always as a mass organizer during big strikes and other struggles, but it was my doubly bad fate to be laid up helpless all through the bitterly fought mass strikes under the New Deal. TUL Achievements and Shortcomings. During the 6 years of their existence, the TUL unions developed a substantial resistance to the wage-cutting, starvation offensive of the employers. In the early and difficult Hoover years of the crisis, while the AFL was submitting unresistingly to the workers' wages being slashed and was allowing the unemployed to be forced down into utter pauperism, the TUL unions, supported militantly by the Communist Party, held aloft the banner of struggle. Their leadership of the unorganized into struggle was a decisive factor in winning a measure of relief for the starving jobless, and their militant strikes not only placed a serious hindrance in the way of the wage cutters, but also served as a powerful stimulus to the huge labor battles soon to occur under the New Deal. And when the big strike struggles developed in 1933 to 34, the TUL was a real factor in furthering the organization and militancy of the workers. The TUL unions, however, did not succeed in building up powerful organizations numerically. This was largely because of the extremely difficult conditions under which they worked: blacklists, police raids, court injunctions, deportation of leaders, etc. A factor also in many cases was weak organization work. The union's membership was loose and subject to violent fluctuations, hence exact estimates of their numerical strength were difficult to make. Their mass influence, however, extended far and wide beyond the concrete limits of the organizations. In the middle of 1934, the TUL reached its maximum trade union organization, with approximately 125,000 members. This was aside from approximately 150,000 members reported for the National Unemployed Council in 1933 by its secretary, Herbert Benjamin. In the earlier stages of its work, the TUL developed a number of sectarian weaknesses which injured its general efficiency. The first was the tendency, under the fierce attacks from its many enemies, to develop its union programs upon a too advanced militant basis and to identify the organizations too closely with the Communist Party. This, of course, had the effect of checking the growth of the organization by making difficult its contacts with the more conservative workers and by narrowing down the TUL united front with the progressives. It was a departure from the original plan for the independent unions, which called for programs not so sharply militant, but more of a broad united front character. The second serious weakness of the TUL in this period was the beginning of a tendency in the direction of dual unionism, the traditional weakness of the American left wing. The basis of this was the deplorable situation in the AFL, its lassitude in the face of the employer's attacks, and its rapid decline in strength and influence. This tended to make the TUL neglect the work in the old unions, to concentrate on the new unions, and to establish new unions in some cases when it would have been more practical to have worked inside the AFL. During 1929 to 32, the AFL was indeed in a critical position and showed many signs of disintegration. It was reaping in full the bitter crop of miscalculation that its reactionary leaders had long been sowing. During the wartime, these leaders had stupidly thrown away an unprecedented opportunity to organize many millions of workers. Then in the great 1919-22 post-war offensive of the bosses, they had, by their policy of craft, scabbery, and retreat, made labor suffer the biggest defeat in its whole career. They had followed this up during the Coolidge, Prosperity years, which could have been spent successfully organizing the workers by adopting the infamous B&O class collaboration schemes which, devitalized and paralyzed the whole labor movement, and finally, when the crisis came upon them, craft union leaders walked right into Hoover's wage cut, starve the unemployed murderous policy. The general result was utter stagnation. In the A.F.L. unions, whose membership fell from 4,078,740 in 1922 2,126,796 in 1933, and the growth of a widespread belief that the A.F.L. was definitely in decline, asterisk. When the Cleveland T.U.U.L. Convention laid down the policy for the independent unions, it proposed, first, that the new unions might be affiliated to the AFOFL, under conditions in which militant policy and leadership were assured, and second, that work within the AFOFL unions should be continued and intensified. But under the pressure of the struggle and in view of the reactionary and broken-down condition of the AFOFL, with its no-strike policies, its hidebound unions slowly crumbling and its membership dispirited and demoralized, the T.U.U.L. tended to deviate from its originally correct line in both of these important essentials of organization policy. It began to stress independent unionism somewhat too much. On the one hand, it abandoned the policy of conditional affiliation of the new unions to the A.F.L. and tended to develop the T.U.U.L. as a rival trade union national center, and on the other hand, it decidedly slackened its work within the A.F.L. unions, although every state. This 1933 figure is far too high, as many of the unions were maintaining their regular per capita tax payments to the AFOFL for convention voting purposes, although they had actually suffered huge membership losses in the crisis. It is, therefore, doubtful if the A.F.L., at its low point in 1933, had more than 1,500,000 actual members. Meant of T.U.U.L. General policy stressed the necessity for such activity. With regard to the latter point, the most important work done by the T.U.U.L. in the old unions during this period was through the AFOFL Committee for Unemployment Insurance, which I have previously noted. Besides this, there was little more than rather desultory activities in the railroad, needle, mining, building, printing, metal, and shoe craft unions. The consequence was a great weakening of T.U.U.L. influence in the A.F.L. unions. One sign of this was that leadership of the industrial union movement in the AFOFL, traditionally led by the left wing, passed over automatically to John L. Lewis when he began his agitation for industrial unionism. Another result of T.U.U.L. neglect to work within the AFOFL unions was to give a stimulus to the growth of the Conference for Progressive Labor Action, an organization which, made up chiefly of lower trade union functionaries and intellectual dilettantes and headed by A. J. Must, of Brookwood Labor College, tried to occupy the place once held in the craft unions by the old T.U.E.L. But this opportunistic organization failed and it finally merged into the Trotskyist Workers' Party. We have seen, however, that with the new situation the T.U.U.L., following its true line of unity, resumed in full its work within the A.F.L. The life of the T.U.U.L. showed that its policy of independent unionism was basically correct and historically justified under the given conditions. This is true in spite of the incorrect tendency, already indicated, to distort in some cases that policy in the direction of dual unionism. The T.U.U.L.'s program of class struggle, industrial unionism, organization of the unorganized, trade union democracy, unemployment insurance, equal rights for Negroes, fight against fascism and war, etc., were also fundamentally correct and corresponded to the true interests of the working class. The T.U.U.L. unions and organizations of unemployed were a real force in the class struggle during the Hoover period, and they took a very militant and effective part in the big strike upheavals of 1933 to 35. The sectarian weaknesses above noted, however, operated to considerably lessen the T.U.U.L.'s potential influence, both within the trade unions and in the independent union movement. But, as we have seen, the great sharpening of the workers' fight in the strike period under the Roos. In my pamphlet, Little Brothers of the Big Labor Favors, 1931, I have analyzed the MUS movement. Velt New Deal soon caused a drastic change in the policy of the T.U.U.L., so that once more its main stress was placed upon work within the reformist unions. All factors considered, the T.U.U.L. represented a necessary and correct stage in the development of the American labor movement. 1936. The present great and ever-growing demand within the A.F.L. for industrial unionism is not the first such demand. The unions were being enfeebled right along by the effects of craft unionism. As far back as 1903, reactionary old Sam Gompers himself said that Scarcely an affiliated organization is not engaged in a desperate fight with one or more other unions, and that unless they change their course the unions would destroy one another. Such self-destruction, in the face of the ever-increasing attacks on wages and conditions by the employers who were steadily growing stronger, integrating mines, mills, and plants into giant holding corporations with billion-dollar financial interests, taking control of the main industries through subsidiary corporations and seats on boards of directors, such self-destruction was tragic. Trade union members who had sacrificed, and were willing to sacrifice considerably more, for their unions began to press hard for a change in the structure of the AFL, away from the hidebound craft lines, on the basis of plant and industrial unions. In the years immediately after the First World War, when the big corporations, bloated with wartime profits, began to launch plans to take away the hard-fought gains made by organized labor during the war, the craft form of unionism was more seriously than ever before felt to be a handicap for the workers. The 39th Annual Convention of the AFL in 1919 found the craft union leaders hard-pressed by the demand for industrial unionism. In the great 1919 strike-out wave, craft unionism was the main cause of the loss of strikes, as it was in the ensuing railway and printing trade strikes. In 1922-24. Industrial unionism. 203. Agitation, led by the Communist Party and the Trade Union Educational League, for amalgamation of the craft unions into industrial unions assumed large proportions, especially making itself felt at the 43rd Annual Convention of the AFL in 1923. In the following years, the deadly toll of craft unionism began to be felt so sharply that no one could fail to notice it. As a result of the warfare between craft unions, the no-strike policy, the policy of playing ball with the employers, the policy of expulsion of members who had the guts to say what they felt on the union floor, the membership of the AFL declined from its highest point of 4,078,740 in 1920 to about 2.5 million in 1929. The result was that at the 1929 Annual Convention a resolution was introduced for the appointment of a committee of 15 to formulate a plan for reducing the number of international unions and for consolidating them. The stodgy craft union leaders succeeded in voting down this expression of the sentiment of more and more of the membership. The craft union leaders reaffirmed the Scranton Declaration of 1901 as the expression of the AFL policy, on the principle of the fellow who says, "What was good enough for my great-great-grandfather is good enough for me." The fight for industrial unionism in this period was guided by the fighting left-wing groups in the various AFL unions, marshaled by the Trade Union Educational League and by the Communists whose aim in the trade unions was to lead the workers in the struggle for industrial unionism, amalgamation of the various crafts in each industry, rank-and-file control of the unions. A policy of real struggle against the employers for improvement of wages and conditions instead of boot-licking on the part of the top leadership of the AFL. These fighting groups formed influential movements for amalgamation in the railroad industry, the metal trades, the building trades, etc. Later, when the fighting independent unions of the Trade Union Unity League were formed on an industrial basis, the example they set of solidarity in strike action, of rank-and-file control of the unions, of a policy of fighting the bosses for what the workers wanted instead of trying to lick their boots, this example had a great effect on the AFL membership in increasing their disgust with the results of the craft union policy. When, for the sake of the unity of the working class, the Trade Union Unity League dissolved its unions, its members entered into the unions of the AFL, and brought to the welcoming AFL membership the fruits of their experience in hard-fought struggles against the employers. Inside the AFL, they continued to be among the staunchest fighters for industrial unionism, for trade union democracy, and for a policy of struggle against the employers, instead of the collaboration of the top leaders with the employers. However, never before has the struggle for making the AFL into a powerful, unified weapon against the employers' attacks been so great as now. And here are the reasons for the intense seething going on in the AFL, with the eyes of the entire working class on the struggle for a powerful AFL, based on industrial unions. For one thing, following the introduction of the NRA, the craft union policy was shown up by the great upheaval of the workers during the 193,334 strike movement, and the great desire for unionism expressed the determination of the American working class once and for all to take a fighting stand against the repeated wage cuts, loss of conditions, layoffs, etc. This time, the workers in the big mass production industries, aluminum, automobiles, rubber, steel, for example, who had been absolutely ignored by the craft-ridden AFL leadership, determined to take matters into their own hands, and organized hundreds of locals by themselves. They took part in some of the best-fought strikes ever known in American history. In most cases where the craft union showed any interest at all in these workers, It was either to try to settle their strikes behind their backs or to come in during or after the strikes and attempt to split up these fighting industrial locals among themselves. The great fighting spirit of the workers following the N.R.A. showed that if the A.F.L. had had a policy of industrial unionism and a policy of struggle against the employers, from 10 to a score of millions of these workers could have been organized, so anxious were they to fight and to have the benefits of trade union protection. For another thing, company unionism began to grow by leaps and bounds under Roosevelt, and the craft union policy could do little against it in the industries where it was especially rampant: steel, radio, electrical apparatus, oil refining, chemicals, automobiles, etc. In these industries the only A.F.L. organizations which existed, if there were any, were a few small crafts, like bricklayers and oil refineries, or a moldcrest local here and there in an electrical apparatus plant, and the like. It is significant that an industrial union like the United Mine Workers of America was able to lick the company unions to a frazzle in nearly every case, organizing nearly 500,000 miners into an industrial union. Then, fascist tendencies, like the Liberty League, Coughlin, Hearst, Blue, Black, Brown and many other colored shirt movements began to raise their ugly heads, one of their avowed aims being to smash trade unionism, as the fascists had done in Germany, Italy, and Austria. What chance has a trade union movement, enfeebled and torn asunder by craft unionism and weakened by an anti-struggle policy, what chance has such a trade union movement against fascist movements which can develop into organizations as powerful as in Germany, Italy, and Austria, if the working class does not unite to stop them? This fact set millions of workers thinking, and that is one of the big reasons why the demand for industrial unionism has become greater now than ever before. To the 3.5 million workers inside the A.F.L., and to the nearly 30 million other workers watching them in their fight for industrial unionism, it is a bread and butter proposition. The protection of powerful unions, industrial in form, democratically controlled, with a policy of fighting the bosses with a determined front, would mean not only a halt to the attacks of the employers, but a chance to take the offensive and get back what has been taken away from the workers in the shape of wage cuts, hacking away at conditions, etc. The rumbling in the ranks of the A.F.L. that foreshadowed the present big fight for industrial unionism was felt at the 1934 convention of the A.F.L., held in San Francisco, the scene, a few months earlier, of the historic general strike. At that convention 14 resolutions for industrial unionism were introduced. In an attempt to stave off the revolt they felt coming, the A.F.L. Executive Council pretended to agree to allow the unions in at least a few of the mass production industries, automobiles and rubber, the status of international industrial unions. As for taking any steps toward industrial unionism in general, that was strictly taboo to these gentlemen. They were forced to talk glibly of organization campaigns for the steel, auto, and other mass production industries, which they later never even attempted to carry out. Instead of organizing the steel industry, they allowed the Mike Time machine to expel those leaders. The Liberty League was organized by financial and industrial interests for the defeat of President Roosevelt in the 1936 elections. It was a reactionary anti-labor combination representing what Roosevelt called the economic royalists and locals of the Amalgamated Association of Iron, Steel, and Tin Workers who wanted the campaign for organization of the steel industry carried out. Instead of organizing the mass production industries, they busied themselves after the 1934 A.F.L. convention in scrambling to divide among the craft unions whatever organization the workers themselves had been able to bring about in the mass production industries. The Committee for Industrial Organization. The 1935 convention in Atlantic City showed that a great movement for industrial unionism had begun to sweep through the ranks of the A.F.L., a movement of such determination that international union leaders like John L. Lewis, President of the United Mine Workers, Charles P. Howard, President of the International Typographical Union, a craft union, Sidney Hillman, President of the Amalgamated Clothing Workers, David Dubinsky, President of the International Ladies Garment Workers Union, Thomas P. McMahon, President of the United Textile Workers, Harvey C. Fleming, President of the Oilfield, Gas Well and Refinery Workers, Max Zaritsky, President of the Cap and Millinery Department, United Hatters, Cap and Millinery Workers Union, Thomas H. Brown, International Union of Mine, Mill and Smelter Workers, and other higher officials found it a good idea to become leaders of the movement for industrial unionism. Lewis and Howard led a powerful minority at the Atlantic City Convention in the fight for industrial unionism in the mass production industries. A minority report signed by 5 members of the Resolutions Committee, including Howard, Dubinsky, and Lewis, pointed out that the time has arrived when common sense demands the organization policies of the American Federation of Labor must be molded to meet present-day needs. showing that in its 55 years of existence the A.F. of L. has enrolled only about 3.5 million members out of 39 million organizable workers. The minority resolution stated that we refuse to accept existing conditions as evidence that the organization policies of the American Federation of Labor have been successful. The resolution further stated that in those industries where the work performed by a majority of the workers is of such nature that it might fall within the jurisdictional claim of more than one craft. Industrial Unionism 207. Union, or no established craft union, it is declared that industrial organization is the only form that will be acceptable to the workers or adequately meet their needs. The resolution went on to show how fears of jurisdictional claims dividing the workers and preventing their unity had prevented organization of these workers to any large extent. The minority resolution on industrial unionism was defeated at the craft-dominated A.F. of L. convention by 18,025 votes against 10,924. About a month after the convention, in November 1935, a committee for industrial organization was formed, with Lewis, Howard, Hillman, Dubinsky, McMahon, Fleming, Zaritsky, and Brown as its members and John Brophy, of the United Mine Workers, as its director. Its aims were to bring the unorganized into the American Federation of Labor, by carrying on education within the Federation for Industrial Unionism, in order to win over a majority, and by giving advice and help to groups of newly organized workers in mass production industry. The enemies of industrial unionism among the craft union leaders made no attempt to deny any of the arguments that crafts were disappearing, that mechanization, specialization, mass production in industry as it is today make industrial unionism necessary, that the trustification of industry has placed enormous power into the hands of the bankers and capitalists who control the major industries, and that a system of unionism which divides the workers, as does craft unionism, is ineffective against such enormous power. They are not able to deny that craft unionism has been responsible for the scabbry of union against union, for bitter fights over jurisdiction between unions, paralyzing the trade unions in face of the sweeping attacks of the employers. The majority report of the Resolutions Committee at the Atlantic City Convention could only answer the arguments against craft unionism made by the industrial union advocates, by re-endorsing the craft unionists' declaration at the San Francisco Convention in 1934 to the effect that experience has shown that craft unionism is most effective in protecting the welfare and advancing the interests of the workers. The craft union leaders do not come out with the real reasons why they want to hang on to the craft union system. They are afraid, for one thing, that by bringing into the A.F. of L. the masses of unorganized and unskilled workers, and through industrial unionism, they will lose control of the unions and will have to give place to more progressive leaders. They are afraid they will lose their fat salary positions. They are afraid the nice friendships they have built up with open shop employers, bankers, and corrupt labor-hating politicians of the Republican and Democratic parties might be cut off if the unions became unified, fighting organizations. These are the reasons why they do not want to organize the millions of unorganized. Their interests are not with the working class, but on the boss's side of the fence. The A.F. of L. Executive Council has even rejected the offer of $500,000 made by the Committee for Industrial Organization to aid in organizing the steel workers. There remained only one other answer for the craft union leaders. And that answer they gave when William Greene and the Executive Council, unable to meet the strong arguments of the Committee for Industrial Organization, ordered the C.I.O. to disband on pain of severe action. Reports are that the Executive Council will go to the length of splitting the A.F. of L. by expelling those unions which support the committee. Yes, these so-called labor leaders would split the A.F. of L. rather than adopt forms and methods which would unify the working class by enabling the A.F. of L. to organize the big majority of the unorganized. The arguments of the Lewis Industrial Union bloc are powerful, and none but the blind or those who willfully refuse to see the 30 million American workers organized can fail to support them. But arguments like these should be followed to their logical conclusion, which the Committee for Industrial Organization fails to do. It does not see that the question of industrial unionism affects not only the mass production industries, but every industry, for craft unionism has paralyzed the trade union movement in all industries. The C.I.O. does not see that without a fighting policy by the A.F. of L. and without trade union democracy, industrial unionism would be weakened as a weapon against the employer's attacks. Trade union democracy. The Lewis Industrial Union bloc also as yet has not been able to see as far ahead as growing sections of the rank-and-file membership of the A.F. of L. as to the true implications of the fight for industrial unionism. The members of the Committee for Industrial Organization see the fight only as a question of a change in structure of the A.F. of L. and, at that, as a change in structure only for a part of the A.F. of L., only where the mass production industries are concerned. But they do not see, As the great masses of the rank and file do, that hand in hand with the fight for industrial unionism goes the need for genuine trade union democracy, which means the holding of conventions regularly by all the unions, freedom of discussion for all members of the unions, the democratic election of all officers, the right of all members of the unions to run for and hold offices, the right of all A.F.L. members to hold any political belief they desire, the use of democratic methods so that the membership can decide on all questions affecting the unions they sacrifice so much for. It means cleaning house in the unions, doing away with all forms of racketeering and gangsterism which still hold sway in many sections of the labor movement. The leaders of the industrial union bloc themselves now feel the results of high-handed bossism and lack of trade union democracy in the way in which Green and the Executive Council refuse, because they are unable, to argue the question of industrial unionism in any logical way, but resort instead to the method of autocracy, ordering the Committee for Industrial Organization to disband, resorting to threats, hinting at expulsion of those unions fighting for industrial unionism, sending letters, as Green did, to 1,354 local and federal unions directly affiliated to the A.F.L., to all state federations and to 730 central labor bodies, ordering them not to have anything to do with the perfectly legal Committee for Industrial Organization. This is the same sort of tactic which is used against communists and other fighting elements in the trade unions, and which Lewis himself has used repeatedly in the U.M.W.A., because they speak out for a policy of struggle for the unions. Because there is no real trade union democracy in the Carpenters' Union, for instance, the fighters for industrial unionism saw the spectacle of Hutchison, the leader of the Carpenters' Union, speaking and voting at the 1935 A.F.L. Convention against industrial unionism in the name of 200,000 carpenters, even though he was speaking and voting against the real wishes of his members. The union leaders who are at the head of the fight for industrial unionism can see attempts at discussion in favor of industrial unionism being choked off by gag methods in the craft unions. There is little question but that the bulk of the craft union membership would vote overwhelmingly for industrial unionism if given the chance. If the fight for industrial unionism is to be won, it must be carried into every craft union, and the members of the craft unions must be shown a real example of genuine trade union democracy by the industrial unions which make up the Committee for Industrial Organization. If, for example, at the 1936 convention of the Industrial United Mine Workers of America, John L. Lewis had been one of the strongest supporters of the right of the miners to elect their own district officials, what a further strengthening of the fight for industrial unionism that would have meant. John L. Lewis further weakened the fight for industrial unionism when he nominated the reactionary clique headed by Green back into office at the 1935 A.F.L. convention. As long as this clique heads the A.F.L., every real attempt to organize the unorganized will be seriously hampered, for the Green clique does not want to organize the unorganized. The Committee for Industrial Organization bases its fight for industrial unions, and correctly so, on the fact that this will unify the ranks of the working class and will enable the A.F.L. to organize the 30 million unorganized workers in the United States. But these workers, so desperate, are raring to go for real struggle against the employers, as was shown on innumerable occasions in the past few years, when they struck without waiting for the sanction of the leading officials, when these officials refused to give such sanction, or when they struck on numberless occasions spontaneously. The Committee for Industrial Organization must come to these unorganized workers, offering them an A.F.L. policy of class struggle, a policy of fighting for the workers' demands. By failing to see that the fight for industrial unionism is closely connected with the need of a class struggle policy, the C.I.O. greatly weakens the struggle for industrial unionism. The masses of workers in the A.F.L. not only want, through industrial unionism, to make the A.F.L. a solid, united weapon against the bosses' attacks, but they want an end to the policy of class collaboration, of friendship for the bosses on the part of the A.F.L. leaders instead of a fighting policy. The Renaissance or Trade Union Movement 211. For many years the conservatism of the trade union movement in the United States, represented chiefly by the American Federation of Labor, has been world notorious. The A.F.L. leaders, open defenders of capitalism, have opposed even the most opportunist forms of social democracy, considering the Second International too revolutionary for their affiliation. They have fought against the formation of a labor party, their policy being to keep the workers affiliated to the big capitalist parties. They have clung to the antiquated craft union system in a country of trustified industry and mass production. They are indeed labor lieutenants of the bourgeoisie. The general effects of their regime of corruption and class collaboration have been to render the American working class almost powerless. The workers have no mass political party of their own, and their trade unions, largely composed of skilled workers, include hardly more than 15% of the organizable workers. At bottom, The causes for this ultra-conservative trade unionism were to be found in a number of economic, political, and social factors, including the relatively favorable economic position of the large labor aristocracy, the presence of millions of immigrant workers of many nationalities with different social and cultural traditions, the passage of many workers into the ranks of the petty bourgeoisie and some even into the capitalist class during the period of rapid industrial expansion, etc. All these factors tended to check the growth of class consciousness among the workers, to stimulate petty bourgeois illusions among them, and to prevent the growth of powerful trade unions, a mass working class party, and a revolutionary perspective. Now, however, the picture is rapidly changing in the United States. 7 years of crisis and depression, with semi-starvation and with the employed workers suffering heavily reduced living standards, with the growth of an incipient fascist reaction, etc., are having profound effects. The working masses are rapidly becoming radicalized. They are beginning to cast off their capitalistic illusions and to develop a more militant spirit. They are at last taking up seriously the questions of building a powerful labor movement and developing class political action. In short, the American trade union movement is at a turning point. It is breaking with its old conservative past and is crossing the threshold of a new era of progress. The rise of the CIO. The center of this new trade union renaissance is the Committee for Industrial Organization, CIO. The CIO, headed by John L. Lewis, is composed of 15 unions with some 2 million members. It was formed about a year ago with a program of organizing the armies of unorganized workers in the mass production industries into industrial unions. The actual establishment of the CIO did not take place until after Lewis had fought for 2 years to induce the AFL itself to undertake this work. Lewis himself has a very conservative background, but he saw the necessity for industrial unionism. His proposals, however, were rejected by the craft union reactionaries, Green, Wall, Fry, Wharton, Hutchison, etc., who dominate the executive council of the AFL. The Lewis forces then launched the CIO and began this fundamental organization work themselves, meanwhile maintaining their regular affiliation with the AFL. In the intervening months since then, the CIO has been signally successful in its organization work. In the automobile industry, in February of this year, the CIO carried on a strike against the giant General Motors Corporation, involving 150,000 workers. This was followed by another strike of 70,000 against the Chrysler Company. Both were sit-down strikes, occupation of the factories, and both were won, forcing the automobile kings to grant many economic concessions and, for the first time, to recognize trade unionism in their plants. The Auto Workers Union grew almost overnight from a skeleton organization to a union of 300,000 members, and it is still rapidly expanding. This great success of the CIO in the automobile industry was even surpassed by its victory in steel. After a several months organizing campaign, and right upon the heels of the General Motors strike, the CIO forced the great moguls of the United States Steel Corporation to meet with Lewis and agree to recognize the CIO. The Renaissance of Trade Union Movement 213. Steel Workers Union. This union has also leaped from almost nothing to an organization of at least 300,000 members and is still growing swiftly. The powerful General Electric Company was also compelled to sign an agreement with the rapidly developing CIO, Radio and Electrical Workers Union. Besides these notable victories, the CIO has won strikes and is conducting big organizing campaigns in a number of other industries, such as glass, shipbuilding, rubber, oil, textile, etc. The successes in auto and steel have created a veritable fever of organization and struggle among the workers in various industries. Most of the many strikes taking place are of the sit-down type and are extremely militant in character. The workers, fresh from their victory over the land and cars reaction in the November elections, are in a fighting mood and ready for vigorous action. The CIO struggles are also favored by the improved economic situation and by the tolerant attitude of the Roosevelt government toward the trade union organization of the workers in the mass production industries. In the many CIO organization campaigns and strikes, the communists are playing an important role, cooperating freely with the CIO. Especially is this true of the auto and steel industries. In the vital General Motors strike, the communists were an important factor, and this was also true in the bitterly fought strike of 40,000 marine transport workers, AFL, the winning of which stimulated the workers' fighting spirit generally. The split in the American Federation of Labor. The reactionary leaders of the AFL, fearing for the safety of their fat jobs and their corrupt regime, are bitterly fighting against the advance of the militant CIO. No sooner was the CIO formed, early in 1936, as an organizing committee than the of L. Executive Council condemned it as a rival, dual organization. Then, a few months later, the Executive Council, in flagrant violation of the A. F. of L. Constitution and in the face of a great mass protest of trade unionists generally, arbitrarily suspended the C. I. O. unions from A. F. of L. affiliation. The Tampa Convention of the A. F. of L. in October 1936, made up principally of craft union bureaucrats and in which the C. I. O. unions were denied the right to vote, confirmed the suspension of the C. I. O. unions. The Communist Party had played a very active part in mobilizing the trade unionists against the suspension of the C. I. O. unions by the A. F. of L. Executive Council, and it now also took up the cudgels against the splitting action of the PAC Tampa Convention. The Communist Party put out the slogan, "Keep the split from spreading." It called upon the workers to refuse to suspend the C. I. O. locals from the city and state central labor councils, and thus to keep the movement intact at the bottom in spite of the split among the officialdom. The Communist Party also outlined a policy for reuniting the warring groups under the banner of the A. F. of L. Realizing the mass resistance to their splitting policy, the Executive Council reactionaries did not dare at that time to order the local councils to suspend the C. I. O. unions. Thus was presented the peculiar situation of a split at the top of the labor movement, and unity in its basic organs. This unity at the bottom was highly favorable to the C. I. O. as it was thus enabled to go ahead with its organizing campaigns in auto and steel unmolested by local A. F. of L. sabotage. In fact, the friendly cooperation of many A. F. of L. city labor councils was of great, if not decisive, importance in the crucial General Motors strike. Deeply alarmed at the significant General Motors strike, the A. F. of L. Executive Council renewed its splitting offensive. President Greene of the A. F. of L. denounced the strike as an outlaw affair. He condemned the sit-down tactics as illegal and imported from Moscow, and he repudiated the victorious strike settlement as a defeat and a betrayal of trade union principles. Later, Greene issued an instruction to the city central labor councils to unseat delegates of C. I. O. local unions, and he has already revoked the charter of one council of the very many such councils that have refused to obey his splitting orders. Meanwhile, the C. I. O. has not taken these blows lying down. The miners' union C. I. O. of which Lewis is president and Greene was a member, expelled Greene as a strikebreaker and a traitor. The C. I. O. locals and sympathizers are resisting Greene's suspension order in the local labor councils, and the C. I. O. has announced that it will issue charters for new councils where its locals are expelled. Meanwhile, the C. I. O. has redoubled its organizing efforts in steel, auto, oil, textile, and many other industries. Thus the situation now is that Greene wants to split, and is doing all possible to deepen it, while Lewis, with his supporters growing rapidly both inside and outside the A. F. of L., is resisting the disruptive efforts of Greene. The Renaissance of Trade Union Movement 215. The C. I. O. and the A. F. of L. now practically constitute two distinct national trade union centers. The split, although steadily deepening, is, however, not fully completed. The C. I. O. unions are not yet officially expelled from the A. F. of L. Their status is one of suspension, and besides this, the trade union movement still remains united at the bottom, in the city and state labor councils, to which the C. I. O. unions, in the main, are still affiliated. And there the situation stands at the present time of writing, the end of March, 1937. The relation of trade union forces. As between the C. I. O. and the A. F. of L., the C. I. O. is numerically considerably the strongest, although its forces are not yet fully consolidated. The A. F. of L. claims a total membership of 3,586,567. But from this figure must be deducted over 1 million C. I. O. members who have been suspended and who have since hugely increased their numbers. Besides, there are several unions in the A. F. of L. printers, lumber workers, fur workers, etc., totaling at least 200,000 members, which would promptly quit the A. F. of L. and join the C. I. O. if called upon to do it. Besides this, the C. I. O. has a tremendous body of active sympathizers in the A. F. of L., several 100,000 at least. Not counting its large general following in the A. F. of L., the C. I. O. has now at least 2 million actual members, and it is growing with extreme rapidity, because of its successful organizing campaigns in auto, steel, textile, etc. Actually, therefore, the C. I. O. is numerically larger than the A. F. of L., and this factor daily grows more favorable to the C. I. O. The C. CIO, is also far more strategically situated in industry than is the AFL. The main strength of its 15 affiliated unions lies in the basic and mass production industries: coal mining 500,000, auto 300,000, steel 300,000, textile 90,000, oil 80,000, and some 300,000 in the rubber, electric, aluminum, metal mining, shipbuilding, and other industries. Besides this, the CIO has a solid block of 400,000 members in the clothing industry. On the other hand, the AFL finds its chief strength in the lighter, non-trustified industries, and especially among skilled workers and government employees. Its main force is the building trades, 700,000 members. The other important industrial positions of the AFL are some 400,000 shop, trade, and office workers in the railroad industry. The running trades are in independent unions, and a strong organization in marine transport, although the great bulk of these workers are open supporters of the CIO, and will eventually probably join it. The advanced position of the C1.0 over the AFL also expresses itself in a variety of other ways. It is based on the principle of industrial unionism, while the AFL still clings to craft unionism. It is developing a new and progressive leadership, as against the hard-boiled reactionaries of the AFL. It is awakening the political consciousness of the workers and arousing their militancy, whereas the reactionary AFL leaders have always been a brake on the class development of the workers. Thus the CIO is superior to the AFL, numerically in strategical position and in general political tendency. It is the most decisive of the two national trade union centers, and it represents the broad path along which American labor needs to progress. When the AFL reactionaries rejected the CIO program and suspended the unions, they signed their own political death warrants as the major leaders of American trade unionism. The split in the American labor movement raises sharply the question of establishing trade union unity. The big employers are quite alert to use the right-wing AFL against the progressive CIO. In the auto and steel industries, they worked openly with bosses against the CIO, even offering to furnish leadership to the company unions to beat the new industrial unions. Hence, the workers need imperatively to put an end to such a menace by moving toward the achievement of trade union unity. In the eventually unified trade union movement, the CIO forces and policies will doubtless play the central role. In fact, the fight for unity resolves itself into a matter of extending all possible support to the new CIO center, while at the same time developing a movement looking toward the uniting of all the unions in one general federation. Of first importance is to give the maximum possible support to the CIO's campaigns to organize the millions of unorganized workers. Success in this vital work is the dynamic factor in the whole situation, the key to the future development of the American trade union movement. Also, every effort should be put forth to keep the green reactionaries from further splitting the trade unions. Especially important in this respect is it to encourage the widespread refusal of the AFL city and state labor federations to carry out Green's order to exclude the CIO delegates. This refusal, where successful, has the effect of keep the renaissance of trade union movement 217. The labor movement intact at the bottom and of throwing the rebellious local federations definitely into the orbit of the C1. It would seem necessary also to contemplate the eventual holding of a well-prepared national union convention, called by the CIO, the AFL, and the independent railroad unions to unify the whole labor movement. And in the meantime, so far as possible without deepening the split, the CIO should consolidate its forces, both outside and inside the AFL. Of course, the green reactionaries will bitterly fight this great unity movement as long as they can. But unless the writer is greatly mistaken, they face in the CIO a mass movement that they cannot beat down. The handwriting is on the wall for them and their reactionary regime. The American labor movement is going to experience a new deal of its own. The basic significance of the broad organizing campaigns of the CIO is that the American workers are finally beginning to organize as a class, both economically and politically. Heretofore the AFL, with its narrow craft unionism and its anti-working class political policies, has definitely hindered such class organization. The class unionism of the CIO is rapidly changing the makeup and outlook of the trade unions. The advance of the CIO is already resulting in vast changes in the labor movement. It is producing a new and progressive labor leadership. It is developing the new trade union form, industrial unionism. It is applying new tactics, the sit-down strikes. It is extending trade unionism into new fields, the basic trustified industries. It is winning real victories. Instead of the defeats and weak compromises of L. Craft unionism, it is rousing the militancy of the working class generally and dealing heavy blows at the AFOFL theories and practices of class collaboration. The CIO is also advancing the working class in politics. It displays many progressive political tendencies. It has a sharp and growing anti-fascist, anti-war trend. It was a powerful factor in defeating the Landon reaction in the November elections. It presses Roosevelt from die left, and as it organizes the left wing in the Democratic Party, it is driving in the direction of a farmer-labor party. It strongly supports the trade union organization of Negroes. Its leaders, unlike those of the AFOFL, are not carrying on slander campaigns against the USSR and the Communist Party. In short, around the CIO grouping the major mass forces that should, with effective leadership, eventually crystallize into a great American People's Front. The CIO has already forced a sharp change in the traditional anti-trade union policy of finance capital. Hitherto, the big trust magnates enforced their infamous open shop policy in the mass production industries. But the CIO, by its big organizing campaigns and aggressive strikes, has broken this down, shattered the company union system, and compelled the reluctant big capitalists to recognize the CIO unions in the strategic auto, steel, and electrical manufacturing industries. It would be idle, however, to think that finance capital will tamely submit to the advance of the militant CIO unions. Already their publicity agents are singing praises of strikeless England, and are advocating that various methods of state incorporations, semi-compulsory arbitration, strike right limitation, etc., be enacted so as to hamstring the American unions. Somewhat as was done to the British unions after their betrayed national general strike. They will doubtless try to make a bargain with the CIO upon some such class collaboration basis. The big employers are also maneuvering for a more favorable time to smash violently the new unions if they cannot otherwise destroy their effectiveness. In fighting the CIO, the employers now face the triple handicap of a militant working class, a rising economic situation, and the policy of the Roosevelt government. But they expect all this will soon change. For one thing, they expect a fresh economic crisis within a year or two, and they hope either to defeat Roosevelt or to take him into camp by an agreement with him. In any event, WC may be sure they are biding their time for a good opportunity to castrate or destroy the CIO unions. When organized labor goes into such an important strike as that evidently now looming in connection with the organization of the steel industry, it must proceed with a definite strike strategy, based upon a realistic measuring of the balance of the opposing class forces and modified from time to time as changing circumstances dictate. We may be sure that the employers, in their fight to preserve the open shop, which is worth billions to them in extra profits, are going ahead with a highly developed strategy. In the following pages, therefore, I shall undertake to outline some of the major principles of a sound strategy and tactics for the steel workers' struggle, to develop a line of policy that is realistic and justified by the present economic and political situation and by the general relation of forces between the capitalists and the workers. The leaders of the CIO and the Steel Workers Organizing Committee are, of course, experienced strike leaders, and it is not for me to instruct them in strike strategy. There remains, however, the task of putting into popular form the principles of strike strategy and strike organization in this very vital situation. In the development of any severe strike struggle between the workers and their employers, the following general propositions, among others, should be constantly borne in mind. First, the cultivation of a firm ideological solidarity in the ranks of the strikers. The bosses, proceeding from the traditional exploiters' principle of divide and conquer, constantly attempt to split the workers along lines of skilled and unskilled, Americans and foreign bomb, Negroes and whites, men and women, employed and unemployed, adults and youth, Catholics and Protestants, radicals and conservatives. This danger is especially acute in struggles in the boss-ridden steel industry. In 1919, the employers and their tools tried with all these means to pit one section of the workers against the other, and they may be depended upon to do so again in 1937. As against these disruptive moves, the workers' leaders must counter by a loyal defense in the interests of all these various groups, thus making them all feel that they have everything to gain from the success of the general movement. They must focus the attention of the masses primarily upon the immediate economic and political demands of the steel workers and reject all reactionary efforts to divert the workers' attention into abstract discussions of race, religion, policies, etc. Especially there must be no boss-inspired red-baiting allowed to take root in the steel workers' movement and to disrupt its forces. The steel campaign can be a success only if the maximum possible ideological solidarity of the workers is achieved and maintained. Second, another important consideration in the question of developing a successful strike strategy is the careful cultivation of a high morale among the strikers. This is very necessary in fighting such a vicious combination as the Steel Trust, and morale building must be gone about systematically. The achievement of the ideological solidarity previously discussed is an important element in developing a good morale among the workers, but it must be supplemented by various other factors, including persistent education of the masses regarding the strike situation and the political meaning of the struggle, by cultivating mass participation in strike activities and democratic control of the strike, by exercising a determined and reliable leadership, by a firm but not mechanical discipline, an effective dramatization of the struggle, good strike organization, etc. Third, a further elementary question of good strike strategy is to proceed upon the general principle of the offensive. Workers, like soldiers, fight best on the attack. A defensive strike is a losing strike. The steel workers should never allow themselves to be put on the defensive. Every halt must be utilized to organize a new attack, and every attack by the employers or the government must be offset by some form of renewed counteroffensive. Only when workers are completely defeated is such a policy not possible. The steel workers must know how to guard their strike reserves and to draw upon them when a new forward movement is necessary. The present economic and political situation greatly favors a policy of the offensive. These elements of strike strategy, a firm ideological solidarity of the workers, a high morale in the strike, a strike that proceeds upon the principle of the offensive, must be constantly borne in mind in developing every stage of the coming struggle. But there are many other principles of strike strategy, no less important, which I shall now proceed to discuss in some detail. A unified command is a fundamental principle of strategy in all strikes, as well as military operations. What is involved in it is the unified action of the fighting forces. Failure to achieve such a unified strike leadership, principally through craft divisions, has cost the workers many a bitter defeat. Especially is a unified command and real solidarity of the workers necessary to beat the open shop kings in the steel, auto, rubber, oil, etc. industries. The industrial form of the CIO unions conducting the struggle in these industries lays a solid foundation for a unified command and the vital strike unity. Nevertheless, a danger threatens from the craft union leaders of the American Federation of Labor. These reactionaries, although they themselves for years have done nothing to organize the mass production industries, are extremely antagonistic towards the Committee for Industrial Organization doing the job. They assume a dog-in-the-manger attitude. It is more than likely, therefore, that they will inject themselves into the situation and try to inveigle a fringe of the skilled workers into their many disconnected craft unions. At the moment I write these lines, they are following such a strike-breaking policy in the General Motors auto strike. Such an action would be a crime against the steel, auto, and other workers, as it would seriously split their ranks and weaken their fighting force. But no one familiar with the shady history of the reactionary A.F. of L. leaders need be surprised to see them adopt such a disruptive course. They have done it time and again in strikes of independent unions. The danger is all the greater inasmuch as the trust magnates, happy to see the workers dissipate their strength fighting each other, always greet and encourage the craft union leaders in their splitting tactics. The introduction of craft unionism into the mass production industries by the AFO leaders should be resisted militantly by every progressive force in the whole labor movement as a strike-breaking policy. This resistance should be supported by an aggressive campaign to educate the unorganized masses as to the historical failure of craft unionism in the mass production industries, and by a call to these workers not to join the craft unions but to affiliate themselves with the CIO industrial unions. If, nevertheless, the craft unions should succeed in getting into steel by the time the strike takes place, they must be dealt with on a united front basis, and unity of action sought in this manner. They should be drawn into the strike on a full cooperative basis with the industrial unions. This means that they ought to be allowed and induced to send regular delegates to the strike committees, and likewise to their subcommittees for relief, defense, publicity, etc., and that they should also participate in the mass picketing and other mass strike activities. The craft leaders would object to this, so it would have to be done over their heads by direct appeal to the membership. Only in the unlikely event, however, that the craft unions should become real factors in the steel industry would it be practical to make the resultant trade union agreement of a joint character signed by other unions as well as the amalgamated association. In the developing great strike movement there must be prevented at all costs the shameful but all too common spectacle of union strike breaking, that is, of one or more unions striking while the others work. The solidarity of labor demands that the craft unions stay out of the mass production industries and leave the field to the industrial unions. For them to enter these industries at this time could serve the interests of no one but the great trust magnates, and reaction generally. A good military strategist never forgets his main objective, although bad leaders often do. He refuses to allow himself to be diverted from his goal by the feints and tricks of his opponents. And so it is with the labor strategist. He, too, must always keep his major objective in mind. He must constantly be on the alert to keep the employers from sidetracking his whole movement into the fatal swamp of delay, disintegrations, and betrayal. Especially is such vigilance necessary when the enemy is the powerful and resourceful Steel Trust. Up till the present time, the central strategy of the Steel Corporation has aimed at destroying the steel campaign by giving niggardly wage increases to the workers and by cultivating the company unions. Although their great plant supplies of tear gas, machine guns, and other deadly weapons show that they are preparing for drastic violence, the employers have been unable as yet under the present circumstances to employ the widespread discharge of workers, suppression of free speech, terrorism of workers and organizers, etc., with which they opposed the organizing campaign in 1919. As soon as the movement of the steel workers approaches the point of mass action, we may expect that the steel barons will go into the next stage of their anti-union strategy, not only by using more terroristic methods, but also by having recourse to the policy of seeking to divert the whole thrust of the union away from the companies and into a hopeless morass of governmental committees, court action, time-killing, mediation, etc. The first real test of the steel workers' strength and strike strategy will come when they have organized the bulk of the workers and they serve their demands upon the Iron and Steel Institute for a conference to work out a national trade union agreement for the steel industry. It is at this point that the steel companies will attempt to paralyze or kill off the workers' movement by bogging it down in a swamp of disintegrating maneuvers. This is when the workers must be most acutely on guard and when they have to persist most determinedly towards their central objective of forcing concessions directly from the employers. The steel workers must not trust their cause into the hands of the Roosevelt government. The government is allied with many great capitalist interests, and it cannot be depended upon to force the Steel Trust to make a settlement favorable to the workers. Especially must the steel workers beware that Roosevelt's era of good feeling policy does not result in some sort of a compromise disastrous to their movement. If Hearst and other labor haters are enthusiastic over the so-called era of good feeling, it is because they see in it a possible means to check the workers' advance to trade union organization and better living conditions. Still fresh in the minds of the workers are the maneuvers by which the Roosevelt government, the courts, and the A.F. of L. leaders killed off the Wheaton steel strike, and also the devious means by which they ruined the powerful movement of the steel workers in 1934, the one being sidetracked into endless court actions and the other getting lost in the trickery of a board set up by Roosevelt. These defeats of the steel workers through the Roosevelt government are in line with those of the workers in the automobile and other industries during the days of the NRA. Such experience must serve as lessons to the steel workers in their present developing struggle. Towards the Roosevelt government, their attitude must not be one of naive reliance, but of mass pressure to preserve civil liberties in the steel areas and to force the Steel Trust to yield to the demands of its workers. The steel workers must not let their movement degenerate into mere court actions to defend their right to organize, or long-winded government-controlled elections supposedly to learn whether or not the amalgamated association has the right to represent the steel workers. These questions must be settled by pressure against the employers and, if necessary, by mass strike action. The central aim of the movement should be a direct settlement between the unions and the employers, and every step taken must be directed to accomplish this end. The steel workers should not enter into arbitration proceedings or other settlement maneuvers engineered by the government unless their major demands have been conceded. Should the employers fail in their inevitable attempt to liquidate the steel workers' movement through government or court action, or through some such phony arbitration as employers have so often defeated workers in the past, then in all likelihood they will set out to beat the C.I.O. and the amalgamated association in an open strike struggle. Just what kind of a fight they are getting ready to make may be gathered from the fact that they are now storing up their plants with machine guns, rifles, tear gas, etc., and are even drilling their thugs in preparation for a fierce strike. The steel workers, therefore, must base their plans upon the practically certain prospect of a great strike against the steel corporations. The perspective of a huge national strike confronts the workers' leaders with the necessity of bearing closely in mind another basic principle of strategy, that of mobilizing a full sufficiency of forces to achieve their objective. A good strategist never sends a boy to do a man's job. This strategic principle may be illustrated by an old-time circus story. A boss canvas man was explaining to a visitor how vitally important it was that the cook wagon should arrive early on the circus lot in order that the men could breakfast, or else they would not put up the big top. Said he, "No cook wagon, no breakfast. And no breakfast, no work." And he explained, therefore, that they always used the precaution of having 8 of the strongest horses to pull the cook wagon over the muddy roads. "But," inquired the visitor, "suppose the roads are so poor that your 8 horses can't pull the cook wagon, what then?" "Oh, then," said the circus boss, "we put on more horses, and if they can't do the job we get out old Babe the elephant to push it from behind." "Still," persisted the visitor, "suppose the roads are so terribly bad that even all these horses and old Babe together can't haul the cook wagon through the mire. How about that?" "Oh, hell," declared the boss with finality. "We just put on more horses and more horses. The damned cook wagon simply has to go through." It is in this spirit of unconquerableness that the workers' leaders must face the eventuality of a national steel strike. They must be prepared to throw more and more forces into the struggle until finally they budge the immovable steel trust. The steel campaign must come through, and that is all there is to it. Nothing will be handed to the workers gratuitously, either by the bosses directly or by the government. All they will get is what they are willing and able to fight for. The key to the winning of the movement of the steel workers is the greatest mobilization of labor's forces ever made in the United States. Another major strategic consideration that must always be borne in mind in strikes is that of dealing the blow at the best time and place. The enemy must be hit both at the proper moment at its most vulnerable spot. The steel workers, if they keep this point clearly in mind, are in a splendid position to win. The CIO plans to have the majority of the steel workers organized by the middle of February 1937, after which the demands of the workers will be submitted to the American Iron and Steel Institute and a conference insisted upon. This is a practical schedule, and it climaxes the steel movement at a most favorable moment. Undoubtedly by the date set the great majority of the workers can readily be organized. Then, allowing a few weeks for preliminary negotiations, the steel situation should come to a head somewhere about the end of March. This is just the time, March 31st, when the national agreement of the 500,000 bituminous miners expires. From a strategic standpoint, obviously the correct thing to do is to link the struggle of the steel workers with that of the bituminous coal miners, and possibly also of the anthracite miners, thus developing a broad movement of about 1 million coal miners and steel workers. This appears to be the aim of the CIO, and if so, it is sound strategy. The interests of these two basic sections of the workers are bound up together. They have largely the forces of mass financial capital to fight, and there is every reason why their fight should be combined into one general movement against the closely allied steel and coal corporations. A joint strike of the 1 million steel workers and coal miners would exert a tremendous power. It would bring to a standstill the two most basic industries and tie up other industries far and wide. It would constitute by far the greatest strike in American history. In view of the favorable situation in industry, with production rapidly rising, the combined coal miners and steel workers would probably be able to secure victory, forcing die open shop kings, for the first time, to treat their workers like human beings. But labor should make assurance doubly sure by hooking still more horses to the cook wagon if need be. There must be contemplated the extension of the strike struggle among the vast armies of workers in the automobile, rubber, and heavy metal and electrical fabricating industries, and also further, if necessary, mass production industries. The CIO is now conducting organization campaigns in these mass production industries. In the present situation, so very favorable for organization work, its campaigns can and should be speeded up so that the unions involved, which, as they are led by the CIO, would not have to depend upon the reactionary leaders of the AFL, can also present their demands to their employers by the end of March, if not sooner. The entrance of the workers in the auto, rubber, aluminum, and other highly vulnerable and closely interlinked mass production industries simultaneously or at approximately the same time into the struggle would enormously strengthen the whole movement. Such a movement in the key industries would constitute a most effective cooperation of the strategic principles of opportune time, key place, sufficient power, etc. While each of these great groups of workers has its own demands, the entire movement should be coordinated around the central strategic task of winning the demands of the steel workers. This main objective especially must not be forgotten in whatever settlements are arrived at in the various industries. It may turn out in reality that the steel workers, coal miners, automobile workers, etc., will not actually coordinate their national movements. The auto workers especially are running ahead and developing a great national struggle of their own. Possibly, in view of labor's present extremely favorable position, these great groups, acting separately, may achieve their major demands. It is also possible, although most unlikely, that they can secure their demands without great strikes. Nevertheless, the foregoing proposed line of strategy, the linking of these big movements, with steel as the center, is basically correct. It would be a tremendous manifestation of labor's power. It is the best course to be followed under the present circumstances, the policy that would ensure the workers' victory most quickly and completely in these industries and open the doors the widest for a general advance by labor on all fronts. Every conservative and reactionary influence will be exerted to prevent the steel workers, miners, and other key workers from acting jointly and will seek to defeat or half defeat them one section at a time. It is, therefore, the great task of the progressive forces to do all possible to link the steel, coal, auto and other workers into one great united front fighting movement against mass financial capital. To what extent it will turn out to be possible to call into action labor's heavy first-line reserves, both to win their own demands and to achieve victory in the steel struggle, remains to be seen. But one thing is clear, Whether the steel workers strike alone, jointly with the miners, or in combination with other industries, at least they must have substantial support from the railroad workers. The latter must refuse to haul raw materials into, or finished products out of, the steel mills. If the conservative leaders of the railroad brotherhoods do not agree to prohibit the hauling of cars in and out of struck mills, the rank-and-file railroad workers must be organized not to go through the picket lines into the mills, and all this in spite of the wage concessions that the companies are evidently preparing to give them to lull their fighting spirit. Failure of support from the railroad workers in this elementary respect was a basic cause for the loss of the 1919 strike, and it must not be repeated. Organized labor must be prepared, if necessary, to support the approaching steel strike by strike action far and wide in many other industries. At all costs, the steel workers' struggle for organization must be won. The fate of the trade union movement is bound up with the steel workers, whose movement must needs be carried through to victory. A national strike of steel workers, and especially a great combined strike of workers in steel, coal, and other industries, would be highly political in character. It would become immediately the central political issue of the country. No one would have a keener appreciation of this fact than the employing interests of the country. In such a situation, we might be sure that they would shout revolution in all keys, and try to utilize the government to stampede the workers back to work in a welter of violence and confusion. The workers must also be acutely aware of the political character of the developing mass struggle and, as good strategists, be prepared to use every political weapon at their disposal. In the great general strike in England in 1926, one of the worst errors made by the conservative Union leadership was to ignore the obviously basically political character of the movement, and to try to keep the struggle restricted to the 228. American trade unionism. Economic sphere. This was disastrous, as it prevented the workers from utilizing their many political means of struggle. Such a mistake must not be made in the great struggle that in all probability will develop before the organization of the steel workers is conceded by the Steel Trust. Let me repeat. Political action does not consist in relying upon the Roosevelt government to win the workers' fight against the Steel Trust. On the contrary, the workers must mobilize all their political organizations and sympathizers to reinforce the great economic strike struggle of their unions by bringing mass pressure upon the government, local, state, and national, to prevent the use of troops, injunctions, etc., against die strikers, and to force a strike settlement favorable to the workers. Immediately with the development of such a great strike movement as now appears certain, Labor's nonpartisan league, the various farmer labor party groups, the Socialist Party, the Communist Party, the progressive blocs in the national government and state legislative bodies, and other political forces sympathetic to labor, should all connect their forces to mobilize public sentiment and bring determined political pressure against the steel corporations through the government. The occasion of the strike should also be utilized politically by labor's coming forward militantly with its whole legislative program for the preservation and development of civil rights for the 30-hour week, improved social security and unemployment relief, the legal right to organize, abolition of company unions, prohibition of scab herding and spy systems, etc. A victory in steel should be accompanied by a general advance of labor legislation in every field. A great strike in steel, coal, and other industries would also put immediately upon the agenda of the day the question of the political mass strike, and die workers must, from the outset, prepare to use this powerful political force. It is certain that in many localities, especially where the authorities tried to suppress the right to picket and when they used violence against the strikers, local general strike movements would or could result. Also, on a national scale, should the Steel Trust, supported by organized capital, make a determined effort to defeat the strike by violent measures, the question of a national general strike would almost certainly become a living issue among the ranks of labor, regardless of the efforts of the reactionary trade union officials, the employers, and the government to prevent it. The political mass strike could have as its objectives the withdrawal of troops and the re-establishment of civil rights in the strike areas, the removal of anti-labor government officials, the advancement of important labor legislation thrust up by the strike situation, against the shipment of strike breakers, against evictions of the strikers, for placing of strikers on government unemployed relief, the release of arrested strikers, and for the favorable settlement of the strike. During the past several years, the American working class has gained much experience with the weapon of the mass political strike to add to its previous experience with the historic Seattle and Winnipeg general strikes. It learned very much about this form of political struggle in the Great San Francisco Strike of 1934, as well as in such local general strike situations as those of Pekin, Terre Haute, Minneapolis, Milwaukee, etc. The many valuable lessons from these struggles must be used if such strikes occur during the approaching labor upheaval. Should the organized employers seriously threaten to beat the strike of the steel workers and the other mass production workers, the masses of American workers generally must defend the right of the steel slaves to organize by using, as the situation may demand, the local or national political mass strike. Steel strike organization. In the previous sections, I have discussed several major principles of strike strategy and tactics necessary to apply in the event of a great strike in steel and allied industries. It now remains to consider a number of others required to ensure the success of such a struggle. These include good strike preparations, thoroughgoing strike organization, democratic strike leadership, mass participation in strike activities, care of the material welfare of the strikers, mobilization of the strike reserves, etc. In view of the existing very favorable economic and political circumstances, a national strike of steel workers, and especially a great strike of steel workers and coal miners combined, and also possibly other industries, would create a situation extremely difficult for the employers to handle, and would probably be of short duration. Nevertheless, it would be dangerous simply to place reliance in the prospect of a short, quickly victorious strike. If the employers determine to fight against the unionization of the unorganized workers militantly, and with all their power, the consequence might well be a long and bitter struggle, even where such huge masses of workers are involved. We must remember that the 1919 steel strike of 365,000 workers lasted 3.5 months, also that the National Railroad Shopmen's strike in 1922 of 400,000 workers continued for 5 months, and that the Great Coal Strike in 1927, involving some 500,000 workers, went on more than a year. In fact, as I write this, we are now seeing the powerful strike of 70,000 maritime workers lasting over 2 months, although it has shipping completely paralyzed on the entire Pacific coast and badly lamed on the Atlantic and Gulf coasts. And the glass workers, also, have been on a national strike 14 weeks already. In any event, whether the employers intend to resist to the last ditch or not, the best way to bring about a speedy and favorable settlement of the probable 1937 steel strike, which the bosses are forcing on the workers, is to make that strike the biggest, best organized, and most effective in American labor history. The principles of strike organization outlined in this chapter are calculated to help achieve this end. They are based on sound experience, and can be applied not only to steel, but also to automobile and such other industries as may be involved in mass strike movements in this period. Fundamental to the carrying out of a good strike strategy is a thorough preliminary organization for the struggle. This is equivalent to the recruiting and training of an army before the battle. Such preparation is especially necessary in an industry like steel, where the workers have had very little experience in organization and disciplined action, and where the power and ruthlessness of the enemy they have to fight are enormous. Good preparation gives the workers incomparably greater striking power. It is on the same principle that drilled troops are far better fighters than raw recruits. In strike preparation, the first thing to be considered is the building of the Union itself. This requires that the present steel campaign be speeded up so that practically the entire body of steel workers are members of the Union before the actual strike begins. Nor should the office workers in the steel plants be left out of the steel union in its drive to organization. Under the stimulation of the great strikes in the auto, glass, and other industries, and with the workers' present readiness to organize, this speeding up can be easily accomplished by the application of broader methods of organizing work, that is, the holding of great series of mass meetings, widespread radio broadcasts, vast distribution of literature, etc. It should not be difficult, with the use of such intense organizing methods, soon to have the workers pouring into the Union in a great flood. The steel campaign should aim at solidly organizing every worker in the steel towns, including restaurant workers, building trades, retail clerks, etc., into their respective unions. The extension of the Union to include all possible masses of steel workers is the main insurance against the development of the dangerous back-to-work movements that are always organized by the employers in every great strike and which are now so menacing in the automobile strike. It is, of course, vitally necessary to organize the most important key plants, but the work must not be confined to them. It must take in the whole steel industry. Can the sit-down and stay-in types of local strikes which are now so rapidly organizing the workers in the automobile industry also be used in the preliminary stages of unionizing steel? This remains to be learned. As die steel movement grows, as the workers feel the union becoming strong, as their morale and feeling of power rise, and as they see workers in other industries conducting local strikes successfully, the steel workers, smarting under long years of injustice, may wish to try such strikes themselves, at least in the smaller independent plants. Whether or not they can do so successfully will depend upon whether the employers take advantage of such local strikes to force unprepared and disastrous partial struggles. In any event, the C.I.O. will do well to proceed cautiously in this matter, to guard carefully against untimely local strikes and to continue its present strategy of subordinating all local activities to the development of a great disciplined national movement of steel workers. It may well be that the method of the stay-in strike will be applied to many steel plants in the event of a general strike call. Whether or not it will be used will depend upon several factors. If the workers consider the experience in the automobile industry was successful, if the government is hostile and will permit the use of gas and other violence against stay-in strikers, if a union feels strong enough to control the plan without staying in, if the prospect is for a long or short strike, etc. It was the steel workers, in Homestead in 1892, who gave the first and most heroic American example of strikers occupying struck plants, and it may be followed in the approaching strike. Besides signing up the workers, it is also necessary, as soon as practicable, to set up the new local unions of the Amalgamated Association, and to get them functioning. These locals should be not merely general conglomerations of all the workers from each mill, they should be departmentalized, with sublocals for the most important mill departments. New officials should be elected throughout the union. The establishment of the locals and new officials will do much to raise the discipline of the men. It will give them more of a feeling of being organized and will increase their confidence in each other and in the stability of the movement. Such solid organization will double the weight of their blow when the strike test comes. Good strike preparation also requires that the company unions be entirely merged into the Amalgamated Association before the time the probable strike actually takes place. If not, the bosses will attempt to use them as strike-breaking organizations. The company unions, declaring openly for the Amalgamated Association and its demands, should from now on carry on the most active campaign to mobilize their membership into the trade union. And if, when the strike does occur, the company unions are not entirely absorbed by the Amalgamated Association, they should join in its strike call and then formally merge with the trade union. The declaration of the strike must sound the death knell of company unionism in the steel industry if the workers have not succeeded in killing it even before that time. Should there be any A.F.L. craft unions in the steel industry when the strike takes place, they should be linked with the Amalgamated Association and should join in its general strike call. All these organization preparations for the strike should be accompanied by a most thorough education of the steel workers on the tasks and significance of the coming strike. The union demands should be literally plastered over the entire steel industry, and also popularized far and wide throughout the whole country. With myriads of bulletins, leaflets, stickers, posters, etc., as well as broad radio campaigns, newspaper advertisements, etc., the workers and the general public should be taught the meaning of the struggle and be kept advised of its progress. Great mass local, district, and national rank-and-file conferences and meetings of steel workers and, as things approach ahead, a great mass strike vote should be utilized to educate and organize the steel workers for the coming struggle. The old adage, "Well begun is half done," applies to strike strategy as well as to other activities. The first blow is often decisive. Usually trade union strikes are badly organized, which weakens them from beginning to end. But this one must be different. It should be thoroughly prepared, organizationally and ideologically. If this is done, then when the steel workers almost certainly strike in 1937. Steel Strike Strategy 233. Their walkout will be so complete that no one will be left in the mills even to blow the whistle. One of the basic means for building a strong strike and for the working out of good strategy is the development of a democratic strike leadership through national and local broad strike committees. Usually A.F.L. strikes are managed by small and remote committees of bureaucratic officials. These people, whose conservative and slippery policies make it necessary for them to prevent rank-and-file interference in the strike control, remain quite detached from the working masses. They issue arbitrary commands to the workers, who have practically nothing to say about the whole strike. Commonly the result is that the latter's high qualities of discipline, enthusiasm, and fighting spirit are but little developed. Thus the entire strike is weakened. The broad democratic strike committee system, which is based on the best strike experience the world over, is vastly superior to the prevailing primitive A.F.L. system of a handful of dictatorial officials running the strike as they please. The broad strike committee gives the workers the realization that the strike is really their affair. It awakens in them an intelligent discipline and not merely a blind obedience to orders. It raises their morale, avoids the usual mass passivity, and brings about the maximum mass activity. Above all, it provides the means for the strikers to contribute their intelligence to the shaping of strike policy. The broad strike committee system also aids the work of the strike executive leaders by connecting them directly with the masses. It facilitates their knowing what is actually taking place in the strike fields, what tactics the bosses are using, what are the workers' moods, etc. It also provides the mechanization for the swift mobilization of the workers for a needed defensive or offensive maneuver. This system of broad strike committees has been used to a considerable extent in the A.F.L. needle trades, and other progressive American unions, but especially by the militant unions such as the I.W.W.T.U.U.L., etc., and by many unions in other countries. It has always proved highly effective. The coming steel strike, in keeping with the progressive character of the C.I.O. movement, should systematically apply the powerful weapon of the broad strike committee. The democratization of the strike leadership should start at the top. The national leading committee of the whole strike should consist not only of the national union executives, but also of striker representatives from the various striking areas and industries, if more than steel is involved. This broad committee, with proper departments for publicity, relief, and defense, should deal with major questions of policy. It should meet frequently and have a small executive committee carry on the strike leadership between meetings. Large departmentalized strike committees, based upon the regular union officials plus a broad representation of mill strikers, should also be organized in the respective steel towns and districts, as local circumstances may dictate. Each steel mill should also have its own broad strike committee. The mill strike committee should conduct their local activities under the leadership of the local or district strike committees, the size of the committees varying according to the size of the mills, the rate of representation ranging from 1 member for each 25 workers to 1 member for each 100 workers. Such mill strike committees should be thoroughly representative of all departments, special care being taken also to see that Negroes and foreign-born workers are fully represented and elected to responsible leading posts. The women's trade union auxiliaries should be represented in the strike committees. The mill strike committees have a maze of functions. Especially complicated are their tasks in the case of stay-in strikes. They have to be organized through subcommittees to attend to picketing, discipline, food, sleeping arrangements, medical care, entertainment, defense, liaison with the local strike committee and other struck plants, etc. Consequently, the mill committees must be highly responsive to the needs and control of the strikers. The strike committees, national, district, local, and mill, should be fully authorized to conduct the strike in all its phases. The various regular trade union organs, such as national executive boards, district councils, local unions, etc., meeting only to transact routine business not immediately connected with the strike. The various strike committees should be elected on the eve of the strike. Before the strike is ended, the National Strike Committee should submit the proposed terms of settlement for a referendum vote by the strikers. These principles of democratization and departmentalization should also be introduced into the amalgamated association structure as the union is built. The amalgamated association constitution is obsolete, unfitted for the steel industry, and should be completely rewritten. Mass participation. The working out of a good strike strategy requires the highest degree of mass participation by the strikers in the organized activities of the strike. More than that, it also involves drawing the strikers' families into these activities, for the strikers' women and children are also very effective fighters and morale builders. Only by such a general participation of the whole strike-bound population and the development of the highest degree of activity possible by men, women, and children can the maximum striking power of the workers be realized. In this respect again, the coming steel strike must be vastly superior to the ordinary A.F.L. strike, in which, because the conservative leaders fear the growth of militancy among the rank and file, only a small percentage of the workers, not to speak of their families, actually carry on the strike, the great mass remaining passive. In previous pages I have discussed various forms of cultivating a high degree of mass strike activity, the holding of democratically elected local, district, and national rank and file pre-strike conferences to formulate and popularize the workers' demands and to elect the union officials, the general voting upon all settlement proposals, etc. To these measures should be added the holding of frequent mass meetings during the strike, mass parades of strikers, mass marches of men, women, and children from district to district and mill to mill, the sending of small delegations or flying squads of workers from one area or industry to another, the teaching of the strikers to sing labor songs in their meetings and demonstrations, the development of sports activities for the youth, the holding of social affairs, etc. But the most important of all forms of mass strike activities is mass picketing. Good picketing is a decisive factor in every big strike. That is why employers are so rabidly opposed to it. Picketing is usually grossly neglected in the ordinary A.F.L. strike, only a few of the workers carrying it on, and then merely in a desultory fashion. The consequence is a great loss in the holding power of the strike. The best way to conduct picketing is on a mass basis. Not only should all the strikers be mobilized for picketing, but their women and children as well. In addition, prominent liberals and others should be brought into the strike areas from the outside to march in the picket lines. Where one or more industries are striking, joint picketing should be organized. The unemployed can play a most important role in picketing, and the members of non-striking unions should also be systematically drawn into the work. Women's and children's picket lines should be organized on special occasions. This system of broad mass picketing raises enormously the political level, enthusiasm, and resistance power of the strikers. It has been used effectively in many I.W.W. and T.U.U.L. strikes by the more progressive A.F.L. unions and by many unions in foreign countries. When the 1937 steel strike comes, the progressive C.I.O. should adopt the modern, effective system of mass picketing. The picket line should be well organized, not mere crowds of workers. It should be under the control of the picket committee, which is a section of the strike committee. The picketers should be organized into squads, each squad headed by a carefully selected captain. All strikers should be required to do their bit at picketing. The youth especially should play a big part in the organization of the picket lines. The picket committee must maintain pickets around the mills at all times, whether or not they are trying to operate with scabs. Especially must there be great mass picket lines on Monday mornings and upon all occasions when attempts are being made to bring scabs into the mills. Often the difference between bad picketing and good picketing is the difference between a lost and a won strike. The question of a well-organized strike publicity is most fundamental to the success of a great strike in steel, or a combined strike of steel, coal, auto, etc. In such a big strike, the capitalists will frantically howl that the whole movement is an insurrection, a revolution, and they will throw their entire publicity machine, the newspapers, radio, etc., into the task of terrorizing the public and of driving the workers back to the mills in a welter of violence and confusion. In the 1919 steel strike, they used such a red scare effectively, with the help of the Wilson government. In the San Francisco General Strike in 1934, they also loudly shrieked revolution and created a hysteria among sections of the population, and they do the same thing to a greater or lesser extent in every strike. We may be absolutely certain, therefore, that their poison gas campaign would be infinitely worse in the case of the prospective nationwide steel or steel coal strike involving up to 1 million or more workers. To combat successfully this vicious strike-breaking propaganda offensive of the employers will be basic for the winning of the strike. In order to create a favorable public opinion, it is necessary that the workers develop a great publicity counteroffensive of their own. They must dissipate the charges of revolution by centering the whole agitation around the immediate economic and political demands of the struggle. They should relentlessly expose the vast riches and profits of the employers and the health-destroying, spirit-killing poverty of the workers, the terrorization and suppression of civil rights by the boss's gunmen, the great significance to American democracy of a victory by the workers, etc. The strikers must know how to dramatize their struggle by sending women's and children's delegations to the state legislatures and to Congress, by securing investigations by government and citizens committees, by covering the country with a network of sympathetic mass meetings, by staging great mass demonstrations of all kinds throughout the strike areas, by monster mass picket lines, etc. Not the least of this essential publicity work is the education of the strikers themselves, who will be subjected to the fiercest propaganda barrage from the employers in attempts to stampede them back to work. The striking workers should be systematically taught the meaning and implications of the strike through a plentiful flow of regular bulletins, special leaflets, mass meetings, radio broadcasts, etc. Especially must they be kept informed in detail as to the progress of the strike itself. In this connection, in case of a hard strike, among other such measures to be adopted, rank-and-file delegations should be sent from district to district so that workers may be directly informed as to the status of the strike from personal observation. In 1919, in the later stages of the struggle, one of the most effective strike-breaking methods of the bosses was to have fake delegations of workers visit various strike districts, and then start false reports and demoralization among the strikers, both in their hometowns and other centers. Neglect of the fundamental task of systematic education could easily result disastrously in a bitterly fought steel strike. To meet these huge educational tasks of creating a favorable public opinion and of keeping confusion out of the ranks of the strikers, the National Strike Committee should set up a special publicity section, with an experienced publicity director in charge. This publicity department, in addition to building its own immediate publicity machinery, should systematically mobilize the trade union, militant and liberal press, as well as friendly radio broadcasters and newspapermen working on the capitalist press. All these elements together would constitute a great educational force, one that could make the voice of the strike heard loudly and clearly in every corner of the country. Strikers, like armies, march on their stomachs, and many are the 238 American trade unionism strikes that have been lost through hunger. In making ready for a great strike in steel, it is necessary that all preparations be made to build up a strong system of strike relief, despite the probability of the strategy being of short duration. In the matter of relief work, as in so many other of the phases, American strikes are usually very weak. Strikes which provide relief systems that can serve as examples for the coming strike are the 1919 steel strike and the 1926 Passaic textile strike. The strike relief machinery should be in operation not later than 2 weeks after the strike begins, because from the outset there are always emergency cases requiring attention. The C.I.O. general call for a strike fund ought to go out immediately upon the declaration of the strike. This to be supported by calls from the A.F.L., individual trade unions, state federations, central labor councils, and other sympathizing organizations. Of course, the reactionary A.F.L. leaders will either openly or covertly oppose such strike support, but their opposition must and can be broken down by rank-and-file pressure. The striking union or unions should set up an organized relief department as a subsection of the General Strike Committee, with an experienced relief organizer in charge. Strike relief work has two general aspects, collection and distribution, and there must be created special organization for each. On the collection side, the organization should consist of a. Trade union strike relief committees in various cities and towns, b. United Front relief committees or other workers' organizations in the same localities, c. Special relief committees of liberal professionals, clericals, writers, etc. All these committees are to be coordinated through the National Relief Department of the Strike Committee. A corps of relief collectors and organizers should be put in the field by the National Relief Organization. Depots should be established in all important centers for the collection of cash, food, and other strike supplies. National and local relief conferences ought to be held wherever practical. There can be drawn into the relief collection work not only trade unions, but also churches, Y.M.C.A.s, Negro organizations, fraternal societies, farmers' unions, veterans organizations, cooperatives, unemployed workers' organizations, and workers' political parties. The distribution side of the relief is to be handled by special relief. See William Z. Foster, The Great Steel Stride and Its Lessons, 1920. Also, Mary Heaton Vorsk, The Passaic Textile Stride, 1927. Steel Strike Strategy 239. Committees of strikers in the strike areas, under supervision of their respective strike committees. The relief committees require subcommittees to investigate needy cases and to check up generally on the distribution of relief. In this sphere, the strikers' womenfolk can do very important work. At the outset of the strike, all efforts should be made to get the strikers on the home relief lists upon the same basis as the unemployed. This can be accomplished in many places with the proper political mass pressure. Inasmuch as regular strike benefits could not, in all probability, be paid in a national 1937 strike of steel workers, the strike relief necessarily takes three major forms. A. Distribution of cash for the strikers' special expenses. B. Common kitchens where food is prepared for the strikers and their families, with special food for the smaller children. C. Commissaries from which families may carry home groceries, clothing, and other strike relief supplies. Money. The organizations forming the C.I.O. should place upon themselves heavy strike assessments. Other unions should adopt voluntary assessments. This financial income should be supplemented by tag days, shop collections, social affairs, special milk funds, etc., organized by the strike committees in the various centers. Food. Great concentration must be made upon the collection of non-perishable foods by the strike committees, house-to-house collections being organized. Special attention should be given to collecting strike relief supplies in the immediate strike areas and surrounding territories. The farmers provide a rich source for food collection in such big strikes, and their organizations need to be contacted. Shelter. This is always a great problem in large strikes. It must be attacked in a variety of ways: by doubling up the evicted families with others, by moratoriums and rent paying in strike-bound towns, by extension of credit to strikers by landlords, by court action and mass pressure to prevent evictions, etc. Where company towns exist, tent colonies and barracks may be necessary to take care of the wholesale evictions. The shutting off of gas, electricity, and water can often be stopped by exerting political pressure upon the local authorities. In some instances, cash is necessary to meet rent, water, light, and similar expenses. Clothing. Systematic collections of all kinds of clothing should be made by the relief committees all over the country. Local clothing repair units can be established in the strike towns by sympathetic women and tailors. Cobblers should be organized to take care of shoe repairs, etc. Medical aid. In every strike center, medical units of voluntary doctors, dentists, nurses, etc. should be established. Medical units also may be organized outside and sent into the strike areas by the relief committees. In addition, there should be committees of outside doctors to visit and to give publicity on conditions in the strike districts. Relief collection and distribution must be handled basically as a political question, not as a matter of charity. In the strike districts, strike relief should be so organized as to stimulate mass picketing, each picketer being furnished with a card which is punched to indicate the amount of picketing he has done. The collection of relief in the various cities should be utilized to arouse the class-conscious solidarity of the workers and to draw the broadest masses of workers into active support of the strike. The whole relief apparatus, collection and distribution, must be utilized to popularize the objectives of the strike, to prevent the recruitment of strikebreakers, to defend the strikers' civil rights, and to bring pressure to bear upon the employers and the government for a favorable settlement of the strike. A well-organized relief system can exert a tremendous force in strengthening the strike, both economically and politically. In every strike, the question of defending the civil rights and personal safety of the strikers and the union leaders constitutes an important problem. Especially is this problem acute in a great strike against the lawless and violent steel barons. Defense activities are not only a matter of court action, but especially of mass pressure of the strikers and the widest possible masses of strike sympathizers against the government and the employers. The National Strike Committee requires a legal department which organizes this branch of strike work. Here the International Labor Defense Asterisk can also play an important part. A staff of voluntary attorneys should be recruited nationally and in the respective strike areas. Attacks on the civil rights of the strikers by the employers, in whatever manner, must be militantly resisted. All the forces of the strikers, the outside labor movement, the strike relief organization, and the sympathetic masses generally should be mobilized to protest against such attacks on the democratic rights of the workers, through the holding of mass meetings, sending of delegations to the state legisla. This old defense organization was absorbed by the Congress of Civil Rights. Steel Strike Strategy 24I. Churs and Congress. When injunctions are issued forbidding the right of free speech and assembly, the strikers should follow the traditional American trade union policy of ignoring such court orders. When troops are brought into a strike area, the strikers must not only firmly insist upon the maintenance of their civil rights, but also know how to fraternize with the soldiers and thus win as many as possible of them to the side of the strike. Vigilant protection must be constantly given to the persons of the strikers and their leaders. When either striker or leader is arrested for strike activities, he should be promptly defended legally and politically. Where there is danger of violent attacks upon the strikers' meetings or upon their leaders by gunmen and vigilantes, these meetings and leaders must be personally defended, such protective measures being organized by the picket committee and being especially the task of the youth. Against the company-controlled violators of civil rights and for the personal safety of strikers and leaders, the strikers should make active use of all available political institutions, including the arrest and prosecution of the armed thugs, the securing of injunctions against the violators of the workers' civil rights, the removal, impeachment, and election defeat of lawless city and state officials. Every good general understands that a basic part of his strategy is carefully to mobilize and utilize his reserves, and the need to do this is no less acute in a strike, especially in the case of a great strike in steel and allied industries. Such a strike would, from the outset, have vast potential reserves, created by the profound sympathy the strike would awaken in the toiling masses. These masses would realize that not only were the strikers' interests involved in the struggle, but also their own living standards and democratic rights. The strike leadership must know how to organize and make the maximum use of this favorable mass sentiment of these great reserves. Usually, this kind of work, like the various other tasks that go to make up a strong strike, are grossly neglected in L strikes. This must not happen in the steel strike, for we may be sure that the Steel Trust will mobilize every reactionary influence in the United States behind its cause, and the workers will need every possible ounce of support for theirs. The question of mobilizing the reserves of a national steel strike involves not only developing the solidarity of the workers' main forces directly, the support of the unorganized masses of workers, of the members of company unions, of the unemployed, of the non-striking trade unions, of workers' cooperatives, and of the workers' political parties, but also the mobilization of the huge masses of semi-proletarian and petty bourgeois sympathizers who are actively interested in the winning of the strike. This necessitates the development of united front committees of youth clubs, fraternal societies, churches, peace movements, professional guilds, women's clubs, Negro organizations, farmers' cooperatives, veterans' associations, etc., for various strike tasks. In the preceding pages I have sketched concretely some of the ways in which these very vital petty bourgeois and semi-proletarian strike reserves can be utilized, including their participation in publicity work, technical aid for strikers, defense and relief activities, and general political work. To facilitate the mobilization of these reserves, a National Citizens Committee, comprising such liberal strike sympathizers, including politicians, educators, scientists, writers, artists, etc., should be set up at the commencement of the strike. This committee must work closely with the National Strike Committee in political activities in support of the strike, and should stimulate the formation of local relief committees of liberal strike sympathizers. Especially in the strike areas is it necessary to build up similar citizens' committees of professionals, small businessmen, clergymen, white-collar workers, officers and representatives of various mass organizations, to offset the strike-breaking activities of the ever-present and dangerous citizens' committees organized by the employers. A national strike in steel and allied industries must be made a great rallying issue for the major massing of the democratic forces of the United States to win the struggle. Consolidating the victory. It is a fundamental principle of strategy, whether military or labor, to follow up the victory by pushing back the enemy on every front and to capture all possible of his strongholds. In the months ahead, the CIO leaders, as well as the progressive forces generally of the labor movement, must give this strategic principle serious consideration. Lenin once wisely remarked that we never can have real victory unless we also know how to retreat when need be. A good general always bears this thought in mind. In this situation, however, there need be no perspective of retreat. The strategy must be based on the offensive, and animated by a spirit of daring and indomitability. The stage is all set for a great labor victory, provided only that the trade union leadership rises to the occasion, to the height of its tasks. This victory, which can be so readily won, must be realized to the full in all its possibilities and implications. I have already indicated the great importance to the working class of a victory in the steel industry. Now let us look at this whole matter a little more concretely. When, early in 1936, the workers of France, fighting against the rising menace of fascism and organized in a great united front of radicals, socialists, and communists, defeated the reactionary forces and elected the present Popular Front government. One of the aftermaths of their victory was that within a year the French trade union movement increased its membership from some 1,500,000 to over 5 million. This is about equivalent to the American trade union movement, considering the differences in size and industrialization of France and the United States, leaping up from its present low figure of about 3,500,000 to a membership of 15 million, or 20 million. A victory in steel in the United States, if properly followed up, would undoubtedly give a tremendous stimulation to trade union organization in general in this country. It is a question as to whether there will be as great an advance as that which followed the victory of the Popular Front government in France. But certainly success in the steel industry would throw the door wide open for the organization of many millions of workers. The extent to which the possibilities of the situation will be realized will depend largely upon the ability and farsightedness shown by the trade union leadership. Even in the very favorable situation after a great victory in steel, the organization of these millions of workers can only happen in the fullest measure if the progressive forces everywhere in the trade union movement make the task of organizing the unorganized all labor's first order of business. Determined drives must be made to begin the unionization of the huge masses of unorganized in all fields, the millions of general metal and electrical workers, the mass of textile workers, the army of truck, bus, and taxi drivers, the great numbers of unorganized packing house, metal mining, building trades, food workers, lumber workers, agricultural workers, etc., as well as those in the auto, rubber, aluminum, oil, glass, and other industries now being organized by the CIO. Nor should there be forgotten the masses of white-collar workers, teachers, technicians, office workers, and government employees, who are increasingly ready for organization. Big inroads by the trade unions into these great unorganized mill lions can be made by the labor movement if the work is gone about with system and decision. Every branch of organized labor must take up the organization work. The CIO should seize upon the event of a victory in steel to redouble its own efforts to organize the mass production industries and to stimulate all sections of the labor movement into the greatest organizing campaign in the history of American labor. The reactionary A.F. of L. Executive Council must be compelled by mass pressure to support the growing organizing campaigns, or at least not to sabotage them. Every international union, state federation of labor, city central body, and local union should begin organizing work in its respective sphere. The whole labor movement must surge with organization work. This is the first task in consolidating a steel victory, by registering it in the fundamental field of organization among the unorganized millions. If this task of organization is well conceived and properly carried out, it will mean incomparably more power and militancy for the labor movement in this country. 1937. 17. Organizational problems of industrial unionism. After 40 years of intensive educational work by the progressive and militant elements in the trade union movement on the necessity for industrial unionism to organize the workers in the mass production industries of the country, at last it is being applied on a general scale by the Committee for Industrial Organization. The effectiveness of this type of unionism is being borne out in practice by the unparalleled growth of the CIO unions in steel, auto, rubber, oil, radio, shipbuilding, textile, transport, and other industries. Real strides are finally being made toward the organization of the great mass of workers in the basic industries. The growth of these industrial unions naturally is accompanied by a whole series of new problems, not only in regard to unionizing tactics and strike strategy, but also concerning organizational forms and the methods of conducting the union's activities generally. In the past, problems of industrial unionism 245. There have been a few American trade unions formed on an industrial basis, notably the United Mine Workers of America, United Textile Workers, Paper Workers, Brewery Workers, and, at least on paper, Butcher Workmen, Metal Miners, and Iron, Steel, and Tin Workers, as well as the 4 semi-industrial needle trades unions. But the new CIO unions are coming into existence under conditions that raise many problems not previously solved by these forerunners of present-day industrial unionism. It is my purpose here to answer the most urgent of these questions, on the basis of broad experience, by many unions in the United States and other countries. In considering the organizing problems of the new industrial unions, it is necessary always to bear in mind the decisive fact that labor unions are organs of struggle. Unions sign trade agreements with the bosses and carry them out loyally, but behind these agreements a relationship of power always exists. Thus, labor unions are able to secure concessions from the employers in direct ratio to their strength. Hence, all organization forms and practices in the industrial unions must be developed with regard to increasing the fighting power of these bodies. The basic improvement of the C.I.O. industrial unions over the A.F.L. craft organizations is that they are more effective organs of struggle against capitalist exploitation. First, instead of splitting the workers of an industry, as the A.F.L. does, into from 10 to 25 separate craft unions, all of which are autonomous, pulling this way and that and consequently quite incapable of bringing a solid pressure to bear against the employers, the C.I.O. unites all the workers of a given industry into one broad industrial union, thereby enormously increasing the workers' strength. Second, instead of being dominated by arbitrary bureaucracies, such as rule practically every A.F.L. craft union and thereby paralyze the effectiveness of those organizations, the new industrial unions of the C.I.O., despite some undemocratic hangovers from the past, are developing a new trade union democracy. A real improvement which greatly increases their potentialities in the struggle against the employers. Behind the basic organizational differences between the A.F.L. and C.I.O. unions stand two fundamentally divergent conceptions of unionism. On the one hand, the A.F.L. craft unionism characteristically does not consider or organize the workers as a class or recognize the existence of the class struggle. Instead, it caters principally to the more skilled elements, and it does not hesitate to sacri. 246 American trade unionism fights the welfare of the broad masses of the semi-skilled and unskilled in order to further the interests of the skilled workers. Upon this general outlook is based the whole policy of the A.F.L., its wheedling attitude toward the employers, its subservient policy of class collaboration, its failure to organize the unorganized, its craft scabbard during strikes, its tailing after the capitalist political parties and begging them for minor concessions, etc. We see the general results of such a narrow craft policy in the A.F.L.'s repeated loss of strikes, its inability to organize the mass production industries, the insignificant percentage of workers, even of the skilled, that it has organized, and the weak position politically of the workers in American life. On the other hand, the C.I.O. organizes the workers primarily as a class. Although the C.I.O. leadership does not accept the class struggle in theory, the C.I.O.'s very birth, its broad unions, and its strong organizing campaigns and strikes testify eloquently enough to the reality of the class struggle. The basis of the C.I.O.'s industrial unionism is a militant defense of the interests, not only of the privileged few skilled workers, but of the great masses of unskilled and semi-skilled as well. With this broader conception and policy of unionism, therefore, it is not to be wondered at that the rise of the C.I.O. unions has been marked by the winning of many strikes against the great trusts, a tremendous strengthening of the trade union movement in the mass production industries, and the beginning of a broad political movement of the toilers that is heading in the direction of a farmer labor party. The A.F.L. stands for craft unionism, the C.I.O. for industrial unionism. The growth of the C.I.O. implies the consolidation of the American proletariat for the first time as a class. It is a well-known fact that the political content of an organization's program expresses itself also in the whole structure and organizational practices of that body. In accordance with this principle, the A.F.L., during its half-century of existence, has built up a whole series of organizational forms and methods corresponding to and flowing out of its basic policy of craft unionism. It is fundamentally necessary that the new C.I.O. industrial unions also adapt all their organic structures and methods of conducting business to fit in with their class conception of unionism. A firm discipline is a basic essential for the success of industrial unionism, as of labor unionism in general. Good organization and discipline give the workers greater confidence in themselves and in each other, and hence increase their fighting capacity. Well-drilled. Problems of industrial unionism 247. 6 old workers are far better fighters than loosely organized, poorly trained recruits, and the same principle applies to labor unions. The industrial unions will do well, therefore, in the shaping of their activities, to keep in mind the necessity for creating a good discipline among their membership. With ruthless American capitalism to fight, such a discipline will stand them in good stead and, indeed, is a life and death question for them. Discipline, democracy, and education. 2. Build up this necessary discipline. The prime essential is that the industrial unions conduct their affairs in a democratic manner. Trade unionists are not enlisted men, and they cannot be disciplined by mere arbitrary command of their leaders. Their discipline must be essentially self-imposed. And such voluntary union discipline can exist in maximum degree only if the workers feel that they are controlling the union's activities by democratic action. The A.F. of L. Craft union leaders have always grossly violated the principles of trade union democracy. The result is that nearly all A.F. of L. unions are dominated by bureaucrats and dictators who, to enforce their arbitrary will and conservative policies upon the membership, have not hesitated often to use sluggers, stealing of elections, packing of conventions, and other ruthless methods of coercing the rank and file. This violation of democracy has also given birth to racketeering in the unions and has lowered the tone and effectiveness of the whole labor movement. To the extent that the industrial unions break with the traditional undemocratic methods of craft union leaders and develop a truly democratic life in their organizations, to that degree they will build up a better mass discipline and achieve the added strength that goes with it. But of course, in establishing trade union democracy it is not necessary to fly to the other extreme and turn the unions into mere debating societies. The correct policy is, first, a thorough discussion of the problem in hand and then, a firm enforcement of the decision arrived at. Such a procedure at once guarantees a mass participation in policy making and a good discipline in applying the policy decided upon. The organization principles contained in this whole pamphlet are based on this general conception of democratic centralism, which dovetails with the best trade union practice in all countries. A good labor discipline necessitates, as we have seen, a thorough going trade union democracy, and such a democracy, in turn, requires an educated rank and file. Discipline, democracy, and education go hand in hand in the building of effective labor unionism, and the new, expanding industrial unions should write this elementary truth plainly in all their constitutions and ways of doing business. The A.F. of L. unions, with few exceptions, have flagrantly neglected the education of their members to the true nature of the capitalist system and the daily problems confronting them as workers. The philosophy of the dominant craft leaders is an open endorsement of capitalism, and their conceptions of many of the workers' problems are only the basic ideas of the employers covered over with a thin veneer of trade union phrases. Most of the craft unions have no organized educational departments whatever, and the educational value of their official journals is just about zero. The industrial unions should, of course, set up quite a different situation. They must begin earnestly the education of their members and also of the broad masses generally. The C.I.O. needle trades unions have done much valuable work in this vital field, but even this is only a start. Every stage of the labor movement, from the local union to the National Labor Federation, should have a well-organized, actively functioning educational department, working on a mass scale. In this manner, real progress can be made in offsetting the paralyzing effects of the vast stream of propaganda poison that the capitalists are pouring into the workers' minds through press, pulpit, radio, movies, etc., etc. The industrial unions will reap rich dividends from such educational work, in the shape of better working and living conditions for their members, and a bigger and stronger organization in every respect. The most important single educational task confronting the industrial unions is to build up a broad and effective labor press. One of the most disastrous weaknesses of the A.F. of L. unions has always been their miserable papers and magazines. The journals of the international unions are, with few exceptions, dry, uninteresting, saturated with insidious employer propaganda, and closed to progressive thought. The local trade union papers, both official and unofficial, are even worse. Many of them are simply parasitic blackmail sheets, corrupt and rotten to the core. Often they shamelessly take money from employers to fight everything progressive in the labor movement. They sell their columns and labor's endorsement to any political faker who wants them. Every important city has one or more such contemptible rags. Problems of Industrial Unionism 249. And the low tone for all this degraded system of labor journalism is set by the American Federationist, national organ of the A.F. of L. The columns of this magazine are packed with reactionary propaganda, advertisements of union smashing open shop companies, red baiting, misrepresentations of industrial unionism, lying attacks upon the Soviet Union, etc. One of the great tasks of the C.I.O. industrial union movement is to free American labor from the tentacles of this disgraceful craft union press and to develop a progressive system of journalism worthy of the labor movement. The new labor press should reflect the great upsurge now developing among the masses. It should make a serious analysis of decaying capitalist society and teach the workers the way to free themselves from it. It should be a press wide open to the expression of socialism and communism. Each national industrial union should have a first-class weekly or monthly journal that goes to every member. Each city central council needs a clean, progressive weekly organ. The National Federation ought to publish a great labor daily paper. With such a powerful and progressive press, organized labor would make real progress in the struggle against the employers and their tremendous propaganda machine. A. F. of L. Practices. Among the many harmful practices of A. F. of L. unions is the exclusion of large categories of workers from union membership for reasons of their sex, race, politics, etc. Thus, various unions specifically bar women from joining. Many more, either openly or covertly, refuse to organize Negroes. Still others do not take in young workers, and a whole raft of unions, including the National A. F. of L. itself, have clauses in their constitutions which prohibit the membership of communists. These narrow practices are nothing more or less than a reflection of the employer's policy of playing off one group of workers against another, and thus weakening them all. They have absolutely no place in the labor movement. They violate the most fundamental principle of unionism, the solidarity of all the workers, and they have done incalculable harm to the unions. They must not be allowed to continue on over into the industrial unions. On the contrary, the new union should throw these contemptible and harmful prejudices into the ashcan of history. The industrial union should open their doors wide to all workers, except, of course, those barred for spying, scabbing, and other dishonorable actions, regardless of their sex, color, race, nationality, age, religion, or political opinion. The new unions should extend a warm hand of greeting to the doubly oppressed Negro workers. They should adopt a more liberal apprenticeship and trade school policy for the youth. They should be the special champions of women and their demands. And above all, they should be alert not to allow themselves or their officials to sink into the practice of red baiting, which is the weapon of all fascists and near-fascists to attack everything that is progressive and effective in the labor movement. The industrial unions should also take a more intelligent attitude towards unemployed members than the craft unions do. During the depths of the great industrial crisis of the past several years, the A. F. of L. unions brutally expelled hundreds of thousands of unemployed members. Then they went further along this wrong road by callously neglecting the demands of the starving unemployed and trailing after the infamous Hoover share-the-work scheme. Contrary to all this wrong course, the industrial unions should base their policy upon the unity of interests and organization of the employed and unemployed. This means that they should retain the unemployed in the unions and fight for their demands. In the next industrial crisis, which already even the capitalist economists recognize to be not so far ahead, the employed and the vast armies of unemployed must present a solid front. There are still some 8 million workers unemployed, and the unions should give active support to their demands and also to the workers' alliance, the organization of W. P. A. and unemployed workers. One of the main reasons why the A. F. of L. unions have remained so unprogressive, clinging stubbornly to their horse and buggy craft system of unionism in an era of mass production in which this type of organization is hopelessly obsolete, is because they have become heavily encrusted with a conservative bureaucratic leadership that is unresponsive to the needs and interests of the rank and file. To keep themselves in power and to fatten off the unions, these leaders employ a whole series of undemocratic, unproletarian methods that the industrial unions must avoid on pain of a similar stagnation as that which now afflicts the craft unions. Among these harmful practices of corrupt craft officials are having themselves, by hook or crook, elected to office for life, paying themselves enormous salaries, and problems of industrial unionism. 25i. Expenses. Handling the union funds as though they were their own personal property, assuming arbitrary power over the membership in various ways, building up executive boards which perpetuate themselves by filling all vacancies through appointment, and by various other democracy-destroying devices that would bring a blush to the face of a Tammany Hall boss. The health and progress of labor unions demand that their officers be the members' servants, not their masters. Democracy in A. F. of L. craft union conventions is more honored in the breach than in the observance. Reactionary union officials have developed a whole series of corrupt devices to maintain their own control and to prevent the will of the membership from prevailing. This is one of the principal causes for the weakness and unprogressiveness of craft unions. Of these crooked schemes, the following are among the most notorious and harmful. A. Narrowing down the convention delegations largely to paid officials. B. Packing the conventions with delegates from blue sky locals. C. Making the conventions so expensive, by high per diem rates, that they cannot be held often. D. Arbitrarily suppressing the conventions altogether, the retail clerks have not held a convention for 15 years, or by having excessively long intervals between them, 8 years between the last 2 conventions of the Carpenters' Union. E. Appointment of all convention committees by the union's president. F. Stalling the conventions along, and then rushing the important business through in the last hours. G. The practice of 1,000 parliamentary tricks to kill discussion and to thwart progressive legislation, etc., etc. To help ensure democratic, representative conventions, the industrial unions should adopt, among others, the following measures. A. National conventions should be held at intervals not to exceed 2 years. B. Have broad rank-and-file delegations in the convention. C. Publication of the convention agenda and officers' reports at least 30 days before the convention date. so that they may be discussed by the membership. D. Strict financial reports as the basis of local union representation. Such reports to be available to the convention delegates. E. All convention committees to be voted on, and amended if so desired by the convention delegates. F. No restrictions upon the introduction of resolutions by local unions before or during the conventions. G. Strict prohibition of all direct and indirect proxy delegates and voting. H. The right of a 30% minority of delegates to secure a roll call vote. 1. The holding of the conventions in important centers of the industry, instead of in remote places where delegates find it difficult to attend. J. Convention expenses of delegates to be split 50-50 between the local unions and the national organization. K. A reasonable per diem of expense for delegates, and thus avoidance of petty corruption and great cost of conventions. 1. Only local union delegates should vote. Officials, as such, should have no votes. M. No examination of the political opinions of delegates by convention committees as a condition for their seating. N. The convention to be adjourned only by majority vote, to prevent officials from arbitrarily closing the convention to stifle democratic rule. The representation of local unions in the convention should be based upon a principle of modified proportional representation. This means that there should be a minimum of delegates allowed to all locals, plus a diminishing ratio of delegates as the locals increase in size. This system is the best protection against the dangers, on the one hand, of a few big locals dominating the convention, and on the other, of domination being exercised by a lot of small, weak locals. This general system of representation should also be applied to central labor councils, state federations, and the National Labor Federation. When convention roll call votes are taken, however, the various delegates should be allowed votes on the basis of, for example, 1 vote to each 100 of their actual membership. Correct constitutional laws alone will not ensure a union's being democratic, for in the last analysis this depends upon the alertness and political development of the membership. But such laws are vital, nevertheless, as they place in the hand of the rank and file effective democratic weapons, if they will but use them. An important democratic system that the industrial unions should develop is the initiative, referendum, and recall. This means that the membership retains the right at all times to initiate new policy, to vote on any proposals that may be before the union or its executive, and to recall any officer from his post by a majority vote. These effective democratic measures have never flourished in the narrow, conservative A.F. of L. unions, although a few unions, miners, machinists, needle trades, etc., have some traces of them. The referendum should work thus. The National Convention of the Union should have full power to act upon all questions. It should elect all general officers, make constitutional amendments, set assessments, decide upon strikes, and generally establish the union's policy. But a substantial minority of the delegates, not less than 30%, should. Problems of industrial unionism. 253. Have the right, if they so desire, to have any of the convention's decisions referred to a vote of the general membership. Certain basic matters, such as important strikes and strike settlements, questions of the union's national affiliation, heavy assessments, etc., should as a matter of settled policy be referred to the membership for a general vote. The National Executive Board of the Union, as well as the convention, should also be required to submit all major matters of policy to a national vote of the members, and a given percentage of the local unions should have the right to demand that any decision of the Executive Board be referred to a general vote. The initiative should operate to give the membership the right, especially between conventions, to initiate new policy. Thus, on the demand of a given number of locals, say 10% or so, the National Executive Board should stand instructed to consider any proposed policy and, if need be, to submit it to a general membership vote. The recall should be regulated in such a manner that the membership, in a given local union or nationally, should have the right to initiate a vote to recall from office at any time any official, national, district, local, or shop, without formal trial proceedings. Strikes, negotiations, and agreements. Strikes are the basic means of a labor union to improve the conditions of the workers. The effectiveness of any given union depends, in the last analysis, upon its ability to bring production to a standstill in its craft or industry, and thus to halt the employer's golden stream of profits. And precisely because of their great importance, strikes put the unions, their leaders, and their policies to the acid test. With the unions confronting the great power of the employers and the state, strikes should not be entered into lightly. Aside from questions of strategy, of seizing upon the right time to strike and of making all essential technical preparations, the most fundamental necessity of a strike is that it have the full backing of the workers involved. This means that the workers must have the decisive say as to whether or not they shall enter into struggle, with all its dangers and hardships. The power to declare strikes and to call them off must rest finally with the workers themselves. From every angle this democratic control of strikes is necessary to the health of the union. One of the most prolific sources of general weakness and official corruption in the A.F. of L. Unions is the usurped power of business agents and other officials to call strikes on or off without consulting the rank and file. Such arbitrary action is the road to defeat of the union, demoralization of the workers, and corruption of the officials. Before a strike is launched, a vote should be taken of the workers involved, and before any settlement is made, either during the strike or prior to its calling, the workers themselves must have the right to decide whether or not it is acceptable. Trade union democracy reaches its highest and most vital expression in the control of strikes, and to assure democracy in this fundamental matter, the industrial unions should make all necessary provisions. But to state that the workers must decide upon striking or not striking does not mean that every local union should have the right to embark indiscriminately upon strikes. Discipline and organized action must prevail, or the union will be broken up. The best practice is that minor local strikes may be called by local unions and district councils, but that more important local strikes require the sanction of the National Executive Board, subject to the referendum procedure of the union. National strike action should only be determined upon after the matter has been passed favorably by a national convention of the union and endorsed by a general referendum vote. Strikes should not only be democratically called on and off, but also democratically managed. Broad strike committees, on a national, local, mill scale, with a heavy representation of rank-and-file strikers, are incomparably more effective and democratic than the narrow little cliques of officials that commonly run F.L. strikes. Where there is more than one union in an industry, all should be represented on the Joint Strike Committee. Likewise, picketing and other strike activities should be carried on upon a democratic, i.e. mass, basis. Direct negotiations are the most satisfactory method for unions to deal with employers over the workers' demands. Arbitration should not be resorted to except where no other means are available, because employers, with their money and influence, have an uncanny record of winning over to their side the odd men on arbitration boards. Such people are usually middle-class liberal elements, who despite their fair-sounding words, in the pinch display employer sympathies. The workers, especially in A.F.L. craft unions, have lost many a bat by a naive reliance upon slick-tongued arbiters. Problems of Industrial Unionism 255. Employers are clever enough with their arbitration weapon. Usually their policy is to offer arbitration to strong unions and to refuse it to weak ones. Before accepting arbitration in a strike situation, the industrial unions should make sure of the following elementary considerations. A. Not to go into arbitration at all unless they are certain that they cannot, by a straight-out fight by the union, force the employers to make the needed concessions to the workers through direct negotiations. B. Compel the acceptance by the employers beforehand of as many of the union's proposals as they can, especially the question of union recognition, and thus limit as far as possible the number of demands to be arbitrated. C. Make a last-ditch fight to get the best possible composition of the arbitration board. D. Make it clear that an unsatisfactory award will not pacify the workers. The industrial unions should be on the alert to oppose all forms of compulsory and semi-compulsory arbitration. Craft union leaders, especially of the railroad unions, largely look upon arbitration as a sort of lifesaver, and they have openly cooperated with the employers to entangle the railroad unions with practically compulsory arbitration laws. Especially now does the danger of compulsory arbitration become very acute. Many employers, seeing the rapid progress of the C.I.O. in organizing the mass production industries, believe that the halcyon days of the open shop are about over, and they think that the best way to cripple the unions would be to force compulsory arbitration and other forms of legal control upon them. This explains the appearance of many bills for state incorporation of unions, for limitation of picketing and the right to strike, etc., all of which tend in the general direction of state-controlled, fascist unions. Eternal vigilance is the price of liberty. At all costs the unions must defend their right to strike. Under no circumstances should they allow themselves to be hamstrung and paralyzed by anti-strike, compulsory arbitration laws and similar practices. When the industrial unions sign agreements with the employers, they should live up to them. But at the same time, they should be under no illusions as to the sacredness of such contracts, which A.F.L. leaders are never done harping upon. The plain fact is that employers generally consider agreements with unions as mere matters of convenience. They sign them when they must and violate them when they think they can get away with it. They constantly chisel on wage, hour, and working conditions while an agreement is in force, and they do not hesitate to repudiate it altogether if they believe the situation is favorable for doing so. Thus the Pennsylvania Railroad flagrantly violated the National Railroad Agreement of 1920 and was instrumental in provoking the nationwide shopmen's strike of 1922. The Pittsburgh Coal Company repudiated the UMWA-Jacksonville Agreement and caused the National Bituminous Miners' Strike of 1927. Besides these cases, innumerable other instances of the employer's disregard for agreements with trade unions could be cited. The lesson from this is that trade unions must be alert at all times to enforce their agreements themselves. Within the framework of the agreement, they must constantly press for improved conditions. Here, a well-working shop steward system is vitally important. Any tendency of a union to rely upon the employer's fairness and honesty in living up to the terms of an agreement is bound to be disastrous to the workers' conditions and the stability of the union. The industrial unions, especially those in the mass production industries, should strive to secure general national agreements covering their whole industry. Unless this is done, the employers will play off one section of the workers against the others. Thus, for instance, where no national agreement exists, when the workers in a certain plant or company demand better conditions, they will be met by the very difficult argument that the employer is paying as much as his competitors. Thus, little can be wrung from him. And the same thing happens when it comes to his competitor's turn to meet the union committee. The craft unions have been up against this situation for years, with the employers playing off one craft or one section of the industry against the others in order to keep the conditions of all as low as possible. The answer to this problem is national agreements covering whole industries. This means that the steel, auto, rubber, textile, and other industrial unions should definitely aim at such general agreements for their respective industries. In general, union-employer agreements should not run for long periods, especially not in times of rising prices like these. 2 years, at most, is long enough usually. The industrial unions should not go in for the long-term agreements, 5 to 10 years in some cases, that craft unions practice, to their own detriment. Agreements should also contain 30 or 60-day reopening clauses. In industries when several unions exist, whether C, I, O, A, F, of L, or independent, every effort should be made to bring them all under joint agreements or at least under agreements expiring at the same. Problems of Industrial Unionism 257. Time. Under no circumstances should one union stay at work while another in the same plant is striking, as we see being done daily by craft unions. Such union strike breaking has broken hundreds of strikes, and it must be stopped. Good union workers must not walk through picket lines. They should arrange their union strategies so that they all move simultaneously in a given industry. In signing agreements with employers, the industrial unions should beware of inserting clauses prescribing financial penalties on the union or its members for unauthorized strikes. Long experience teaches that such clauses exercise a reactionary effect on the life of a union. In handling the question of unauthorized strikes, the union's own disciplinary powers are amply sufficient. Especially now, when the Liberty League pack of ultra-reactionaries are trying to cripple the unions by making them legally responsible. That is, by binding them hand and foot with legal restrictions. The unions should be on guard against the insertion of penalty clauses in their agreements. And especially, the unions should not include in their agreements clauses discriminating against workers because of age, sex, race, or political opinion. Union recognition in agreements with employers may assume several forms. A. The collective bargaining right only for the union's own members, as in effect with some new C. I. O. unions, is only of a preliminary character and should be strengthened, as it exposes the union to the rivalry of company unionism under various guises. B. The collective bargaining right for all the workers of a given company, craft, or industry is a livable form of recognition in force in many industries, and it is essentially the system under which the railroad craft unions operate. C. The preferential union shop, under which union members are given preference in employment, is a more advanced and effective type of union recognition, and has long been used in some industries. D. The check-off, by which employers deduct union dues from the workers' pay, is confined mostly to coal mining, and it was developed there after a long struggle by the U.M.W.A., largely because mine operators had previously established the practice of making deductions from the workers' pay for powder, tools, company store supplies, etc. E. The closed shop, under which only union members are employed, widely developed in building, printing, transport, etc., is the most favorable form of recognition for a union, and it is the type the industrial unions should strive towards in formulating their agreements. But it must always be borne in mind that even the best form of union recognition by an employer is not of itself sufficient to maintain the union intact. Only sound union policies and good organization work generally can do that. Initiation fees should be moderate, ranging from $1, or even less, during organizing campaigns, not to exceed $10 or $15 when the union is well established. The industrial unions should never fall into the bad practice of the craft unions of charging enormous initiation fees, sometimes as much as $1,000, in order to keep workers out of the unions. At all times, the union's books must be open to receive new members. Job trust policies are one of the reasons for the weakness of craft unionism. Union dues should also be moderate, not the excessive rates charged in skilled workers' craft unions, sometimes as much as $10 to $15 per month. On the other hand, the industrial unions should not be cheap dues organizations, for they must have ample funds to conduct their activities. In most cases, $1 dues per month is about right, with lower rates for the poorer paid workers. Care should be also exercised not to load up the membership with needless assessments. Transfers from local to local and union to union should be free and universal. This correct system should be introduced immediately among the more closely related unions, and then gradually extended to cover other unions. The industrial union should beware of the infamous A.F. of L. craft union permit system, by which regular good-standing members of one local, especially in the building trades, are not allowed to transfer into another local of the same international but must pay $1 or $2 a day for a permit to work within its jurisdiction. Much of the money raised by this reactionary tax finds its way into the pockets of corrupt business agents and union secretaries. The trade union movement should have one label to indicate that a given product is union-made. The craft unions, true to their spirit of particularism and individualism, have no less than 50 labels. There should be a universal union label, and it should be automatically given to all shops that have signed union agreements with their workers, and should be similarly withdrawn from an employer when any union of his workers declares him unfair. One of the stifling influences in many craft unions is the careless and dishonest way the organization's funds are often handled by their officials. Time and again it has been exposed how such people help themselves to union dues, initiation fees, permit money, etc., to the tune of thousands of dollars. All such demoralizing looseness should be strictly guarded against in the industrial unions. Problems of Industrial Unionism 259. The financial department should be highly developed and have business-like arrangements instituted nationally and locally to take proper care of union monies. Detailed financial reports, not vague general summaries, should be issued frequently by the national office, and standard monthly reports be submitted to all local unions. The union's funds should be deposited in certain designated banks in the union's name, not in the name of some official who then draws the interest. Traveling auditors should periodically check up on the handling of funds by the local unions, instructing them in the use of a standard bookkeeping system, organizing their auditing committees, etc. All national and important local financial reports should be certified by reputable public accountants. All officials who handle funds, locally or nationally, should be adequately bonded by reliable bonding companies, and defaulting secretaries should be prosecuted. The union should operate nationally, and also as far as possible, locally, on a budget basis, regularly allocating specified percentages of its income into certain designated funds. Thus, special funds should be built up for the union's journal, organization work, educational activities, strikes, sick or death benefits. Strike funds. Craft unions often depend primarily upon paying relatively large strike benefits for winning their strikes. But industrial unions, because of their larger size and their broader scope of strike action, do not and cannot rely so much on winning strikes by virtue of strong strike benefits, but instead by the paralyzing power of their strikes. Nevertheless, they have a very acute need for funds during strikes. Huge strikes of miners have sometimes lasted from 6 months to a year, and provisions for this financial need should be made by building up strong strike funds. Sick and death benefits. The industrial unions, in some cases at least, may find it practicable to realize the stabilizing effect that comes from small sick and death benefits. But they must not overload themselves with such fraternal features, as this can then hinder the growth of the unions. The new unions should be militant fighters for social security legislation and active supporters of proletarian fraternal organizations, such as the International Workers' Order. The local unions should pay approximately 50% of their dues to the national office of the union as per capita tax, and about the same proportion of their initiation fees. The remainder, after deductions for regular local expenses, they should be allowed to spend as they may wish. One of the progress-killing measures of craft union leaders is to forbid local unions to expend any funds except for such purposes as reactionary bureaucratic officials see fit to endorse. 1937. Ever since its birth about 100 years ago, the railroad industry, heart of the American industrial system, has been exploited for the enrichment of its private owners. The portion of the workers has always been long hours, low pay, unemployment, and bad working conditions, while the owners of the industry, who perform no useful service in its operation, have reaped billions and billions in wealth. The workers have always had to fight for self-preservation against the voracious sharks who own the railroads, and whatever modest successes they have achieved in defending and improving their living and working standards have been won only at the cost of unremitting struggle. Since the close of the World War in 1918, the railroad industry, which was then already highly efficient, has made further great strides in this respect. But the advantages of this increasing productivity have not gone to the railroad workers. More than ever they suffer from excessive work, mass unemployment, and low standards of living, while into the hands of the owners the rich stream of unearned wealth continues to flow in billions. This one-sided prosperity is the situation that confronts the railroad workers, and the 21 standard railroad craft unions, with their ultra-conservative leaders and policies, have not been able basically to alter it. A militant trade union policy. If railroad workers are to make real headway toward improving their conditions, drastic improvements will have to be made in the makeup and conduct of the railroad trade unions. And the first betterment in this respect should be the development of a more militant policy. Labor unions are fighting organizations. Their effectiveness in winning concessions for their members, in a given political situation, depends directly upon their ability, if need be, to bring production to a standstill. When the employers fear the striking power of a union, they make concessions to it, and only then. Unions, therefore, must cultivate their ability to strike effectively, but of course, they should use the strike weapon judiciously. Fancy arguments by leaders, reliance upon arbitration or upon the goodwill of employers, and other such maneuvers can be no substitute for powerful and militant unionism. The railroad workers, true to this principle, have a long record of militant struggle. Among their many battles for justice were the Great National Strike of 1877, the American Railway Union Strike of 1894 led by Debs, the Illinois Central Harriman Strike of 1911-15, the 1916 strike movement of the Four Brotherhoods for the 8-hour day, the Outlaw Shopmen's Strike of 1919, the IDAV Switchmen's Strike of 1920, the National Shopmen's Strike of 1922, and scores of individual craft strikes on various railroads in recent years. The top leaders of the railroad craft unions seem to have completely forgotten that labor unions are fighting bodies, if they ever knew it. They work on the false theory that the interests of the workers are identical with, or rather subordinate to, those of the railroad owners. Their line of policy is to conciliate the railroad companies, not militantly to defend the interests of the workers. For many years, with justice, the communists have been pointing out this situation. And now their assertions are borne out by devastating charges made by President A. F. Whitney, of the Brotherhood of Railroad Trainmen. In the official journal of that organization for July 1937, he makes the sharpest attack on the policy of the railroad union leaders that has appeared in the official union press for a generation. Says President Whitney, "In recent years there has developed a philosophy within the Railway Labor Executives Association to the effect that railway labor should surrender its democratic rights to petition the government for just legislation and should circumscribe its activities by carrier limitation. In other words, this means that the railroad union leaders have been shielding the interests of the railroad owners and not fighting vigorously for the demands of the workers." President Whitney in his article gives many proofs of this fact, and the history of railroad unions for 20 years past. Not to go further back, tells the same story. Let us learn a few lessons from that history. During the World War, the railroad workers built up a very powerful organization of some 1,800,000 members. It was militant and progressive. Under the big mass upsurge of that period, the railroad unions were developing a greater and greater solidarity through local, system, divisional, and national federations, and with their plum plan and intensive political activities, they constituted the progressive wing of the whole American labor movement. This situation naturally greatly alarmed the railroad companies, and they proceeded, with the help of their labor leader friends, to undermine the fighting spirit of the powerful railroad unions. Their aim was especially to take away the strike weapon of the unions, for the companies dreaded the economic power of the strongly organized workers in the key railroad industry. The first long step toward eliminating the strike among railroad workers was the passage of the Transportation Act, with the union leaders' support, in 1920. This law crippled the railroad unions by placing them under the hostile Railway Labor Board, which set about actively to worsen conditions for die workers. The workers rebelled against it, and the great national strikes of the Outlaw Switchmen of 1920 and of 400,000 shopmen in 1922 resulted. The union leaders ruthlessly broke the first of these strikes and failed to support the legal shopmen's strike solidly, several of the unions remaining at work while the rest were striking. The consequence was a very disastrous defeat which cost the railroad unions several 100,000 members and gravely weakened their power and progressive character. The railroad leaders made the effects of this disaster worse by adopting, in 1923, the notorious B&O Plan of Union Management Cooperation. The theory of this scheme was that strikes were unnecessary, that all the workers had to do was to speed up production and their steady work and high wages would automatically result. The general consequence was to worsen working conditions, to further destroy the militancy of the unions, to turn them into speed-up agencies of the bosses, and thus to contribute to the general overproduction that caused the great industrial crash of October 1929. Together with the disastrous B&O Plan no strike policy, the union leaders developed labor banking. This was another cure-all substitute for militant union policies. As every railroader knows, it finally wound up in one of the worst financial scandals in the history of the United States, with the Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers membership losing some $17 million. Not satisfied with the undermining effect of all these anti-strike tendencies, the railroad companies proceeded, again with the open support of the railroad union leadership, more completely to hogtie the railroad workers by the passage in 1926 of the Railway Labor Act, then popularly known as the Watson-Parker Law. This act, with its tangle of mediation, arbitration, and delay, which 6 years later was made still worse by amendments, further seriously weakened the strike right of the railroad workers and made arbitration semi-compulsory. The railroad union leaders hailed the Watson-Parker Law as a great victory, but the communists denounced it correctly as highly injurious to railroad unionism, and they were condemned and expelled from the unions for so doing. In a pamphlet I wrote at the time, I said that this law virtually fastens compulsory arbitration upon the necks of the railroad workers. It outlaws strikes. The W.P. law is a blow at the vitals of railroad unionism. And so it has turned out in fact. Between the effects of the semi-compulsory arbitration of the Railway Labor Act and the non-militant altitude of the union leaders, the 21 railroad unions have sunk deeply into a no-strike program. They have also developed other reactionary tendencies. From being the progressive head of the labor movement, as they were in 1920, they have become its tail end. True, the railroad union leaders talk big, adopt radical demands, and take strike votes. Such maneuvers may fool some workers, but certainly the companies are not deceived by them. The railroad owners know that when they say no, the union leaders subside. The employers even sneer about it in their trade journals. Said the Wall Street Journal recently. No one supposes that strike votes mean a strike. Things don't happen that way in the railroad industry. Some recent railroad experiences. The notorious anti-labor sheet, the Chicago Tribune, August 7, scoffs at the no-strike policy of the unions thus. 20 years ago the threat of a railway walkout would have been front-page news. Businessmen would have been frantically facing a nationwide stoppage of industry. It would have been a national crisis equal only to the prospect of WAF. Today a strike vote is merely a ripple in the course of events, and the membership of the Brotherhood scarcely take it seriously. In recent labor history there are many more examples to be found of the harmfulness of the railroad union leaders' refusal to fight the employers. Thus, in the depth of the industrial crisis, when millions of workers were on the brink of starvation, the railroad union leaders were even more energetic than the company officials, from whom they took their tip, in denouncing unemployment insurance and substantial work relief programs. Together with President Greene and the other reactionary moguls of the A.F.L., they declared that the establishment of federal unemployment insurance would degrade the American working man and destroy the trade union movement. If, since then, progress has been made toward instituting government unemployment insurance, the railroad union leaders are not entitled to a particle of credit for it. It was the communists and other militants who made the real fight for this fundamental reform. Then there was the 1932 wage cut in which the railroad unions led the wage reduction retreat of the general labor movement. President Whitney tells a scandalous story about that. He declares in his article in the Railroad Trainman that in the face of the distress then prevailing the union leaders proposed a conference with the companies to provide relief for unemployed railroad workers. But, says Whitney, the only thing that came out of this conference, which was originally designed by the Railway Labor Executives Association to give relief to employers, was a 10% cut payroll reduction. This constituted a gift of $400 million out of the workers' pockets to the companies before the reduction was eventually cancelled. And this cancellation was brought about not by efforts of the union leaders, but by mass pressure of the workers, a movement in which the rank-and-file railroad brotherhood unity movement played a big part. The non-struggle policy of the railroad union leaders was further illustrated in the matter of old-age pensions. It was not they who initiated the pension movement. That was done by the rank-and-file Railroad Employees National Pension Association. The railroad companies frowned upon the idea of a federal pension system, so, of course, the union leaders were also cold toward it. It was only when the railroad workers' sentiment for pensions was almost universal that they came forward with a much inferior bill to that proposed by the RENPA. And in the recent amendments to the Railroad Retirement Act, the pension law, so says President Whitney, needless concessions were made to the companies that will cost the workers many millions yearly. The case of the dismissal wage agreement was another example of the union leaders yielding before the demands of the companies. The owners demanded consolidation principally so that they could knock some 250,000 railroad workers out of jobs. As usual, the union leaders fell in with their plan. Instead of making a last-ditch resistance against any loss of employment through consolidation, they, while making much anti-consolidation talk, surrendered to the companies by accepting the miserable dismissal wage in return for throwing large numbers of workers out of work. Then they hailed their retreat as a wonderful victory. This dismissal wage business will return sorely to plague railroad workers when the industry goes slack again and the companies vigorously take up once more their consolidation plans. Chairman Carroll of the Interstate Commerce Commission is now demanding that all the roads be combined into one unified national system. President Roosevelt has also recently strongly advocated consolidation. The whole dismissal wage agreement should be scrapped. The sham battle conducted by the railroad union leaders around the question of the 6-hour day is still another example of their weak policy. To kid the workers, they have talked loudly about this issue, but they have done nothing to realize it in the several years since it was adopted as policy by the railroad unions. And now we have the deplorable spectacle of President Harrison of the Railway Labor Executives Association agreeing with the companies, in view of the then pending wage negotiations, not to insist upon the 6-hour bill at this session of Congress. President Whitney is right when he says, "This Harrison Phillips philosophy of attempting to surrender the democratic rights of railroad workers to seek desirable legislation in the name of reaching agreements with the carriers will ultimately lead to the destruction of the organized labor movement if continued." The union leaders threw overboard the 6-hour day and other important legislation presumably in the interests of getting the men a favorable wage increase. But the wage agreement also turns out to be just one more instance of yielding before the powerful railroad corporation's demands. As we have already remarked above, the August 1937 wage increases were so low that they did not even keep pace with the rising cost of living. They were the very minimum that the workers could be temporarily forced to accept by the combined pressure of the companies and the union leaders. 266 American Trade Unionism. The need of a vigorous policy. This constant surrender of the union leaders before the companies registers itself in bad wages, hours, and working conditions for railroad workers. It must be stopped. The railroad unions should begin to function again as real labor organizations. The railroad workers are powerfully situated in industry. Their power is tremendous. With a militant policy, they can extract many additional concessions from the avaricious companies. The railroad workers must reconquer the right to strike, which has been surrendered by their leaders. Railroad workers, like all others, may be depended upon to use the strike right intelligently and judiciously. The anti-strike provisions of the Railway Labor Act should be repealed. The railroad union leaders who persist in being so careful of the railroad owners' interests should be supplanted by men who look to their own union membership for instruction. The whole history of the labor movement proves that the workers get concessions from their employers only to the extent that they are able and willing to fight for them. For example, in 1916, the four brotherhoods won the basic 8-hour day by a strike movement. Tiring of the company's opposition and the politicians' delay, they set September 4th as the strike date, but Congress hurriedly passed the Adamson Law on September 2nd, 2 days before the strike deadline. Compare this militant policy and its real results with the present empty, endless dilly-dallying over the 6-hour day bill. Or take the question of company unionism. For years, with all the arbitration and other falderals under the Railway Labor Act, the railroad union leaders were quite unable to eliminate company unionism from the railroads. It was only with the development of the great organizing campaigns, strikes, and intensive political activities of the C.I.O., which reflected themselves among the railroad workers and shook some life into the railroad unions, that real progress is finally being made to end the menace of company unionism on the railroads as well as in industry generally. The whole brilliant success of the C.I.O. emphasizes afresh the correctness of militant union policies. It is high time that the railroad unions wake up and cut themselves loose from the strangling meshes of the Railway Labor Act. This law should be changed to strike out all its semi-compulsory arbitration features. Meanwhile, the railroad unions should adopt a line of vigorous action on both the industrial and political fields. Such a policy will translate itself into higher living standards, better jobs, and greater security for railroad workers, as well as in an enormous strengthening of the whole labor movement. National Federation of All Railroad Workers. The railroads, as we have pointed out above, are a low-wage industry, despite the tremendous potential economic power of the unions. President Harrison of the Railway Labor Executive Association has stated that the average wage of the members of the 14 non-trained service unions, after the 1937 wage increases, is only 64 cents per hour, as compared with auto 90 cents, steel 82.5 cents, rubber 83 cents, tires and tubes 92.5 cents, etc. All of the latter being industries where the C.I.O. is strong. In the previous chapter we have seen the basic cause why this low-wage condition prevails on the railroads, namely, the no-strike policy and subservient attitude of the union leaders toward the railroad companies. Now we shall examine another elementary reason, that is, the horse and buggy system of 21 autonomous craft unions which exists on the railroads and which vastly reduces the strength of the workers. The railroad companies are powerful, united, and ruthless. They are controlled by the greatest combination of capitalists in all the world. In her notable book, Rulers of America, Anna Rochester says, "No section of American industrial life has reached a more advanced stage of capitalist development than the railroads. Here we find highly developed monopoly and an open and far-reaching use of the state on behalf of corporations. There are 13 major systems, controlling, directly or indirectly, nearly 90% of the total mileage in the United States. Concentration of railroad power is even greater than this figure implies. For back of the 13 major systems and the 8 smaller systems is the dominating power of Morgan and Kuhn, Loeb, *. The great house of Morgan, together with its Kuhn Loeb, Rockefeller, Vanderbilt, DuPont, and other affiliates, dominates not only the railroads, but also many other industries, including steel, automobile, munitions, public utilities, and coal mining, as well as various big banking and commercial enterprises. The gigantic Morgan Finnan. Anna Rochester, Rulers of America, pages 223 to 24, 1936. 268 American Trade Unionism. Sile Octopus directly controls capitalist interests of $30 billion. It is closely linked to another 16 billions, has influence over 16 else/2 additional billions, and is allied to 15 billions more. Thus the Morgan Group either directly controls or actually dominates some $77 billion of capital, or more than 1/4 of the American corporate wealth. It is against this monstrous, ruthless, united capitalist aggregation that the union representatives have to contend when they sit down in conference with representatives of the Association of American Railroads. The capitalist wolves may fight among themselves for ownership of the industries, but they present a united front against labor. And what kind of an industrial organization do the railroad workers possess as against the gigantic power of the banker owners of the railroad industry? The answer is a disgrace and a disaster to the whole labor movement. 21 weak, squabbling, autonomous craft unions. It is a mosquito fleet of canoes trying to fight a great battleship. Small wonder, then, that the railroad workers do not get better results from their labor unions. The need for a united organization. For 40 years or more, the most progressive railroad workers have realized the burning necessity for greater solidarity and a more compact form of organization. They understood the utter folly of single craft unions, or separate groups of such unions, trying to fight the powerful and united combination of railroad corporations. Such a stupid course has led to lost strikes and defeated wage negotiations time after time. Consequently, ever since the days of Debs and the American Railway Union in 1893–94, the progressives have striven to develop a more unified railroad unionism. The companies, of course, have always violently opposed these labor unity tendencies, and consequently, inasmuch as it is the union leaders' policy to sneeze every time the railroad owners catch a cold, they, too, have set their faces like flint against consolidation of the railroad craft unions and the development of concerted action among them. Indeed, some years ago, there was the absurd spectacle presented of the railroad union leaders, their own organizations scattered and disunited, carrying on a vigorous campaign for the amalgamation of the railroad companies. Their arguments on how and why the employers should consolidate are contained in a high-priced report sub. Micked in 1921 to the Railroad Labor Board by W. Jet Locke on behalf of the Railway Employees Department of the A.F. of L. In this most untimely report, the advantage of unity of the railroad systems was stressed, and opponents of it were condemned as reactionaries motivated only by matters of personal advantage. The railroad union leaders would, instead, have done much better had they planned the unification of railroad unionism and taken upon themselves the criticism that they directed to the opponents of unity of the railroad systems. At the time of the great strike disaster of 1922, when the running trades worked while the shop trades struck and thus all were defeated, the Communist Party and the Trade Union Educational League initiated a broad campaign for the amalgamation of the craft unions into one industrial union. This timely proposal was endorsed by a majority of the rank-and-file workers generally in the railroad crafts, but the union leaders, by reason of their ironclad, undemocratic grip on the unions, defeated the movement. These same railroad union leaders have also castrated and frustrated the Federation movement on the railroads. Federations sprang up on a large scale several years prior to the war as a result of progressive rank-and-file activity. It set about linking together the various craft unions, and the great I.C. Harriman Lines strike of 1911 to 1915 was fought over the issue of federation recognition by the companies. The Federation movement prospered, however, in spite of railroad opposition, and it gradually spread all over the country. This resulted in the organization of the Railway Employees Department of the A.F. of L., and during the war and shortly afterwards, climaxed in various joint national movements of all the railroad unions and the signing of the all-inclusive National Wage Agreement. In many respects it was of a broad, rank-and-file, democratic character. The railroad union leaders, with a few notable exceptions, sabotaged the Federation movement from the outset. They saw that its logical result would be to draw the unions closer and closer, until finally they become a compact organization. And this was precisely the last thing that the railroads and their friends, the Grand Chiefs, wanted. So they proceeded to sidetrack the whole Federation movement. Their attack on Federation was twofold. Especially following the 1922 defeat, they systematically set about weakening the local system, division and national federations by letting some fall to pieces together, and by undermining the rest in various ways. Then they proceeded to develop a substitute for the whole Federation movement. This substitute, worthless like most substitutes, is the present Railway Labor Executives Association. This body, consisting nationally of the presidents of the 21 railroad unions, has its counterpart in the Association of General Chairmen on various railroad systems. Among other things, the Railway Labor Executive Association has gutted the Railway Employees Department and left it virtually without any functions. The R.L.E.A. is a form that reduces rank-and-file control of the railroad unions and the solidarity of the workers to a minimum. It has been a convenient instrument to prevent the workers from making any real struggle against the railroad companies. The great success of the C.I.O. in organizing the steel, auto, and other industries on the basis of industrial unionism has again caused a new growth of militancy and solidarity among railroad workers. One important manifestation of this is the so-called local associations movement, now developing in many railroad centers. This movement, despite its similarity of name, is unlike the system of national associations of general chairmen and grand chiefs, in that it is a genuine attempt to link all the various crafts on a given railroad system or important railroad center into one broad representative body. It is not a substitute for federation, but a builder and developer of it, and a wide path to the solidarity of all railroad workers. In order to head off this new progressive movement for solidarity of all railroad workers, the leaders of the Railway Employees Department recently issued a leaflet graphically picturing the 21 railroad organizations as constituting one great unbreakable chain, the Railway Labor Executive Association. This was a brazen attempt to kid railroaders into believing that they, too, have an industrial union. Such an argument is an insult to the intelligence of railroad workers. What kind of a chain is it in which each link has the power to leave the chain or yield to pressure whenever it sees fit? A chain is no stronger than its weakest link, and the Railway Labor Executives Association is a whole chain of weak links. In fact, its links are not actually joined together at all. The 1937 wage negotiations showed once again the falsity of the claim that the R.L.E.A. is an unbreakable cable. Here we saw two quite separate groups of unions, one composed of the 5 running trades and the other made up of 14 non-trained service organizations, and each carrying on entirely distinct wage negotiations. This separation injured the interests of both groups. Suppose it had turned out that one group had refused to accept the company's final proposals and declared a strike. Then we would have 1922 all over again, with part of the union striking and the rest working and helping the employers to break the strike. Railroad workers have had enough of such criminal craft union stupidity. They want a consolidation of their union forces that will bring them into a united front against the powerful railroad combine. What kind of a railroad federation? What is urgently necessary is to join together all the railroad craft unions into one well-knit national federation. This federation should be based upon the acceptance of 3 general principles by the affiliated organizations. 1. National wage agreement for all railroad workers. The Federation should finally formulate the workers' demands and be in charge of all negotiations with the railroad companies in support of these demands. The decision as to whether the workers should strike or not in a given situation to rest solely within the jurisdiction of the Federation. A federation founded upon these 3 elementary principles would lay the basis for real solidarity and united action among the railroad workers. It would enormously increase their power as a whole. In all other respects, in the beginning at least, the unions affiliated to the Industrial Federation could retain their autonomy, holding their own conventions, electing their officers, formulating their craft demands, enforcing the agreement in their respective spheres, conducting their insurance systems, collecting their own rates of dues, etc. The effectiveness of this type of organization is shown by the successes achieved in the past 4 years by the Maritime Federation on the Pacific Coast. The way to bring about such a national industrial federation of railroad workers is by developing the already existing principle and practice of federation on the railroads. All the international railroad unions should be hooked together nationally in a broad federation. The local, system, and divisional federation should also be expanded to include all railroad unions, and there should be built up all-inclusive railroad councils in every city or town with 2 or more railroads. Cultivation of the new local associations movement is an important step in this general direction. All the leading committees and conventions of the various stages of the National Railroad Federation should be based on a broad rank-and-file representation, and not be merely little handfuls of officials as in the case of the Railway Labor Executives Association and its associated system chairmen. All the national unions, local, system and divisional organizations, and local railroad councils should send delegates to biennial conventions of the great National Industrial Federation. From the workers' standpoint, there is every reason why the railroad unions should be joined together in such a federation. It would mean more wages and better working conditions for the workers, the certainty of making the railroads 100% union, the making of vast economies in union administration, etc. The only objections against such a federation are the fears of the companies of its great power and the dread of the union officials that it might disturb their too well-paid jobs. The old horse chestnut argument that such a broad federation could not properly take care of the interests of all the groups of workers is thoroughly discredited by experience in many industries. It was also shown to be false in the railroad industry itself by the former National Railroad Wage Agreements, 1920, which covered all railroad unions and all categories of railroad workers. In addition to linking the railroad unions in this federated form, there should also be a process started of amalgamating the most closely related unions. This would also lend added great strength to the whole railroad movement. Thus the Order of Railway Conductors, Brotherhood of Railway Trainmen, and Switchmen's Union of North America should be combined into one union. The leaders have been preventing this obviously necessary amalgamation for 30 years. And the same is also true of the Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers and the Brotherhood of Locomotive Firemen and Engineers, which, but for official opposition, would have naturally fused together a generation ago. Several of the metal trades unions should also be combined, to the benefit of all. The two Negro organizations of Pullman porters and dining car employees should likewise be combined. In short, by amalgamation the number of unions could, with great profit, be cut at least in half at once. Then the double process of federation and amalgamation should be continued until it reaches its logical conclusion, the eventual development of a great departmentalized industrial union of all railroad workers. With such a united organization the railroad workers would indeed be a power in the land. The C.I.O. has demonstrated the worth of industrial unionism in the steel, auto, rubber, and other industries. This form of organization will also prove no less valuable in the railroad industry. The railroad workers, whether in their present craft form of organization, or in later stages of federation and amalgamation, should also enter into close cooperative arrangements with the unions of maritime, truck, bus, trolley, and aircraft workers, with the aim of eventually establishing a great wide federation of all transport workers. The railroad companies are trying to lead railroaders into fighting other transport workers as competitors and enemies. But the railroaders must not be so trapped. All transport workers have interests in common against the great transport capitalists, and they should all stand shoulder to shoulder. More trade union democracy needed. Besides federating and amalgamating the railroad unions, they also stand in urgent need of democratization. Such democratization will modernize and strengthen them. Among the more basic measures necessary to this effect are 1. The shameful discrimination against the large body of Negro railroad workers must be discontinued. There are more than 125,000 Negroes employed in the railroad industry. They are grossly abused by the companies, being forced to accept the worst jobs and the lowest pay. In time of unemployment, they are the first fired and the last hired. Many railroad unions condone and assist this outrageous Jim Crow system by refusing to allow the Negroes to become union members and to give them organized protection. This condition is a disgrace to the labor movement and a grievous injury to both white and Negro railroad workers. It must be ended, and the hand of democratic union fellowship extended to the doubly oppressed Negro workers. 2. A more progressive, democratic, and intelligent attitude must also be taken toward women and young workers in the railroad industry. They should be allowed freely to join the unions, their grievances should be carefully looked after, and special methods to organize and educate them need to be developed. 3. Unemployed railroad workers should also be retained as union members. This will greatly stimulate the unions to fight for their rights. One of the most shameful features of the great industrial crisis. 274 American trade unionism was the ruthless way in which the railroad and other craft union officials dropped the starving unemployed from the membership rolls. 4. The railroad unions also have a crying need for democracy in the conduct of their business. With but rare exceptions, the organizations are dominated by small groups of entrenched officials at the top, and the rank and file have little real say in the actual running of the organizations. This was seen once again by the way the recent wage settlements were railroaded through, without the workers being allowed to vote on them and in spite of widespread protest. The Chicago Conference of General Chairmen that accepted the recent wage increase of the 14 non-operating unions was a shocking example of bureaucratic domination. First, the general chairmen were given no previous inkling of the nature of the settlement, until they heard Harrison report it at the meeting. Then they were not allowed to discuss the matter in the meeting, as the gathering was at once broken up into crafts, where various means of pressure were used to whip disgruntled chairmen into line. Among these means of coercion were threats to leave out of the settlement altogether any craft that voted against accepting its present terms, lying assertions that the strike vote did not have a majority, etc. By such undemocratic means was the inadequate settlement rammed down the throats of the railroad workers. To democratize the procedure of the railroad unions, the following major proposals are fundamentally necessary: the right of the membership to vote on all wage settlements, their right to recall elected officers by majority vote at any time, more democratically organized conventions, which should be held biennially, and the officers' reports published 30 days in advance, election, not appointment, of convention committees. Free discussion of all economic and political questions and opinions. In the local meetings and official union journals. More strict and business-like system of financial accounts. Compulsory retirement of union officials at the age of 65. Especially is it necessary to put an end to the undemocratic and generally harmful practice of paying union officials such large salaries and expense accounts that they live like capitalists and lose all feeling as workers. The practice of looking into workers' political beliefs as a basis for their membership in the union or eligibility for official positions shall be abolished. True trade union democracy accepts all honorable workers as members without regard to their race, sex, religion, age, nationality, or political opinion. 5. Another important democratic reform necessary to the railroad unions is to broaden out and strengthen the grievance committees along the lines of the new shop steward system of C.I.O. unions. The present grievance and bargaining committees of the unions in the railroad industry are too narrow, too much the affair only of paid officials. This is wrong. Every negotiating committee, from the bottom to the top, should be heavily rank and file in composition. The experiences in the auto, steel, and other industries prove the enormous importance of having a well-knit system of shop stewards for each department, shop, plant, etc. Such a shop steward system, adapted to railroad conditions, would greatly strengthen the unions. It would enormously facilitate organization work, would put an end to the harmful chiseling against existing agreements that the companies are carrying on everywhere. To accomplish these basically necessary measures to strengthen the railroad unions, federation, amalgamation, democratization, it is indispensable that the progressive groups in the unions should campaign vigorously for them among the union members. Of the foregoing proposals, there is not one that the broad rank and file would not favor if given a free expression of opinion. But the bulk of the conservative officialdom is against these measures, and the unions are so undemocratically run that the will of the leaders, not the membership, is what ordinarily prevails. This situation can be changed by raising these questions among the membership, by making them live issues in every local union, in every local and system federation, in every international union convention, by filling the dry as dust official union journals with discussions of them. The great rank and file membership can be stirred to demand these measures. And once this is done, the conservative officials will either drop their opposition or be supplanted by more progressive leaders. The advance of the railroad unions to a powerful and democratic industrial federation of all railroad workers will come when the progressive elements in the union set out earnestly to bring it to pass. 1937. 27-carat American trade unionism. Toward government ownership. In order that improved conditions should prevail in the railroad industry, regarding wages, rates, service, financing, etc., it is not enough that the present wage cut be defeated. It is further imperatively necessary that the whole railroad system become the property of the federal government. There must be an end to the absurd and harmful conditions where these great arteries of commerce, vital public services, are owned and exploited by private individuals. The history of private ownership of the railroads is a long story of brutal exploitation of the workers, holding up of shippers and the public for excessive freight and passenger rates, criminal stock gambling and thievery, illegal rate rebating, bribery of legislators, and similar practices. It is a record of corruption and barefaced robbery without parallel in the world. Nationalization, government ownership, will finish off this regime. In establishing such nationalization, it is basically necessary drastically to reduce the present excessive capitalization of the roads. This should be cut in half, at least, for most of it is water, and not pure water at that. Just recently the Chicago and Great Western, bankrupt like 1/3 of the total railroad mileage from financial plundering and mismanagement, went through Interstate Commerce Commission (ICC) reorganization proceedings, and consequently the capitalization of the road was slashed from $139 million to $62 million, or more than one half. Approximately the same thing should be done with the railroad systems as a whole. Their fictitious figure of some $24 billion capitalization should be reduced to about 10 or 12 billions, the actual replacement cost of the roads, and the market value of their securities. The bondholders must also take a reduction in their interest rates, as well as their capitalization, for why should they be paid 5 to 8%, when government bonds draw only 2 or 3%? Of course, the stockholders will put up a big squawk against this devaluation, but in the real readjustment of the railroads to new traffic conditions, including the many new forms of competition and general industrial depression, the owners must accept substantial reductions in their profits. The workers, who are least able to stand sacrifices, have suffered to the extent of over 1 million of them losing their jobs outright, and the rest becoming grossly overworked. Actually, the railroad security holders have only very dubious claims to the ownership of the railroads. In the first place, the roads were built pretty much from public subsidies and land grants. In the early days, for example, the federal government gave the railroads, after brazen corruption of Congress members, 160 million acres of rich farm, mineral, and timber lands, or a stretch of territory worth billions and equal in extent to the states of Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, Delaware, Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Indiana. The case of the Central Pacific was pretty typical. Besides gigantic land grants, it received a government subsidy of $86 million to build a road which actually cost but $42 million. The original owners put in only $108,987, but up till now they have pulled down about $800 million in profits, or enough to rebuild the road several times over. Since the beginning of the railroad industry, its private owners have been paid back in dividends and graft many times the value of the roads. Thus, in the last 17 years they have raked in unearned profits of $14 billion, or about 1.5 times the actual value of the roads. Yet the railroads still belong 100% to these private owners, and they hope to go right on owning them regardless of how many times the people pay for them. In strict justice, the big railroad-owning banks and corporations would be entitled to nothing for surrendering up the railroads to their rightful owners, the people. In the basic financial reorganization, however, care must be taken to protect the interest of the small stockholders who have bought gold brick railroad securities in good faith. During the industrial crisis years, the government has loaned and given the railroads several $100 million, most of which went to fatten interest and dividend rates, and now the roads are clamoring for more. But should any further loans be granted, they should definitely be utilized as steps towards government ownership. The government should insist that such funds be used to make work by rehabilitating the badly run-down railroads, that they should be secured by first mortgages, and that the government should have representation on the railroad boards of directors. When nationalization of the railroads is finally carried through, there are a number of improved labor conditions which the railroad workers should insist upon as part of the new setup. Among them are union representation in the management, the establishment of a standard minimum working force, no consolidations at the cost of workers, jobs, the 6-hour day, full crew and train limit regulations, the improvement of the old age and unemployment insurance laws. American trade unionism. 278. The reduction of excessive managerial salaries, better promotion systems, and the working out of a national coordinated transportation system to include bus and electric lines, trucking systems, pipelines, steamships, airplanes, etc., under a federal Department of Transportation. And the greatest care will have to be exercised to protect the strike right of the workers. The question of government ownership of the railroads has become a vital question. The railroad unions, the A, F, of L, and C, I, O, and many other organizations favor it. The present critical situation on the railroads caused by the employer's unjustified wage cut demand stresses afresh its urgency. The railroad unions should push the question with all vigor, as they used to do in the days of the Plum Plan. The railroad unions and Jim Crow. In the present sharp controversy over the discrimination against Negro workers in the railroad industry, there has been a widespread tendency to condemn the trade unions roundly as mainly responsible for the discrimination, or, at best, as equally guilty with the railroad companies. But putting the greater responsibility upon the trade unions lends itself easily to anti-union propaganda. Without in the least wishing to excuse the trade unions which practice discrimination against Negro workers, the truth remains, nevertheless, that the railroad corporations themselves are the ones primarily responsible for inflicting this infamous system upon the vast railroad services. It is an historical fact that the railroad companies introduced Jim Crow upon the railroads as they built them. It is clear that the unions had nothing to do with the original establishment of Jim Crow, because there were no trade unions in existence at that time on the railroads. The railroad unions which now practice discrimination are in the position of having accepted these infamous methods, established long ago by the companies, and then of having, in many cases, collaborated with the companies in making them worse. The representatives of the railroad companies, at the hearings of the Fair Employment Practice Committee FEPC, in Washington a couple of months ago, undertook to excuse away their discrimination against the hiring of Negro workers by stating that in so doing they were merely conforming to a widespread social prejudice which they, the railroad unions 279, could not change. By implication, they blamed the unions as the instigators. That this is all a lie and that the railroads themselves have been a reactionary influence in this whole matter is made obvious by the fact that in the South, where anti-Negroism is the most rampant, and where the companies might there be expected to be the most restricted in their employment practices, actually the companies' hiring policies have always been, ever since the railroads were first built, far more liberal than in the North, where Jim Crow is less virulent generally. Thus, in the South, the railroad companies, from the start, hired numbers of Negro workers in the more skilled trades, including firemen, switchmen, brakemen, shop mechanics, etc., whereas in the North, these occupations on the railroads, from the earliest days, have been almost completely barred to Negroes. The explanation of this seeming contradiction is that in the South the railroad companies, in order to meet the labor shortage, were compelled to turn to the great body of available Negroes, the number of immigrants reaching those sections being small. In the North, however, where the railroad companies had huge numbers of white immigrants at their disposal, they, acting in a real Jim Crow spirit, practically excluded the Negroes altogether from the railroads, save in the Pullman sleeping and dining car services. This was quite in line with the company's anti-union policies. They're playing native-born workers against foreign-born, they're pitting whites against Negroes, etc. When the railroad trade unions began to come into existence and to be a factor in determining railroad working conditions, along in the 1880s and 1890s, they found the Jim Crow system in full force all over the national railroad network, in the North as well as in the South. The Union's weakness was that they fell in with this discrimination and, hearkening to the demands of the most backward elements within their own ranks, they have even worsened the existing Jim Crow practices by denying Negroes union membership and by making discriminatory agreements with the railroad companies against the hiring of Negroes. Such conduct has been absolutely inexcusable on their part. What the railroad unions have lacked is a leadership intelligent enough to understand the common interest of all workers, regardless of the colors of their skins, and bold enough to smash through the Jim Crow system, originally established by the companies. What will the railroad unions do now that the issue of abolishing 280 American trade unionism? Jim Crow has been made acute by the recent decision of the FEPC. The attitude of the Southern Railroad companies, in defiantly refusing to obey the anti-discrimination order of the FEPC, is a giveaway of the historical anti-Negro position of the railroad companies generally. It is to be hoped, however, that the railroad unions themselves will not follow this reactionary lead but will finally break with the infamous discrimination system, regardless of the wishes of the railroad companies. Such action is indispensable, in justice to the Negro people, in the best interests of the trade union movement, and in the furtherance of our national war effort. The whole labor movement, at this crucial juncture, should give the heartiest support to the FEPC order and to the elimination of Jim Crowism in all industries and unions. 1943. 29. The Communists and the Trade Unions. Questions and answers. Q. What part do communists play in the trade unions? What is meant by communist trade union work? A. Workers organize into trade unions primarily in order to win higher wages, shorter hours, and better working conditions. The Communist Party, as the political party of the working class, always supports the trade unions in their struggles. The Communist Party insists that its members join the unions of their respective industries or trades, that they be the most active fighters for the interests of the workers, that they give their untiring efforts to building and strengthening the unions, that they always protect the unity of the trade unions. The Communist Party educates and organizes the trade union workers into a broad democratic front with the farmers and other toilers in support of their common cause. But the Communists also look beyond these daily struggles. We believe that a fundamental reorganization of society, socialism, is the only final solution of the workers' problems: unemployment, poverty, war. Not all members of the trade unions accept this socialist. Communists and Trade Unions 281. Viewpoint of the Communist Party, which is based on a scientific analysis of capitalism and on the experience of the workers' struggles the world over. Because of their broad outlook, the Communists are able in every immediate struggle to champion most effectively the interests of the workers. Due to their Marxist-Leninist training, Communists are practical organizers of the workers, know how to estimate the forces of the enemy, and understand what tactics to apply in order to achieve the aims for which all workers are ready to fight at a given time. We Communists naturally consider it our right to advocate our opinions and win to our viewpoint the workers in the unions. This viewpoint strengthens the fight of the workers today and prepares them for understanding the need for socialism, which can only be brought into existence when the majority of the workers become convinced of its necessity through their own experience. Q. Is it a fact, as is often charged, that communists and the trade unions always set out to capture these organizations? A. This is one of the many false accusations made against the Communist Party by the enemies of a militant and powerful labor movement. The reality is that the communists join with all other progressives in fighting against the unions being captured by any individuals or groups. We believe in democratic unions, organizations in which the membership determines policy, and we work for a broad leadership thoroughly representative of and responsive to the wishes of the rank and file. Communists fight against all clique control and dictatorial tendencies among union leaders, no matter from what direction it comes. As for ourselves, we ask no rights beyond those accorded all other workers. We accept the same responsibilities and duties that non-communists do. Communists expect to influence the policies of a labor organization and play a role in its leadership only to the extent that they win the respect and support of the workers. We strive to merit this support by our devoted activities and educational work in the unions, not by acting as an organized group within them. Communists, whether rank and filers or elected officials of a union, have the duty and responsibility to build and improve the organization, work for the realization of its program, and to abide by the decision of the majority, arrived at democratically through the channels of the union. Communists who are elected into leadership of a union are responsible to the membership of that organization, and the Communist Party joins with all workers in calling to account any elected officials, communist or otherwise, who fail to fulfill the responsibilities and duties entrusted to them by the membership of their trade unions. Q. Do communists form factions, organized party groups, within the trade unions? A. No. In the earlier years of the Communist Party, the policy was sometimes followed of the Communist Party members in a given union meeting together to plan educational work in that organization. But this practice has been discontinued, as tending to create possible misunderstanding among the rank and file of the unions. The Communists, like all other members, function through the regular democratic procedures and committees of the unions. We are resolute opponents of factional control of unions, whether by a conservative bureaucratic clique or by some special political group. The Communists have full reliance that the union membership at large, if given an opportunity for a free discussion of the issues before it and the right to decisive, democratic action upon them, will arrive at sound policies. For this reason, communists are everywhere and always the most consistent and determined fighters for trade union democracy. Q. What is the attitude of the communists toward unauthorized strides and toward trade union discipline generally? A. Communists believe in trade union discipline, based on majority rule arrived at through the democratic processes of the union. Unless there is such discipline, the union will be destroyed. Communists are opposed to unauthorized strikes provoked by minorities. Such strikes almost always serve the interests of the employers, not the workers. They commonly result in violent internal conflict within the union, they antagonize middle-class sympathizers, and they usually end in defeat. Where a union follows policies really in the interests of the workers and defends actively their grievances, and where trade union democracy prevails, there is no occasion for unauthorized strikes. Q. Is it true that communists consider trade union agreements mere scraps of paper to be violated at will? A. It is not true. Communists understand that in modern industry. Communists and Trade Unions 283. With all its intricacies, it is necessary for employers and trade unions to put down on paper the complex terms of the workers' employment that they may agree upon. Such agreements, when entered into, should be adhered to by both sides. But communists do not believe in the illusions of conservative trade unionists that trade union agreements bring about a suspension of the class struggle. The ever-present contest between employers and workers over the product of labor merely takes on new forms under such conditions, with the employers using every trick to violate and chisel upon the agreements. Communists, therefore, are alert to see to it that the employers are compelled to live up to their agreements, and that the agreements are interpreted in the interests of the workers. In general, communists support short-term contracts, not to exceed 2 years or so. Under no circumstances do communists consider trade union agreements as justifying one body of workers breaking the strike of another, such as has been done upon innumerable occasions in trade union history by conservative officials using the excuse of inviolable union contracts. Q. What is the communist policy on the arbitration of labor disputes? A. Communists strongly favor direct dealings between unions and employers in the adjustment of labor disputes, as employers with their influence have an unsavory record of winning to their side the odd man on arbitration boards. But we are not opposed on principle to the workers accepting arbitration, taking great care of the board's composition, when direct negotiations fail and when a strike is inadvisable. The workers' objective being the attainment of the maximum in living standards, wages, hours, working conditions, etc., the communists are willing to use not only direct negotiation, but also arbitration when other means do not get results. We are strongly opposed, however, to compulsory arbitration in whatever form it may take. Under compulsory arbitration, the strike right is taken away from the workers and this places them at the mercy of the employers and their representatives. Q. What about seniority in industry? Do seniority clauses in union agreements constitute a good or bad practice? A. The communists endorse seniority provisions in trade union contracts as necessary in order to protect the older workers and also to prevent the arbitrary discharge of militant workers for union activities. Seniority in industry takes on especially great importance now that there is huge, chronic mass unemployment. But while utilizing seniority practices, the unions should also be on guard against serious abuses growing out upon them. Thus, on the railroads, because of seniority claims, some workers work the equivalent of 30 or even 40 days per month, while others get no work at all. And more serious yet, seniority practices sometimes operate to exclude the younger workers almost entirely from a given industry. This is both unjust and dangerous. The youth have the right to work and to establish a family, and if this right is denied them, many may easily become the prey of reactionary demagogues and be used against the labor movement. In working out seniority systems, therefore, ways must be found to check possible abuses and to protect the place of the youth in industry. Seniority rules must not be used to discriminate against the employment of Negroes. Q. What is the communist policy on apprentices in industry? A. The communists are in favor of young workers being drawn freely into industry, including the skilled trades which require prolonged training. But we oppose the present policies of employers who use the apprentice system to weaken and undermine the unions. We advocate trade schools controlled by the trade unions. We also favor the unions controlling the drawing in and training of youth, jointly with committees of the youth themselves. The young workers should be admitted to membership in the unions upon the beginning of their apprenticeship. Communists demand payment of fixed wages on the basis of equal pay for equal work, for the type of work that the apprentice performs. We oppose all tendencies toward job trust, unionism through undue restriction of apprentices, excessive initiation fees, etc. Q. What is the communist attitude towards sick and death benefits and other fraternal features in trade unions? A. The communists favor the adoption by unions of sick and death benefits and other benevolent provisions. They tend to stabilize the unions. But it is important that such undertakings be so organized and administered that the funds are properly protected, that the work. Communists and Trade Unions 285. CRS exercise full control, and that they get the maximum service at a minimum cost. Often it is advisable for a union to operate through an existing, well-recognized workers' fraternal organization, such as, for example, the International Workers' Order. Care should be taken that union benefit funds are not used for ventures into labor banking or real estate speculation. The insurance service should be optional, so that workers who cannot afford it shall not be deprived of full union membership. Unions cannot meet this whole problem by themselves, however, and should, therefore, actively support old age, unemployment, sickness, accident, and other forms of social insurance by the federal and state governments. 0. I often hear it said, communists always bring politics into the unions. What's the answer? A. Politics is concentrated economics, said Lenin. Politics is always present in the trade union, but not always working class politics. Frequently, as we all know, conservative trade union leaders misuse the unions in the political interest of themselves and the bosses. Communists give a working class character to trade union politics. The nature of the struggle of the workers under the present conditions of capitalist development makes political action more and more necessary. The unions are concerned with wages, hours, and working conditions. These questions have all become political issues. Just to recall the wages and hours laws or the Wagner Act makes this clear. Or take unemployment relief and insurance. These are also vital political matters. Likewise, the workers are interested in the preservation of peace. This, too, is political. So is the fight against lynching, injunctions in labor disputes, use of police against workers, as well as the election of the city, state, and national legislative bodies. All these are political issues of basic importance to labor, and all trade unions, including the A, F, of L, Executive Council, and not only the C, I, O, are compelled to deal with them regularly. Even the old, outworn A, F, of L, policy of reward your friends and punish your enemies, though harmful politics, is politics nevertheless. The communists put trade union politics on a working class basis and advocate the organization of the workers solidly, politically, in a broad democratic front. With the farmers and professionals, thereby enabling them to defend themselves effectively on every field of the class struggle. Q. Can craft unions exist as parts of a general progressive labor movement? A. Yes. In many countries, craft and industrial unions are to be found side by side, working peacefully and constructively in the same national trade union federation. While unquestionably the industrial form of unionism is the superior type, still in a number of industries in this country, especially railroads, building trades, printing trades, and amusement trades, experience teaches us that craft unions can exist and defend the interests of their members. These craft unions develop a measure of the necessary industrial solidarity through various types of federation, railroad employees department, building trades councils. But, on the other hand, in such industries as coal, chemical, steel, auto, textile, metal mining, electrical manufacturing, and generally where modern methods of mass production are in operation, the industrial form of unionism is necessary. There is no valid reason whatever why craft and industrial unions, each confining itself to its proper sphere, cannot live harmoniously together in one national federation. Q. Why do communists so insistently demand the admission of Negroes into trade unions? A. First, because refusal to grant trade union membership to Negroes is a gross insult and serious injury to them, by tending to bar them from working in various industries and by depriving them of all organized protection in their wage, hour, seniority, promotion, and working conditions. Free admission of Negroes into all trade unions, with full right to hold union office and to enjoy all union privileges, as is becoming the case with many unions, will go far towards smashing the whole shameful Jim Crow system. Second, because close working relations between Negro and white toilers is fundamentally necessary for the development of the democratic front of all progressive forces and the achievement of its demands, for the defense of American democracy against its reactionary foes. The question is, therefore, one of basic political significance. Karl Marx truly said, "Labor with a white skin cannot be free while labor with a black skin is branded." The degree of political understanding and power of the labor and progressive movement can be pretty accurately gauged by the extent to which it extends the hand of brotherly cooperation to the doubly oppressed Negro people. Communists and Trade Unions 287. Q. What is there to the common contention of reactionaries that high wages are the cause of economic crises? A. Nothing. It is a false argument used by spokesmen for Wall Street as an excuse for cutting wages and maintaining and increasing profits. Contrary to it, one of the main reasons for the economic slump of 1937 was precisely that the real wages of the workers, what they can actually purchase with their pay, did not keep up with the rise in the cost of living. Higher wages have a lessening effect upon the crisis by increasing the purchasing power of the masses and enabling them to buy back a larger portion of what they have produced. The industrialists deliberately mislead the workers when they claim that higher wages cause curtailment of production and the shutting down of factories. The big trust increased the prices of their products far more than the small raises they were forced to give the workers. The Steel Trust, for example, after giving a small raise to its workers in 1937, boosted the price of steel by a margin 10 times as much as the wage increase. Not high wages, but exorbitant monopoly prices were one of the main factors which brought on the crisis. High wages expand the market for commodities and make for industrial activity. Low wages and high monopoly prices sharply reduce consumer demand and make for economic crises. Q. How do communists raise the demand for the right to work? A. The communists support the demand of organized labor for the right to work. Practically, this involves the government taking responsibility, when private industry cannot or refuses to provide jobs, to guarantee adequate relief and jobs for workers. This is why the communists propose that, for instance, the government should launch a huge program of socially needed public works, which will give employment to all able-bodied workers at trade union wages and working conditions, and will wipe out such public sore spots as slums and substandard living conditions in the rural areas. This is why the communists further propose the immediate enactment of federal legislation providing for a 5-day week, 6-hour day in all industries and the establishment of a minimum annual wage guaranteeing an American standard of living. Similarly, the communists call for suitable amendments to the Social Security Act, which will create a unified national system of social insurance covering such hazards as unemployment, old age, maternity, and sickness. Q. What is the communist stand regarding employers' share-the-work policies? A. The Communist Party is opposed to employers' share-the-work plans, which in reality means sharing the misery among the workers. Adequate relief and public works jobs should be furnished the unemployed. However, in certain seasonal industries, like the needle trades, the trade unions have developed a method called equal division of work, a plan for sharing all available work during the slow seasons. This is an important demand and is supported by the communists, because the peculiarities of these industries make equalization of work a practical necessity. Likewise, in the maritime industry, the communists support the proposals of the unions of the seamen and longshoremen for establishing a rotation system of employment under the supervision and control of the unions themselves. 1939. Part 4. The workers constitute by far the biggest, most progressive and most solidly anti-fascist section of our population. They are the vitalizing force that gives life to the national unity of workers, farmers, professionals, small businessmen, and capitalists, which stands behind the government for the winning of the war against Hitlerism. The workers furnish a huge portion of the armed forces, and they have the main task in carrying on production. Furthermore, their fullest political participation in the war effort is indispensable in order to offset business-as-usualism and fifth-column activities, to strengthen generally the anti-Hitler policy of the government, to develop the resolute type of armed struggle necessary to smash the Axis, and to provide guarantees for a just and lasting peace at the conclusion of the war. Within the framework of national unity, it is the duty of the workers, the class which has the most to lose by a Hitler victory and the most to gain by a Hitler defeat, to set a patriotic example for the rest of the population. The workers have to take the lead in accepting willingly every sacrifice necessary to prosecute the war. They must be tireless in carrying out the multitudinous tasks of the war. They must make the defense of the nation in this crisis their supreme lodestar in all their activities. At the same time, in building national unity and strengthening the war effort, the workers must protect their own living standards and safeguard their trade unions. Only healthy workers can give the best results, whether it be in industry or in the armed forces, and a strong and vigorous trade union movement is indispensable for the main. 29. American trade unionism. Tenets of American democracy and the successful prosecution of the war. It is the supreme task of the trade unions, with their 11 million members, to mobilize and yet the working class in performing its unflinching anti-Hitler role in the war. This task is doubly that of the trade unions because there is no broad farmer labor party in the United States able to command the allegiance of the great masses of the working class. Nor is the Communist Party, despite its extensive influence, in a position of decisive political leadership. The masses of workers still look very much to the trade union leadership for political guidance. The responsibility for developing the maximum war activities of the working class is not one that the trade unions may assume or reject as they see fit. It is a categoric must, placed upon them by history. The fulfillment of this big task is imperative, not only for the achievement of the greatest possible national war effort, but also for the health and progress of the trade unions themselves. In this crucial period, with the very life of our nation at stake, the trade union movement can be strong and grow vigorously only if its leadership is clearly conscious of the union's historic responsibility as the war organizers of the working class. The total mobilization of labor. Total war against Hitlerism requires that our people be organized and mobilized on a war basis more completely than ever before. To meet the present life and death national war crisis, the government, despite entrenched defeatist elements, is straining itself to develop the utmost war power of our people. Industry is being pushed to the accomplishment of a production program so great as to have been called fantastic. Energetic steps are being taken to create a powerful army, air force, and navy. The financial strength of our nation is being developed on an unprecedented scale. Entire local populations are being united. For civilian defense, the whole lives of our people are being drastically changed and reshaped. Therefore, the trade union movement, which plays such a vital war role, must also be thoroughly mobilized, from top to bottom, so that it, too, can throw its maximum possible strength into the national war effort. As things now stand, the trade unions are making a tremendous contribution to the nation's fight against Nazi Germany and its allies. In industry, in the armed forces, in civilian defense, in the raising of war funds, everywhere that the war effort is taking shape, the workers and their trade unions, without fanfare or publicity, are to be found in the very forefront of our warring people's activities. Nevertheless, considering the urgency of the war's relentless demands, there is still room for a vast improvement in the war work of the trade unions. Their total war mobilization remains far from complete. They have not yet risen to a full sense of their leading responsibility in the war, of the need for them to develop their own initiative to the utmost. There are still too many hangovers of trade unionism's usual practices of pre-war days. Labor as a whole especially needs a broad window war program, covering all phases of the war effort, as indicated by the C.I.O. Steel Workers, New York Industrial Council, and other bodies. The union's war work is going ahead too scatteredly. What is necessary is for the whole trade union movement to plan and to carry out its work far more systematically and with a better utilization of all its resources. To this end, it would be a highly advisable step for the A.F.L., the C.I.O., and the railroad brotherhoods to call a broad national conference, as the C.I.O. Executive Board has already suggested, and there to work out their national war program and plan of action. Such a national conference, assembling together hundreds of delegates from all industries and all localities, would give an enormous stimulus to the war work of organized labor everywhere. Such a national conference should be followed by local conferences in all the industrial centers of the country. These would further concretize the national window war program on a local scale and organize the local forces to realize it. Already numerous localities have shown initiative along these lines. Local joint committees, as proposed by the C.I.O. in its recent national conference, should be set up everywhere as the basis of labor's war work in the various communities. These local committees, formed by A.F.L. and C.I.O. delegates on a broad and democratic basis, and establishing contacts with other pro-war groups and movements, could become powerful organizing forces in their respective spheres. They would give a real push to the local war work in all its phases. The present rudimentary war committees in many local unions could be strengthened and their work regularized. Production could be stimulated, as could civilian defense, morale building, bond selling, war relief, etc. A better mobilization of labor's forces for war can and should be brought about. To give the main push for this is primarily the job of the national leadership, but the unions in the localities should also use their own initiative. Labor, by the total mobilization of its forces for the war, must set the pace for our whole people. In doing so, labor will greatly strengthen the national war effort and also improve its own position in the country. During the past few months, reactionaries of all stripes, business as usualists, open shoppers, fifth columnists, taking advantage of the war situation and the fact that the trade unions have agreed not to strike during the war, have been delivering a ferocious offensive against the workers and their organizations. Proposals to wipe out the 40-hour week and eliminate overtime pay, to freeze wages, to outlaw the right to strike, to register the trade unions, to abolish the union shop, to do away with the right to organize, etc., etc., have literally flooded Congress. The National Association of Manufacturers, the United States Chamber of Commerce, notorious anti-labor politicians such as Reynolds, Byrd, Hoffman, Hobbs, Smith, Vinson, etc., together with reactionary newspaper columnists and radio commentators of Die Kidney of Pegler and Kaltenborn, have all joined in the anti-labor drive. If successful, this anti-labor drive would sharpen the class struggle, weaken national unity, and undermine the whole war effort. This is precisely what most of the professional open shoppers and defeatists have in mind. In fighting against this anti-labor drive, therefore, the unions are fighting for national unity and for the successful prosecution of the war. Labor's best protection against such reactionaries is to intensify greatly its war work on every front, to become an ever more dynamic force in our national unity. Labor, far more than at present, should stand out clearly to the nation as the great mass force working to win the war. Wherever war work is going on, there the trade unions should be found in the very forefront. Then the open shoppers and defeatists will find it virtually impossible to attack them successfully. The trade unions should get out of their present defensive position. Once organized labor gets its forces fully lined up in a maximum all-out drive in war work, then, instead of being the object of such dangerous attacks as at present, it will move into a period of growth and popular prestige such as it has never before known. Trade Unions and the War 293. The Battle for Production. In the production of the war materials so vitally needed to smash Hitler and his Axis, organized labor, especially the CIO, is making a splendid showing. The whole trade union movement, to ensure continuous production, has laid aside the use of the strike for the duration of the war and, in order to increase production to the maximum, the unions are working in close collaboration with the government and the employers. If Donald Nelson, chief of the War Production Board, was able to say that the president's gigantic victory production program would be achieved, or even surpassed, the American people have the loyal work of the trade unions largely to thank for it. In the great battle for production, the CIO, displaying outstanding leadership, has stood far in the forefront of the whole labor movement. With its Murray Industrial Council's plan and its specific production plans for the auto, steel, electrical, metal mining, maritime, farm equipment, communications, and various other industries, it has blazed the trail for both the government and the employers. Mr. Nelson's labor management committees, which are securing fine results by increasing production in some 700 key war plants, are obviously suggested by the much more elaborate Murray Industrial Councils. The A.F.L. also has thrown itself wholeheartedly into the battle for production, calling upon its millions of workers to extend themselves in turning out the necessary war materials. The A.F.L. unions, however, save in a few localities, do not occupy such key positions in the basic war industries as do the CIO unions, nor have they shown an equal energy, planfunks, and militant leadership in the adaptation of their industries to war production. Despite the generally excellent showing of the trade unions in war production, there are, nevertheless, some weak spots which require improvements. First, regarding the many railroad unions. These organizations still seem to be going along pretty much on a trade unionism as usual basis. The railroads, allowed to run down badly by their owners and now heavily overloaded with traffic, are perhaps the most serious bottleneck in the whole war production program. Yet, so far, the railroad unions, whose main spokesman is the Railway Labor Executives Association, have not come forward with plans for the adaptation of the railroads to the war situation and for government operation. There is a burning need for them to prepare a railroad program, and to play an active part in the railroad reorganization that the government and the employers are now putting through while the unions sleep on. Another union weak spot in production is the United Mine Workers of America, headed by John L. Lewis. It is significant that this great organization of 600,000 miners, situated in a key industry, is the only basic union in the CIO, which has not developed a production plan. Lewis, who is busy organizing the farmers and trying to split the CIO, is not bothering his head over coal production. This is a reflection of his thinly disguised opposition to the war and his open hatred of the Roosevelt administration. Organized labor as a whole has need to unify its efforts in production. This would greatly improve its work. To this end, a national production conference of the CIO, A.F.L., and railroad brotherhoods would be very much in order. The conversion of the industries to a maximum war production is creating a host of problems for the unions. Among them a few are the training and distribution of manpower, the entry of large masses of Negroes and women into war industry, the matter of incentive pay for higher production, questions of seniority, the modification of certain trade union rules, the problem of organizing the unorganized during war conditions, the preservation of the workers' health under the present industrial strain, the re-examination of apprenticeship regulations, etc., etc. The wartime production and union problems in industry should not be allowed to accumulate or to find offhand local or sectional solutions. Nor can they be adjusted through separate actions by the A, F, of L, and C, I, O, top councils. The necessity for speeding the war production program, as well as the immediate welfare of the unions themselves, demands that these vital general problems be tackled in a basic, united and systematic way by the whole trade union movement. The best manner to do this would be through a national production conference, at which all branches of the labor movement were represented. The anti-inflation program. The 7 points presented to Congress recently by President Roosevelt are designed to avert the rapidly growing danger of inflation. They should be supported by organized labor, with insistence upon the necessity for periodic adjustments of wage rates by collective bargaining. Failure to do this is a big mistake. A comprehensive anti-inflation program was long overdue to check soaring prices and skyrocketing profits. Experiences in England and Canada indicated the general direction it should go. Nevertheless, the trade unions were slow to formulate anything approaching an adequate broad economic program, although they support various price and profit control measures. And the unions are in the main still not fully alert to the great need for supporting President Roosevelt's 7 points. The failure of organized labor to speak out quickly and concretely on the vital economy question had bad consequences. With the cost of living going up daily and with popular unrest rising, the reactionaries were quick to try to put the responsibility on the trade unions. They shouted that it was all due to rising wages, and they delivered a slashing attack against the unions. Rules calling for double time for Sunday work and against the federal 40-hour-week law, with its time and a half for overtime. The Peglers, Kaltenborns, and Hoffmans howled that the trade unions cared nothing for the war effort and paid attention only to their own economic interests. Many of these reactionaries demanded that the unions be curbed in various drastic ways. This violent campaign definitely put the unions on the defensive. Now, if the trade unions had promptly worked out a comprehensive war economy program and actively presented it to the nation, as they could have done, a quite different picture would have resulted. Organized labor would have been able to show, to vast numbers if not to all the people, that the rising cost of living was due basically to rising commodity prices and increasing profits, and also that raises in wages, including the application of the overtime provisions, were lagging far behind the advance in the cost of living. This whole economy plan situation emphasizes a vital wartime lesson which organized labor should learn thoroughly. It is that the trade union leaders, freeing themselves completely from lingering trade unionism's usual hangovers, must think and act boldly in terms of the entire nation and not only of the labor movement. Wartime wages, hours, and working conditions. In approaching questions of wages, hours, and working conditions, the trade union's policy is necessarily based upon the national interest of winning the war. Our nation's present supreme needs call for a powerful armed force and a maximum munitions production. Hence, all trade union policies should be directed toward developing the workers' greatest productive and fighting efficiency. Respecting wages, this means that the workers' present real wages should be essentially maintained, with improvements in those of the masses of workers now being paid substandard rates. The President's 7-point anti-inflation program will, if adopted, check but not entirely halt the rising cost of living. Therefore, wage adjustments will be necessary, as in England, where even more drastic economic controls are in effect. Such adjustments are already overdue in several industries. While the President's anti-inflation program correctly tends toward a relative stabilization of wages, the workers should oppose rigid wage freezing in the face of rising living costs. In making wage proposals, the workers should propose adjustments to offset the increased cost of living, the greater strain placed upon the workers by intensified production, and to improve the at present excessively low wage levels of many workers. To keep the workers well-fed, healthy, and strong is a major requisite for winning the war, even as is the production of the physical well-being of our fighting forces. In all their handling of wages, working conditions, production problems, etc., the unions should insist upon the maintenance of the health of the workers as the minimum basis for stabilizing the economic standard of the workers. Regarding hours, the goal for the unions to aim at should be the maximum possible production that will at the same time permit the workers to maintain their health and their maximum efficiency. But while seeking to increase production, the trade unions should also be on the alert to defeat attempts by unscrupulous employers to extend unduly the workday and work week. Therefore, the trade unions should insist resolutely upon the maintenance of the legal 40-hour week. In the matter of working conditions, the trade unions need to show real flexibility. Some unions, especially in the A, F, of L, may have to modify certain of their working rules to facilitate increased production. Required modifications will become evident through the workings of labor management committees. In making such changes, the unions should guard against subtle attempts by the bosses to break their working standards, and they should also secure guarantees that the alterations made shall be continued only for the duration of the war. Where changes in working rules are obviously necessary, they should be made boldly and quickly. Thus, in the recent case of the controversy over double time for Sunday work, organized labor would have fared much better if it had handled the matter promptly, before it became a national issue and put the unions on the defensive. The workers should insist uncompromisingly upon the maintenance of collective bargaining during the war. They should also defend their right to organize and to establish the closed shop. Likewise, although temporarily giving up the strike in the war period and accepting decisions of the War Labor Board, the unions should protect their legal right to strike. The unions must not surrender their primary right to settle wages, hours, and working conditions in direct negotiations with the employers. The British unions have not given up such rights, nor should ours. The labor movement, during the war, must be on guard against open shoppers, defeatists, and fascists who would hamstring and destroy it by robbing it of its power for collective bargaining. In defending the economic standards of the workers during the war, the trade unions should be especially keen to checkmate those elements, such as Lewisites, Trotskyites, Coughlinites, Thomasites, etc., who are urging the workers to grab what they can in the matter of wages. Such a policy would be doubly unwise. It would both militate against the winning of the war and would bring severe condemnation down upon the unions from the workers, the public, and the government. Also, organized labor must now, as never before, be disciplined regarding strikes. It must not tolerate wildcat local walkouts, and it must keep its eyes wide open to detect the pro-fascist elements who are seeking to provoke strikes in war industries. To sum up, in matters of wages, hours, and working conditions, the trade unions should set a national example of patriotism, being guided constantly in their policy by a determination to win the war. This is the road to the maximum national war effort, to the greatest possible well-being of the workers, and to a strong and vigorous trade union movement. The unions and the closed shop. One of the most striking developments of the war is the extreme virulence of the reactionaries' fight against the closed shop. Behind this fight there is a belief, and a hope, that the war has undermined the basic economic functions of the trade unions, and that without the closed shop the unions cannot maintain themselves. With the agreement by the workers that sacrifices must be made to win the war, with their acceptance of pound wage stabilization, lengthening of the work week, and slackening of trade union shop conditions, and with their laying aside of the strike weapon for the duration, all these things made trade unions unnecessary, say these people, and the workers will, therefore, not continue to pay union dues without some form of compulsion. One hears this argument echoed in the press and on the radio, and even in some labor official circles. Actually, never were the unions more necessary to the workers or called upon to play a more vital role in our national life than now. Never were their tasks and responsibilities so heavy. The closed shop, the checkoff, and the War Labor Board's new device of the maintenance of membership and similar member-holding plans are important, and the unions should insist upon their establishment wherever possible. Nevertheless, they are by no means the life and death necessities that they have been painted both by some friends and many enemies. The health and growth of the trade unions must derive primarily from a fulfillment, an active carrying out of the tasks that devolve upon the trade unions in this war period. These tasks all revolve within the wider framework of our nation's task of winning the war and smashing the Axis forces. Among the trade unions' war tasks is the necessity to protect the welfare, health, and productive efficiency of the workers in the new war economy that is now taking shape. This involves keeping wages up to satisfactory levels, preventing undue extension of the work week, insisting upon the maintenance of sound safety and housing conditions, working for the establishment of a just and effective system of rationing, price control, taxes, bond buying, and other economic factors affecting the workers' living and working standards. In all these matters, the intervention of the trade unions is of paramount importance. Also, the trade unions in wartime are the very bulwark of our democratic liberties. They safeguard the American people's historic rights of free speech and free assembly, defend the body of social legislation from reactionary attack, and defeat the attempts of those who would try to make the United States into a fascist country while it is fighting Hyder. They see to it that centralized war controls over labor and industry are carried through democratically by the government. Next, there is the vital matter of achieving maximum war production. Here, too, through labor management committees and otherwise, the trade unions have a most important function to fulfill. The workers appreciate this role, for no class in society is as anxious to defeat Hyder as they are. Then there is the fundamental matter of helping shape the general war policies of the government. In this, as the very backbone of national unity, the trade union movement has influence of great weight, despite the fact that the unions are as yet very lacking in direct representation in the various war committees and boards, from the cabinet on down. The stronger the trade unions, the stronger the nation's fight against Hyder. There are a host of other war tasks which fall upon the trade unions, including the fight against the fifth column, an active participation in the vast network of civilian defense, the sale of government bonds, etc., etc. The fact that these activities in defense of the workers' interests, in support of the war, are carried on mostly by political means, rather than by strikes, in no sense detracts from the role of the unions. These varied functions clearly furnish the groundwork for a vigorous trade union movement based upon voluntary membership. There is no basic reason, therefore, why both the C, I, O, and A, F, of L, trade unions should not continue to make real growth during the war period. According to the latest figures of Labour, February 1942, official organ of the British Trade Union Congress, the British trade unions increased in membership from 6,230,000 at the end of 1939 to 6,542,000 at the close of 1940. American trade unions can very easily do much better in strengthening themselves numerically. To maintain and extend the trade union membership, it would be folly simply to rely upon such measures as the closed shop, check-off, maintenance of membership clauses, etc., necessary though these may be. 3 further major considerations are more important. The first of these is for the unions to prosecute vigorously their new wartime tasks. The second is for them to carry on wide educational work among the toiling masses to explain the role of the unions. The third is for them to unfold vigorous campaigns of membership recruitment. If these things are done systematically, the American trade union movement will grow swiftly in numbers and influence during the war. If the trade unions are to be able to mobilize their large membership and vast body of sympathizers for the fullest possible support of the war, they need to be thoroughly represented in the government, and in all its war committees, nationally and locally. 300 American Trade Unionism. Labor in the government. As things stand, organized labor is very poorly represented in the various stages of the government, from the top down. It has no members in the cabinet. It is not heading a single one of the various new national war agencies, such as the War Production Board, the Office of Price Administration, the Selective Service Administration, the Office of Civilian Defense, the Office of Defense Transportation, nor is it to be counted among various industrial bars. Only in the National War Labor Board is labor well represented. Only here and there does a trade union official hold a secondary or third-line post in the war setup. The weakness of labor in the war apparatus of the government is further emphasized by the fact that the trade unions, because they have not built a labor party, are almost destitute of substantial and reliable representation in Congress and in the various state and local legislative bodies. The Roosevelt administration generally follows a liberal attitude toward the trade union movement, but not in the respect of entrusting it with decisive executive positions. Why should not organized labor in this country, with its 11 million members, who with their families constitute about 1/3 of the nation, have several posts in the President's War Cabinet, as is the case in Churchill's cabinet in Great Britain? Who will assert that skilled trade union executives are not as competent for cabinet war posts, for example, as the lawyers and businessmen who now fill them? Or that a labor man would not do a good job as head of some of the new national boards, say the Manpower Commission? Organized labor could furnish representatives who would do as well as, or better than, the present members. But conservative capitalist forces in the United States have not yet got around to the point where they are willing to make such concessions to the trade unions, and their holdback influence is still decisive with the administration in the matter. Organized labor itself is also partly to blame. It is altogether too modest in demanding government representation and responsible executive posts in the war administration. It is amazing how weak is the trade union demand for posts in Roosevelt's cabinet, and also how calmly labor accepts third or fourth line war positions, while the decisive offices are handed to lawyers and businessmen, who are often quite without experience for their vital war functions. This all goes to show that the trade union movement, despite its great numerical strength, is not yet mature politically, nor is its top leadership fully conscious of the fundamental role that must be played by the working class and its main mass organizations, the trade unions, in this decisive moment of history. Not long ago, President Roosevelt organized the Victory Labor Board, sometimes called his War Labor Cabinet, composed of 3 representatives each from the A, F, of L, and the C, I, O, with himself as chairman. This represented an advance in the government's recognition of organized labor, as it enabled the trade union leadership to reach the president quickly and often with their proposals. But this board has neither legislative nor executive power. It is only advisory in character. This board should not be considered by organized labor as a substitute for posts in the president's cabinet, nor for decisive executive leadership in the various war boards. In pre-war days, it would have been correct for organized labor not to accept appointive cabinet positions in the capitalist government, as this would have circumscribed its independence and hindered its defense of the workers' interests. But today, organized labor is supporting the war against Hitlerism, and it must be allowed its full weight in the government's organization of the national war effort. In insisting upon the fullest representation in the president's cabinet and in the various war boards, organized labor is not merely asserting its right of democratic representation. It is especially advocating a fundamental measure vitally needed to strengthen national unity and to win the war. The workers and foreign policy. One of the major responsibilities thrust upon organized labor by the war is to use its great influence in shaping every phase of the government's foreign policy. Yet, of all the widespread war work of the trade unions, this is perhaps the weakest. The trade unions have endorsed the war against the Axis and are giving the government their hearty support. But that is about as far as they go in the matter of foreign policy. Seldom do top trade union leaders, especially those of the A, F, of L, speak out definitely on important international questions of policy, such as, for example, relations among the powers constituting the United Nations, the status of India and China, the government's attitude toward Vichy France, Finland, and Spain, the question of establishing a Western Front in Europe, the statement of our war aims, etc. Exceptions to this general rule were the recent splendid meetings of the United Steelworkers of America and the C.I.O. Executive Board. This failure of the trade unions to interest themselves more positively in the shaping of American foreign policy is a great weakness, and at the same time it is an expression of their lack of an alert spirit of internationalism. This is a people's war, and such basic people's organizations as the trade unions must play the utmost possible active role in formulating international policies. The recent splendid convention of the C.I.O. steel workers showed a great advance in this respect. Moreover, the war situation imperatively demands that the American and British trade union movements not only exercise vigorously their democratic strength in helping shape the policies of their own governments, but that they also cooperate actively with the other big democratic forces of the world, including the colonial and semi-colonial countries, India, China, Latin America, etc., the peoples of Nazi-occupied Europe, and the Soviet Union, that is, in every way to influence democratically the international policies of the United Nations. The democratic forces of the world must help shape the course of the war if the war is truly to accomplish its anti-fascist purposes. In all the capitalist countries of the United Nations there are powerful reactionary forces, saturated with fascist tendencies, who are ceaselessly trying to twist the war to serve their predatory interests. In the United States we have plenty of these fifth column and near fifth column elements in the Hoovers, Lindberghs, Hearsts, Byrds, Reynoldses, Diases, Pattersons, Hoffmans, Howards, Kaltenborns, Peglers, Coughlins, Smiths, Norman Thomases and John L. Lewises, etc. Such people have a background of Munich-ism and appeasement of Hitler. They tried to force upon their governments the defense strategy which led from one defeat to another. They would gladly support a negotiated peace with Hitler which would give him victory, and they can be counted upon to do everything possible to reconstruct the post-war world on a fascist model. To win this war and to establish a just and lasting peace it is imperative that the world democratic forces overcome the sinister influence of the reactionary elements who are trying to shield fascism from overwhelming defeat. The trade union movements of the United States and the British Empire must become decisive forces in outlining trade unions and the war. The foreign policies of their governments. The representatives of the peoples of the occupied and colonial countries should come forward militantly in the making of world policy. The United Nations must grow from its present status of a narrow United States-British-controlled body into a full-fledged military alliance between the United States, Great Britain, the USSR, China, India, and the rest of the cooperating nations. The meaning of all this for the American trade union movement is that it must interest itself far more than at present in questions of foreign policy. A general endorsement and support of the war are not enough. The trade union movement, top and bottom, should speak out quickly and act vigorously regarding every aspect of the rapidly changing world situation. Organized labor needs to liquidate the last remnants of isolationism and become truly international in its outlook and activities. The most vital single question now before the American and British peoples is that of establishing a Western Front this spring in Europe to catch Hyder in the trap of a two-front war. Organized labor should join its strength with those broad popular forces who are demanding this new front against Nazi Germany. Unfortunately, however, seldom do we hear the voice of a top labor official or of a strong union in the widespread debate that is now taking place in the press, on the radio, and in the legislative halls upon this most important issue. The action of the Steel Workers' Convention, in endorsing a second front, showed the growing union sentiment on this question. Labor and the USSR. One of the most basic tasks put upon the shoulders of the American trade union movement by the war is to cultivate the closest possible fighting relations between the United States and the Soviet Union. To win the war, these two great countries must become allies, friendly and cooperative, in the fullest sense of the word. They should be equal partners in a powerful United Nations military alliance. To accomplish this, the great trade union movement in this country can contribute greatly. Today the USSR is carrying the main burden of the struggle against the chief foe, Hitler. The fate of world humanity, including our own national independence and freedom, rests upon the Soviets' ability to hold off Hitler's armies. The Red Army is magnificently fulfilling the great historic task that has fallen upon it, of defending world democracy from the fascist barbarians. President Roosevelt recently said, "On the European front, the most important development of the past year has been the crushing offensive on the part of the great armies of Russia against the powerful German army." In the same vein, Lord Beaverbrook stated, "The Russians kill more Germans every day than all the Allies put together." And General MacArthur put it correctly when he declared, "The hopes of civilization rest on the worthy banners of the courageous Russian army." Former ambassador to the USSR, Joseph E. Davies, hit the nail of American public opinion squarely on the head when he declared, "Recently, we say to the government, Red Army and Soviet people, hold the fort, for we are coming." The need for close understanding and working relations between the USA and the USSR is now particularly urgent. Hitler and his friends and dupes in this country, using the divide and conquer strategy, are trying to drive a wedge between this country and the Soviet Union, on the lying basis that the Soviet government intends to make a separate peace, that Japan, not Nazi Germany, is our main enemy, that cooperation with the USSR means a tacit acceptance of communism, that the Russians do not need our help, and many similar representations. Especially are these fifth column elements trying to prevent the United States and Great Britain from establishing a great Western front in Europe which could, in collaboration with the Red Army, smash Hitler this year. Both the CIO and the AF of L have endorsed our government's policy of extending munitions aid to the USSR, and recent news dispatches inform us that Presidents Green and Murray of the AF of L and CIO and President Whitney of the Railroad Trainmen have become members of the Board of Directors of Russian War Relief Incorporated. Nevertheless, the top leadership of our labor movement has been slow in this whole question. There is need for strengthening trade union official policy in respect to solidifying the bonds between the USA and the USSR. Especially is it necessary for the AF of L, CIO, and railroad brotherhoods to link themselves with the Anglo-Soviet Trade Union Committee, as the recent Steel Workers' Convention proposed. Our trade union leaders should feel honored to clasp hands in international solidarity with the representatives of the heroic Soviet working class, and the membership of their unions would applaud them for doing so. The Anglo-Soviet Trade Union Committee has great potentialities to tighten the relations between the three respective governments, to increase war materials production in the respective countries, to help keep the war on a truly anti-Hitler basis, to help provide guarantees that the eventual peace will be a just and lasting one. American organized labor is becoming increasingly conscious of its responsibility to help bring about a betterment of relations with our great Soviet neighbor. This is shown by the growing number of CIO and AF of L unions that are speaking out upon the matter. Our trade union movement, casting off its swaddling clothes of isolationism like the rest of our people, is moving toward playing its proper international role. This can be done adequately only in fraternal affiliation with the British and Russian unions and the Anglo-Soviet Trade Union Committee. Wartime democracy. To conduct total war effectively against Hitlerism, it is imperative that the government set up, as it is doing, a whole series of strongly centralized wartime controls. Among these are conscription for the armed forces, general registration of manpower, rationing of everyday necessities, priorities in industry, the compulsory conversion of plants to war purposes, the seizure of incompetently operated plants, the establishment of industrial SARs, price control, restrictions upon the press to guard military secrets, the imposition of vast financial burdens, etc., etc. Such necessary centralizing measures need not, however, be anti-democratic in their effects. Powerful reactionary forces, in the government, in industry, in public life generally, are seeking to take advantage of the war situation by attacking American democracy fundamentally. Their spokesman argued before the war that if we fought Hitler we must become a fascist country ourselves, and they are trying to make this lying statement come true. They are especially attacking the trade unions, trying to abolish their right to strike, to organize and to function in behalf of the workers. They are assailing such vital social legislation as the Wagner Act and the Wages and Hours Act. They are vilifying and persecuting the Negroes and the foreign-born. They hope, by thus undermining democracy, to sabotage the war and to move toward fascism in this country. This makes it necessary for organized labor, in conjunction with other popular forces, to use actively its vast influence for the preservation and strengthening of American democracy in these crucial war times. First, there is the whole group of tasks connected with making the new wartime government controls work democratically. The unions must help see to it that press restrictions are directed only against defeatists and betrayers of military secrets, and that the right of constructive criticism is maintained, that the price control regulations are carried out vigorously and without fear or favor, that labor's right of collective bargaining is carefully guarded, that the rationing of necessities is fairly administered, that the distribution of manpower within the industries is democratically regulated, that the tax burden and the sale of war bonds are justly distributed, that no social legislation is sacrificed to the defeatists, that the economic standards of the workers are protected so as to ensure our nation's health and war efficiency. Then there are the vital tasks indispensable for directly combating the fifth column, the defeatists and the appeasers, including the liquidation of the Christian Front, Ku Klux Klan, and other definitely fascist, war-sabotaging movements, the jailing of such pro-fascist elements as Coughlin, Smith, Detheridge and Dennis, the impeachment of Martin Dies and the liquidation of his fake committee, the political defeat of such reactionary figures as Reynolds, Nye, Byrd, Wheeler, Hoffman, Vinson, Cox, etc., a careful and thoroughgoing checkup of saboteurs in industry, the cleansing from the radio of such defeatist types as Kaltenborn, Boak Carter and Norman Thomas, the complete suppression of the fascist press and the public condemnation of the defeatist Hearst, Patterson, McCormick, and Scripps Howard newspapers, the breaking of the influence of John L. Lewis, W. L. Hutchison, and others of their like in the labor movement, the refusal of responsible war posts to the Lindberghs, Kenkes, Bullets, and others of their stripe. The spokesmen of labor, in the press, over the radio, on the public platform, should be the leaders, which they are not yet, save in a few instances, in the struggle against every move, ideological or otherwise, made by the fifth column. The fight against the appeasers and defeatists is not simply the affair of the federal government, it is most of all the task of the masses of the people themselves, which means, in first line, of the trade union movement. Finally, there is the whole maze of problems relating to the positive strengthening of our democratic institutions, such as the further building up of the trade unions, the securing of full representation of organized labor in the cabinet and all war boards, national, state, and local, the broadest possible extension of labor management cooperation in industry, the democratic development of the people's organizations of civilian defense, the infusion of a democratic spirit and regime into all branches of the armed services, the ready acceptance of women in all branches of industry, the accordance of full economic, political, and social rights to the Negro people, the establishment of trade union unity, the close cooperation of all people's organizations, economic, political, cultural, national, etc., for the prosecution of the war, the creation of a broad network of local committees to organize the great masses of the people for war work. If this war is to be won and the peace to be a satisfactory one, the United States must fight the war on a democratic basis and come out of the war a more democratic country than before. This requires that the labor movement, far more than it has done up to date, must pay close attention to the democratic tasks connected with the war. Hitler can be defeated only by peoples democratically inspired and organized. Let the United States and especially its great trade union movement not be wanting in this vital qualification for winning the war. Labor and John L. Lewis. The most serious obstacle within labor's ranks against an all-out effort of the trade union movement in support of the war is John L. Lewis and his organized henchmen. Lewis' line is to make a feeble pretense of endorsing the war and then to hinder it in various ways. His policy is detrimental to the national war effort, to the economic well-being of the workers, to the welfare of the trade union movement. Lewis' endorsement of the war, mere lip service, is essentially the anti-war line of his Republican friends, Hoover and Landon, and it merges into that of the Trotskyites and Thomasites. The fascist Father Coughlin knew what he was doing when, in social justice, he gave Lewis a flaring endorsement. Lewis, like Lindbergh, has formally accepted the war, but he has never even made a speech for it. He is a bitter opponent of the Roosevelt administration, and he has done virtually nothing, outside of some bond buying which he could hardly escape, to mobilize his great union in support of the war. Hitler could not be beaten in 1,000 years were the country to undertake the job in the spirit of Lewis' milk and water. Support. As before December 7th, Lewis is an isolationist, an opponent of the war. If he does not speak out his real sentiments more frankly, it is because if he did, he would be swept out of office at once by the patriotic miners. Lewis' opposition to the war takes the form, besides his hostility to the Roosevelt administration, of a series of disruptive activities which tend to weaken the war effort of organized labor generally. First, there is his bizarre attempt to organize the farmers into the United Mine Workers. The farmers belong not inside the trade unions, but in organizations of their own, which should work in collaboration with the labor movement. The general effects of Lewis' efforts to organize the farmers are to strengthen reactionary forces among them, as in New York State, to throw the labor movement into inner strife over the question, to create bad blood between the organized farmers and the trade unions, and to weaken national unity. Next, there are Lewis' raids upon A.F.L. unions through his construction workers and his nondescript District 50 of the U.M.W.A., headed by his brother and his daughter, respectively. These disruptive activities make unity more difficult between the A.F.L. and the CIO, thereby lessening their combined war effort and to that extent undermining national unity. They show that his present proposals for unity between the AFL and the CIO were based on false pretenses. Then there is Lewis' effort to split the CIO. Here we have the spectacle of a labor autocrat, who has suppressed democracy in his great union and has the bulk of the membership living under provisional government, arbitrarily appointed by himself, deliberately trying to pull the miners' union out of the CIO, contrary to the will of the working miners. To prepare for this union splitting and anti-war step, Lewis is doing his best to discredit the leadership of Philip Murray and to throw the whole CIO into confusion. His removal of Murray from his office of vice president was the action of an autocrat. Finally, there is Lewis' avowed intention to clean house in the United Mine Workers by eliminating those officials, Murray, Van Bittner, Fagan and others who are loyally and actively supporting the war, a disruptive move which has created a sharp factional situation in that union and greatly weakened it as a constructive force within the anti-Hyder national unity. It is sinister that Lewis is covering up this war move by vicious red-baiting against Murray. The workers will do well to understand clearly the anti-war policies of John L. Lewis and the danger they present to labor and the union. His refusal to dissociate himself from such America First elements as Lindbergh, Landon, Hutchison and Company, his failure to mobilize his union for active war work, his embroiling of the farmers against the workers, his efforts to drive a wedge between the AFL and the CIO, his attempt to split the CIO, his maneuvers to plunge the UMWA into internal turmoil, his relentless opposition to the Roosevelt administration, all show conclusively that Lewis is against the war and that his pretended endorsement of it is only to shield himself from the wrath of the anti-fascist miners. Lewis' anti-war activities disqualify him for labor leadership. The sinister portent he holds for the future is evidenced by the fact that he is the favorite labor leader for many appeasers, defeatists, and fascists. The unions and the Negro people. It has long been a national disgrace the shameful way the Negro people are discriminated against, in politics, in industry, in the armed forces, in social life. The treatment accorded them is more in line with Hitlerite race oppression than in the tradition of a free people. In this war the Negro question is coming to a head and is insistently demanding attention from our people and the government, and especially from the trade union movement. During recent years the Negro people have grown enormously in political strength. They are no longer, and justly so, in a mood to tolerate the discriminatory abuses which are constantly visited upon them. This war has dramatized the evils from which the Negroes suffer, and it is stimulating them to demand redress. Especially so since reactionaries and defeatists, eager to weaken the war effort however they can, are redoubling their efforts to discriminate against Negroes in the war industries, in housing projects, in the armed forces, and everywhere else. The question of Negro discrimination has become an issue of grave national importance. At a time when complete unity of our people for the struggle against Hitler is so urgently needed, it is a matter of the utmost concern that among the 13 million Negroes, considerable sections are in doubt that this is really their war. Moreover, the matter also takes on an international significance, for the Nazis working among the Arab peoples and the Japanese working among the Asiatics have made wide, and not ineffective, use of the fact that Negroes in this country are so barbarously discriminated against. The Roosevelt administration recognizes the present great importance of the Negro question, and it has taken some steps to alleviate it. There was President Roosevelt's order to admit Negro workers to employment in the war industries and also Secretary Knox's ruling to permit the regular enlistment of Negroes in the Navy. But there is still too much concern in government circles for the tender feelings of the poll tax congressmen of the South, and for Negro baiters in general. Discrimination against Negroes remains rampant in the industries, in the Army and Navy, and elsewhere. For this situation, which is a disgrace to American democracy, the trade union movement bears a heavy share of responsibility, both by sins of commission and of omission. Many craft unions have long barred Negroes from membership, and have also objected to their employment in industry. Particularly are the railroad unions guilty of such reactionary Jim Crow practices. The AFL, while adopting liberal resolutions regarding Negro discrimination, has dodged about and never taken real action to scourge the cancer of Jim Crowism from its affiliated organizations. It is only since the rise of the CIO unions that the Negroes have been able to get real consideration in broad sections of organized labor. The need for national unity demands that discrimination against the Negro people be discontinued. The Negroes must be granted full citizenship in every sense of the word. Above all, the trade union movement should free itself quickly and completely from all traces of Jim Crowism in its ranks and use actively its great political and economic influence in behalf of Negro rights. The fight for democratic justice to the Negro people is one of the major tasks of the trade unions in this people's war. Women war workers. In great and rapidly increasing numbers, women are engaging in industry, in war relief work, in civilian defense, and now they are even being inducted into the armed forces. In the United States, women are beginning to perform the vital war role that they have long since been doing in England and, above all, in the USSR. Especially important is the entry of women in large numbers into the war industries. Already many thousands are employed in the aircraft and other war plants. The American Federal Unionist for March estimates that several million women will be brought into war production. Also, the government is contemplating registering all women up to 65 for war services. Women in war industries are doing many kinds of work which were hitherto considered to be impossible for them. Their industrial capacities are coming as a big surprise to conservative labor leaders and industrial managers alike. But really, to see what women are capable of industrially, one has to look to the USSR, where, it has been recently reported in press dispatches, the majority of workers now in industrial production are women, and that agriculture is being carried on overwhelmingly by them. The big influx of women workers into American industry presents many important problems to the trade union movement. They must be trained for their jobs, they must be unionized, educated for union leadership, be given the fullest union protection regarding equality of pay, etc. As yet, however, the trade unions seem only vaguely aware of the new problems. So far, neither the CIO nor the AFL has developed any program. Traditionally, the trade unions in this country have held very conservative positions regarding women workers generally. Save in the garment trades, the textile industry, and a few other occupations, there has been a widespread tendency to look upon women workers as rivals for the all too few jobs, instead of as fellow workers. In many instances, unions have vigorously objected to women entering their trades. A striking manifestation of the traditional trade union neglect and underestimation of women workers is the almost complete absence of women in top trade union leadership. Neither the AFL nor the CIO has found it necessary to include even one woman representative in its executive council. And women are as rare as white blackbirds in the decisive committees of all but a very few of the national unions in both federations of labor. The CIO, true to its generally more progressive trend, has shown increasing concern about women workers, but even here there is a great lack. Organized labor should take up promptly and energetically the burning problem of women in war industry. This it ought to do, not only to strengthen the national war effort, but also from the standpoint of trade union organization and practice. After this war, women are going to be a far greater factor in industry than ever before. Large numbers of those now working in plants will remain there after the war, which will be one of the democratic achievements of the war. The trade unions must incorporate these women workers within their ranks. Under no circumstances, therefore, can the question of the woman worker in war industry be slurred over or neglected on the grounds that it is only a temporary, wartime problem. What is necessary is a national trade union conference on the question of women workers in industry and agriculture. Such a conference, made up of delegates from both the CIO and AFL, could work out a comprehensive program to meet the situation. The gathering, representing all localities and industries, could take up every angle of the problems of the new women war workers and give organized labor a clear lead on them. The woman worker is now here in vastly larger numbers than ever before, and she is going to stay. Hence her problems must be attended to and her voice heard in the highest councils of the trade union movement and the government. The war and the youth. The war against Hitlerism has developed a host of youth problems, new, vast, and pressing. These relate to the building and functioning of the armed forces, the mass of which are made up of the youth, the entry of huge numbers of young people, especially girls, into industry, and the big role being played by the youth and children in a wide variety of civilian war activities. It is imperative that the trade unions interest themselves closely in all these new youth activities, for two vital reasons. The first and main one is that only thus, with the help of the unions, will our nation be able to develop to the fullest the tremendous fighting and working power of the youth, upon whom falls the chief burden of winning the war. The second reason is the need for the unions to establish the closest liaison with the youth in all their war activities, for already we can see the reactionaries, who hope for a post-war youth violently anti-union, trying to drive a wedge between the young men in the armed forces and the trade unions. As yet, however, the trade unions do not realize the great importance of the new youth problems and they are but scatteringly working for their solution. I can give here only a bare indication of the line trade union youth activities should now take. The trade unions should develop the closest possible relation with trade unions and the War 313. The armed forces. They should insist upon the maintenance of a democratic spirit and an efficient leadership in the Army and Navy. They should fight there against Jim Crowism. They should make all efforts so that dependents of soldiers and sailors are properly taken care of. Trade union influence should be actively present in all the educational and entertainment work carried on among the troops. Members in the service should be kept in good standing in the unions, furnished with trade union journals, and corresponded with regularly by local union officials and members. The jobs of workers now in the service should be guaranteed them upon demobilization. At every point, the fraternal, cooperative bonds between the trade unions and the armed forces should be cultivated and strengthened. In industry, the trade unions should see that the vast numbers of new young workers are properly trained. Each union should have a job training program. The crafts must be open to the youth. There should be an easing of union initiation fees and apprenticeship regulations. Particular attention should be paid to the special problems presented by young Negro workers and girls. Every effort should be made to unionize the new armies of young workers and also to invigorate the trade union officialdom by entrusting to the youth responsible leading posts. In civilian war activities, also, the trade unions should pay special attention to the youth. They should take the initiative in establishing youth auxiliaries in civilian defense. In war bond and stamp selling, in the salvage of waste materials, and in a host of other ways, the youth, including even small children, are a very important factor. The trade unions should see to it that their youth participate in all these civilian war activities, in full strength, in an organized manner, and under trade union leadership. The trade unions are doing a tremendous service to the youth in the armed forces by helping furnish them a great flood of munitions with which to fight the enemy. They are also cooperating deeply with the youth by defending American democracy and maintaining the economic standards of the workers during wartime, so that the youth, when the war is over, may find democratic freedom in the country and some measure of job protection. But such general activities, important though they may be, are not enough. The trade unions need to take up every angle and detail of the problems of youth in wartime and devote the closest attention to them. The unions should set up youth committees in their organizations and apply themselves to youth activities including mass sports, educational activities, etc. Only in this way can the full strength of the patriotic American youth be organized for the war, can the trade union movement derive the benefit of a great influx of youthful vitality, and can there be adequate safeguards erected against the attempts of fascist-minded reactionaries to mislead the youth in the post-war world. The potentialities are here for a great patriotic youth movement in which the unions can be a decisive factor. Trade union unity. The question of unity of action between the C.I.O.A.F. of L. and railroad brotherhoods is of national importance as a war necessity. It is indispensable to secure the fullest and most effective mobilization of the workers in the total war effort of the nation, hence it has much more significance than the immediate interest of the labor movement itself. Since Pearl Harbor, much progress has been made toward labor unity. In a great number of localities, joint actions have been developed between the A.F. of L. and C.I.O. organizations around war issues. Also, the head officials of both federations have come into closer cooperation in the War Labor Board and in the Victory Labor Board, by their agreement amicably to settle jurisdictional disputes, by their cooperative work in national radio broadcasts, by the joint appearance of Presidents Greene and Murray on the same platform in Pittsburgh, etc. Nevertheless, the progress toward trade union unity has been somewhat slow and hesitant in high trade union official circles. The tempo of developing labor's cooperation should be speeded up. What is needed is greater boldness and planfulness. At all stages, the A.F. of L, C.I.O. and railroad brotherhoods should link up for war work. In every locality there should be joint labor committees, as proposed by the recent C.I.O. National Conference, which could develop a whole program of energetic war activities. The State Federation and State Industrial Councils of the A.F. of L. and C.I.O., which are now generally holding their conventions, could exchange delegates and establish joint state committees for war work. Similar action might be taken by the various national unions in the given industries. In the same spirit, it would be timely for the executive councils of the A.F. of L. and C.I.O. to exchange at least fraternal delegates or trade unions and the war 3 to the power of 5. Better yet, to hold a joint meeting, or, still better, to call a broad C.I.O.A.F. of L. National Conference to work out labor's Winter program. At the coming national conventions of the two federations, too, delegates could be exchanged and a broad all-labor war committee established. Joint labor action carried on upon such a broad and intensive scale as this would greatly increase labor's war efforts on all fronts. It would also add to labor's prestige throughout our nation. The first and hardest steps toward labor unity have already been taken. The labor movement, animated by an eager win-the-war spirit, has broken through the factional walls developed during the Big Split. What remains to be done is to give real expression to the powerful unity spirit prevailing throughout all sections of the labor movement. Within the scope of the developing trade union unity, with its accompanying internal constructive criticism, there is also the need to cultivate the spontaneous war activities of the great membership masses. The workers are enthusiastically supporting the national war effort, and their role is not simply to wait for detailed instructions from above. Every local union, every central labor body, every state council, every national union of both the C, I, O, and A, F, of L, should be animated with a sense of responsibility for the war effort and encouraged to take the initiative in war work. In cultivating this sense of spontaneity and initiative in war work by the local labor bodies, all pro-war forces, including the communists, have a very important task. If the trade union leadership bears a heavy responsibility in the present war situation, so, too, do the communists and other left-wingers, whether they are union officials or not. They must know how to organize collaboration with leaders and forces with whom they had long been in opposition. They must learn how to make their criticisms and programs non-factional and non-sectarian. They must develop the initiative of the masses without antagonizing leaders who are genuinely supporting the war. In sum, they must at all times keep their eyes upon the main task of winning the war and of mobilizing to the utmost labor's unity and strength to this end. The present trend of the A, F, of L, C, I, O, and railroad brotherhoods to cooperate together in support of the war is also the most practical path to eventual full trade union unity. It is unlikely that the trade unions will again try to achieve unity by the virtually impossible route of first settling all their jurisdictional overlapping by formal conferences, as some are now urging. Such an attempt could end in an impasse and a deepening of the split, as it did before. Far better would it be for the two groups of unions to continue to develop their present cooperative relations, leaving jurisdictional disputes to be taken care of piecemeal and with their complete settlement not to be posed as a condition for national joint labor cooperation as proposed by the C, I, O, a combined C, I, O, A, F, of L, committee could be set up to deal with general matters of interest to each group of unions. This course could soon lead to joint conferences or even conventions of both organizations, and otherwise lead toward organizational trade union unity. 1942. 31. The political maturing of labor. Beginning about 10 years ago, the relatively weak and primitive trade union movement in this country took a great step forward in the broad campaign of the C, I, O, to organize the unorganized workers. The general result was that today industrial unionism is solidly established. Most of the basic industries have been organized, and the numerical strength of all the unions has leaped from about 3 million in 1934 to over 13 million at the present time. Now the trade unions are in the midst of another tremendous stride forward. This is a rapid politicalization of the labor movement, a much more active and extensive intervention of the working class in the political life of our country and the world. This movement of labor politicalization will prove not less important than the organization of 10 million workers during the past decade. It signifies that our vast labor movement is now entering into a new and higher stage of political understanding, strength, and responsibility. The first decisive sign of the new political status of American organized labor was seen in the greatly extended activity of the C, I, O, and of many A, F, of L, organizations during the recent political campaign. And the significance of the new political activities of labor is that, instead of the trade unions allowing their political movement to fall to pieces now that victory has been won by the progressive trade unions and the War 317 forces, the unions will go on to develop new and intense forms of political action. This was the meaning of the decision of the C, I, O, convention to continue and expand the Political Action Committee. Some of the more progressive A, F, of L, bodies, including the Pennsylvania Federation of Labor, have also decided to continue their political action committees. Organized labor, in collaboration with its progressive allies, will henceforth take on increased interest in politics that will be something new in the American scene. The unions will be far more active factors in the constantly recurring local, state, and national elections. They will also pay much closer attention to the legislation that comes before Congress and the various state legislatures and city councils. At least 4 major reasons may be listed as to why organized labor is now making its historical advance into the field of politics. First, practically every important question that now confronts the trade unions is political in character. Wages, hours, and working conditions, questions which not long ago were matters solely for negotiation between employers and workers, are now political matters of first rank. So also are a host of other questions of social security, price control, employment, and the maintenance of high levels of production. War conditions accentuate the need for the government to keep its hand in such matters. But it is certain also that even after the war is over, the extent of the government's control over these questions will be so great that the workers will be unable to defend their interests without carrying out an organized policy of political action. A second basic reason for labor's increased political activity from now on is the fact, well realized by the workers, that in this country there is a strong and ruthless opposition which, if victorious, would not only lower the workers' living standards and undermine their unions, but would also open the road to a World War III. Hence, in rapidly increasing measure, the workers are concluding that they must enter the political arena and make their great weight count for progress. Thirdly, organized labor's politicalization is coming at this time because the unions have become numerically strong enough to be a very potent factor in politics. This they demonstrated in the recent elections. So long as the trade unions counted only 2 or 3 million members, their political influence was potentially not great, but now that they have 13 million members, they constitute a stupendous force which can be readily organized. Lastly, an important contributing element in labor's present expanding political activities is the progressive character of the CIO leadership. The reactionaries at the head of the A.F.L. Executive Council and of many of its affiliated unions are seriously hindering the political growth of the labor movement, but, as against this reactionary force, the CIO leaders are definitely stimulating politically all sections of labor, including the advanced sections of the A.F.L. and railroad brotherhoods. To further this political development of labor is of the most vital importance. Here we confront many serious problems. One of the most basic tasks is for the unions to learn that their programs must be formulated not only in the class interest of the workers, but in the general interest of the nation as well. Unless labor takes this broad stand, the workers and the people as a whole will never be able to cope with the grave national and international problems of this war-torn world. The CIO Convention especially distinguished itself by acting in this national, patriotic sense, in contrast with the narrow line of the A.F.L. Convention. Besides this, there is the grave need for trade union unity, both nationally and internationally. The historic importance of the CIO's participation in the London World Trade Union Conference and also of President Murray's offer of political cooperation with the A.F.L. lies in the fact that these two lines of action are entirely in tune with, and indispensable for, the great politicalization development now taking place in the ranks of American labor. Only by such cooperation on a national and world scale can organized labor meet the heavy political responsibilities that have been placed upon it by the whole course of military, economic, and political events. Lastly, the progressive forces in the A.F.L. must not allow themselves to be hamstrung politically by the reactionaries and dead wood in the Executive Council. They must give a strong political lead to the workers, jointly with the CIO, as was done in the presidential elections. The political advance of the American working class cannot be blocked by A.F.L. reactionary leaders. It is of the utmost importance that the leaders and the most advanced sections of the labor movement should realize fully the character and significance of the broad politicalization that is now taking place in the ranks of the labor unions. Only by understanding this political movement can one grasp the meaning of the new period that American labor unionism is now entering into, and be prepared to. Trade unions in the Soviet Union 319 carry out the great tasks connected with this new status of our trade unions. With this present entry into politics on a mass scale as never before, a whole new horizon of responsibility and achievement opens up before the labor movement. Let us do our part to see that these glowing possibilities are realized speedily and in full. 1944. 32. Trade unions in the Soviet Union. In the Soviet Union, where the workers and farmers rule, the trade unions play a most vital part. Gigantic in size, comprising before the war some 26 million members, or about 85% of all workers, they are a mainspring of Soviet life. Lenin, at the Fifth Trade Union Congress in 1919, indicated their role as follows. Precisely because political power has passed over into the hands of the proletariat, it is necessary for the trade unions to come forward on an increasing scale as the architects of the new society. The Soviet political system rests upon broad, democratic mass organizations of the people, formed for every conceivable purpose, economic, political, military, cultural, etc. Stalin has listed the main great foundation organizations in the order of trade unions, local Soviets, collective farm organizations, and the Communist Party. As the basic organization of the working class, the trade union's chief task is to concern themselves with all questions affecting the immediate welfare of the workers, including wages and working conditions, production, labor protection, social insurance, cultural matters, housing, etc. They are a basic factor in the development of industry. They also play a vital role in all other issues affecting the general welfare of the Soviet nation. Especially since the USSR's involvement in the war have their responsibilities become heavy and involved. No major question of policy is decided by the Soviet government without trade union consultation. In no other country in the world is the influence of the trade unions anywhere near so great as in the USSR. Are the Soviet trade unions free, in the sense of leading an autonomous Mao's existence within the USSR? The answer to this question is that they are far more independent than the trade unions in any capitalist country. But let us see first just what is meant by free trade unions. In all capitalist lands, including the United States, trade union freedom is limited indeed. Facing capitalist-controlled governments, hostile employer organizations, reactionary newspapers, and restrictive legislation that barely gives them room to breathe, the trade unions in the capitalist countries, without exception, are constantly menaced with attack by class enemies. They always run the danger of being forced into illegality, or of being actually wiped out, notwithstanding such formal recognition, as they may have achieved after many decades of hard struggle. Under the Weimar Republic, the German trade unions enjoyed a far greater recognition than American or British unions now do, and the world knows their fate. That the life of the American trade unions is anything but secure is obvious from even a glance at the mass of reactionary, anti-labor legislation now piling up in Congress and in many state legislatures. In such conditions, with the trade unions hedged about by restrictive laws and constantly under attack from powerful and ruthless enemies, it is stretching matters quite a bit to boast of their freedom. In the Soviet Union, the reverse of all this is true. The trade unions find themselves in quite a different and altogether freer situation. There are no enemy class forces to attack them. The workers and their farmer allies are in complete control of the government. In the Supreme Council of the USSR workers, both of factory and office, which means trade unionists, are in a big majority. N.M. Shvernik, head of the Soviet trade unions, is president of the Council of Nationalities, one of the two equal chambers of the Supreme Council of the U.S.S.R. Worker majorities prevail in the Soviets of all the industrial centers, and in the country areas the Soviet majorities are composed of friendly collective farmers. In the Communist Party, the bulk of the membership is also made up of workers who are, of course, nearly if not all trade unionists, and the party top committees contain many trade unionists. Naturally, too, the Soviet press and radio are 100% favorable to trade unionism. While the Soviet labor organizations enjoy a high degree of independence, at the same time they work in the closest collaboration with the Communist Party, the Soviet government, farmer collectives. N.M. Shvernik is now president of the Soviet Union. Trade unions in the Soviet Union 321. Industrial organizations, press, radio, etc., as integral parts of the people's great social organism. They all work unitedly together under the world's most advanced system of national planning for the building of socialism, a type of society whose central and sole purpose is to advance the welfare of the workers and toilers. In this friendly and cooperative environment, the Soviet trade unions function with a freedom and effectiveness hardly even dreamed of by trade unions in capitalist countries. As for the right to organize, which is constantly under attack in capitalist lands, this is so much a basic feature of Soviet life that no one would even think of assailing it. The Soviet Labor Code, which is the most advanced in the world, crystallizes into law many rights that trade unions in other countries are either still trying laboriously to achieve or have not yet even ventured to formulate. The right to organize is written into the very constitution of the USSR, which is named after Stalin. Article 126. In conformity with the interests of the working people, and in order to develop the organizational initiative and political activity of the masses of the people, citizens of the USSR are ensured the right to unite in public organizations, trade unions, cooperative associations, youth organizations, sport and defense organizations, cultural, technical and scientific societies. The Soviet trade unions are organizationally independent of both the Soviet government and the Communist Party. The assertion of the walls and other Soviet baiters that the Soviet labor organizations are not free is a deliberate falsification. The relation of the trade unions to the Soviet state was the subject of a big controversy between Lenin and Trotsky in 1920-21, a basic dispute which agitated the whole Soviet people for many months. Lenin insisted upon the independent role of the unions, whereas Trotsky wanted to make them organs of the state. Trotsky was overwhelmingly defeated and Lenin's conception was endorsed. It remains Soviet policy today. As for all the allegations that the Soviet trade unions are dominated by the Communist Party, this is simply a straw man. How baseless such charges are was illustrated by Shvernik, who says that among the members of the trade union committees of factories and other establishments, 80% are non-party. As to how the Communist Party influences the decisions of the Soviet trade unions, Beatrice and Sidney Webb state. *Tackland OJ Socialism, Today and Tomorrow, page 405, 1939. If the party influences or directs the policy of individuals or public authorities, it does so only by persuasion. If it exercises power, it does so by keeping the conscience of its own members and getting them elected by the popular vote. On the basis of their independent position, the Soviet trade unions work out their policies within the general framework of the socialist program of the Soviet nation. They elect such officers and adopt such organizational forms as they see fit. They dispose of their funds as they wish. Membership in the unions is not compulsory, but voluntary. This is demonstrated by the fact that only about 85% of the workers belong to the unions. Members are attracted to the unions by the many special advantages they offer, as in other countries, except that in the USSR the trade unions have a whole series of additional benefits to offer, including the use of their vast health and recreational institutions. There is no compulsion to join the unions, not even in the form of the check-off or the closed shop, both of which are unknown in the Soviet Union. The 192 national Soviet trade unions, based upon the industrial union principle of all the workers in an enterprise belonging to one union, are highly democratic in character. Their dues and initiation fees are moderate, amounting usually to about 1% each of a month's wages. There is no discrimination against women or against people of dark skins, a factor that disgraces many A, F, of L, and railroad unions. Their broad leading committees, in which the rank and file are heavily represented, and their wide discussion of all trade union policies, would, from the standpoint of democracy, put to the blush such unions as the carpenters and coal miners, which are autocratically ruled by Tsars Hutchison and Lewis. It is an insult to the Russian workers to compare their splendid unions, as the Walls and Dubinskys do, with the employer-ridden German Labor Front or the Italian corporations. Instead of throwing rocks at the Russian unions, the top A, F, of L, leadership could well take lessons from them. Collective bargaining in the USSR. Carrying out their main function of attending to the immediate economic interests of the workers, the Soviet trade unions practice collective bargaining nationally in all the individual industries. Far. Beatrice and Sidney Webb, Soviet Communism, A New Civilization, page 340, 1936. Trade unions in the Soviet Union J greater than 2-3. From there being less collective bargaining in the USSR than in Great Britain or the United States, or in Germany before the Hitlerite dictatorship. Say the Webbs, there is actually very much more than in any other country in the world. Asterisk and collective bargaining is practiced by the Soviet trade unions under conditions incomparably more favorable to them and the workers than those of capitalist nations. In the USSR, where there are no capitalists, no hostile government, no antagonistic press to fight against the workers' proposals, the situation is totally different from that in the capitalist countries. The whole matter of establishing the workers' wages and working conditions is worked out on a cooperative basis between the workers and the representatives of their Soviet state. The economic and political contradictions between workers, peasants, and intellectuals are disappearing, becoming obliterated, states the resolution of the 18th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. Indeed, the wage negotiation process in the USSR can hardly be called bargaining at all, insofar as that term implies bickering and struggling. This is so because the Soviet government's industrial and other representatives, who are also workers, farmers, or professionals, are no less interested than the union leaders themselves in seeing to it that decisions are arrived at that will conserve the interests of the workers and the nation. In the 9th General Convention of the Soviet Trade Unions, Shvernik, the General Secretary, put the question of collective bargaining this way. In capitalist countries, collective agreements are the armistice terms of two hostile forces. In the negotiations, the employers strive to force the worst conditions on the workers. Here there is no enemy. No one tries to give as little as he can for as much as he can. F. In the USSR, the basic wage negotiations are carried on between the All-Union Central Council of Trade Unions and the leading state economic authorities and representatives of the Council of People's Commissars, as part of the general task of establishing the National 5-Year Plan and its subsidiary 1-year plans. The allocation of the whole nation's income is taken as the basis of the negotiations. In determining the total amount to be set as wages for the workers as a whole, the needs of the government for administration expenses, for national defense, expansion of industry, education, social insurance. Beatrice and Sidney Webb, Op. Cit., page 183. T. Report of the 9th Trade Union Congress, pages 64 to 65, 1933. And other necessary expenditures have also to be provided for. The draft plan thus arrived at is then sent out to the masses for discussion, after which it is reconsidered for necessary changes. This equitable, democratic, and scientific adjustment of the wage question is quite impossible in any capitalist country. After the basic wage rates have thus been established, generally and for the respective industries, the individual unions, through their national and local committees, enter into negotiation with the representatives of the various industries and factories in order to work out detailed wage and other conditions for their specific situations. These national and local agreements, besides adjusting time and piece rates, the matters of vacations, overtime, etc., also deal with a host of other questions, many of which are quite beyond the scope of American and British trade union agreements. A very important matter in trade union agreements is that of housing the workers. The English trade union experts, Beatrice and Sidney Webb, say, the foreign observer is surprised to find the safety and amenity of the places of work, the provision of hospital and sanatorium beds, the measures taken for the prevention of accidents, the provision of additional or better dwelling accommodations for the persons employed, the establishment of creches and kindergartens for the young children. the workmen's clubhouse, and the technical classes provided to enable them to improve their qualifications, and many other matters of importance to the workman's daily life, dealt with in the detailed agreement, /Oildogger, drawn up annually in March between the management and the various workmen's committees. All these trade union agreements, national, industrial, local, are subjects of the most intense discussion by the workers before they are finally formulated and put into effect. General Secretary Schwernick in 1932 described a condition which remains typical. The attendance of workers and employees at the meetings where drafts of the new collective agreements were discussed has in a number of enterprises been as high as 95 or 100%. Naturally, relatively few wage controversies occur in the USSR. Those that do come up are adjusted by an elaborate system of joint dispute committees, by conciliation and arbitration, and in the labor sessions of the people's courts. All these bodies, like every Soviet practice and institution, operate in the socialist spirit of advancing the Beatrice and Sidney Webb, opposite, page 188. Trade Unions in the Soviet Union 325. Workers' interest to the maximum possible under the circumstances. Heads of factories who violate trade union agreements, which have the force of law, may be severely punished. The extent to which the workers' interests are conserved under these agreements may be indicated by the fact that the body having the last use/word in their interpretation and application is the All-Union Central Council of Trade Unions itself. Strikes are not prohibited in the Soviet Union, but they seldom occur. The fundamental reason for the lack of strikes is the equitable way of establishing the workers' wages and working conditions, coupled with the efficient and just methods of handling of their grievances. In the early days of the revolution, however, there were numerous strikes, Maurice Daub listing 505 in 1922-23, affecting 154,000 workers. These strikes were usually caused by bureaucratic neglect, by inexperienced factory managers. Of course, there are no absurd jurisdictional strikes in the USSR, with one union fighting another over which shall control this or that type of work. In recent years, with the strengthening of Soviet industrial organizations generally and the swift rise in the workers' standards, stoppages have naturally grown fewer and fewer. During the war, with fascist hordes overrunning large sections of the country, stoppages would, of course, not be tolerated by the workers themselves, nor by their party or government. Under Soviet collective bargaining, the living and working conditions of the Soviet workers made spectacular advances, but these were temporarily checked by the outbreak of the war. The shortest workday of any country prevailed, 7 hours generally and 6 hours in heavy and dangerous trades, with time and 1/2, or double time, for overtime. Huge progress had been scored, too, in developing the elaborate system of social insurance. The average annual wage of Soviet workers made an unparalleled increase from 703 rubles in 1928 to 4,360 rubles in 1941. Although the Soviet workers are unavoidably undergoing many hardships under the Hydra attack, the protection of their health and working efficiency is recognized as a major necessity for winning the war. Collective bargaining has not been abandoned. The workers in the USSR are not afflicted with profiteers seeking to exploit them ever more intensely and to throw the war's economic burdens onto their shoulders, as we now see happening in our industries and in the American Congress. Trud, the daily paper of the Organized Labor in Four Continents, page 296, 1939. 326 American Trade Unionism. Soviet trade unions expressed the fundamental policy of the Soviet system when it declared recently, "The drive for improved living conditions of the working people during wartime is a matter of great military, economic, and political importance." The Soviet government pays great attention to this matter. Soviet production and the trade unions. American workers are commonly penalized for increasing production because such increases operate to bring more profits to the employer, and lowered wage rates, and the menace of unemployment to the workers. In the Soviet Union, a totally different situation prevails than that which exists throughout the capitalist world. With no capitalists to exact their destructive profit toll from the workers, the more the latter produce, the greater they benefit, and the more the nation as a whole prospers. This explains, also, why there are so few strikes in the USSR, for it is evident that by halting production the workers would only be injuring themselves. From the outset of the Russian Revolution in November 1917, the Soviet trade unions have played a vital role in production, especially in cultivating an efficient and comradely labor discipline. This role has been greatly enhanced during the present war emergency. In every local and national union, and in the trade union movement as a whole, there are special departments of production. For over 20 years, in every state industry, nationally and locally, there exist committees of the unions and the managements for working out specific production problems. Between the All-Union Central Council of Trade Unions and the economic apparatus of the Soviet government, there is the closest working together in every phase of production. C. T. Makova tells us, The State Planning Commission, composed of technicians, industrial experts, economists, and representatives of the All-Union Central Council of Trade Unions, draws up a preliminary plan covering all of Soviet industry for 5 years, broken down into schedules for each year. Asterisk. The Webs explain how this preliminary plan is then referred for amendment to the workers of the nation. Asterisk. The trade unions of our Soviet ally, the American Council on Soviet Relations, page 12, 1942. Trade unions in the Soviet Union 327. Gosplan, the government planning agency, now submits it for consideration, through the several commissariats and other centers, to all the enterprises and organizations whose proceedings for the ensuing year it will govern. In each factory or office, the part of the plan relating to that establishment is not only exhaustively examined by the directors and managers and heads of departments, but also submitted to the whole of the workers concerned, through their various factory or office committees, production conferences, and trade union meetings. All sorts of suggestions and criticisms are made, which are considered by the foremen and managers, and finally transmitted to Gosplan. Very often, during the last few years, the workmen's meetings have submitted a counterplan, by which the establishment would be committed to a greater production than the provisional plan had proposed. Asterisk. This is industrial democracy on a scale and in a degree that the trade unions of the United States and Great Britain, despite their wartime labor management committees, which the employers look upon with mean and jaundiced eyes, do not even remotely approach. It is one of the most basic factors responsible for the spectacular advance of Soviet industry, which from 1929 to 1940 increased its output 5 times over, a rate of growth totally unknown in any capitalist country in all history. In a few years, the industrially backward Russia became the second industrial country in the world. And since the war began, even greater marvels of production have been achieved, as we shall note later on. These accomplishments could not possibly have been made without the wholehearted cooperation of the trade unions. Precisely because there is no capitalist exploitation in the USSR, the trade unions of that country freely adopt incentive systems of various sorts, many of which are difficult for American trade unionists, living in a totally different, capitalist environment, to understand. The basis for the general work and wage policy of the USSR is laid down in that country's national constitution, as follows. Art. 12. In the USSR, work is a duty and a matter of honor for every able-bodied citizen, in accordance with the principle, "He who does not work shall not eat." The principle applied in the USSR is that of socialism. From each according to his ability, to each according to his work. This means that under Soviet socialism, according to the principles long ago enunciated by Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin, the workers are paid upon the basis of what they produce. Those who argue that. Beatrice and Sidney Webb, Op. Cit., page 645. American Trade Unionism. Equality of wages is a feature of socialism, speak either from ignorance or a desire to deceive. In the USSR, there are different scales of wages, a system which, under socialism, constitutes a powerful incentive to production and for workers to fit themselves for more skilled and better paid work. The higher communist work principle of "from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs," can be achieved only later in the USSR, when the question of production ceases to be a serious problem, through the necessary broad expansion of industry and agriculture, the development of a highly skilled and efficient working class, and the decline of the need to maintain big armed forces. The most basic form of incentive wages in the USSR is the piecework system, which is widely prevalent in the industries. But piecework in the USSR has been systematically misrepresented for years by enemies of the Soviet Union, such as Matthew Wall, who have claimed that it causes exploitation of the workers. Soviet trade union leader Shvernik, speaking of pre-war conditions, thus explains it. Here, where the state is exercising the maximum degree of care in the protection of labor, and where we have a working day lasting 7 hours, the piecework system accelerates the tempo of socialist construction, increases the productivity of labor, and guarantees the improvement of the material and general living conditions of the workers. Asterisk. Accordingly, in the USSR, say the Webs, there are none of the clever piecework systems by which, in capitalist industry, the workers are made to gab less per unit the faster they work. Under Soviet communism, the piecework rates are never digressive. They are, in some cases, even progressive, the rate raised by stages for output beyond the norm. F. In Soviet industry there are a host of additional incentive methods, all of which can be understood only in the light of the socialist system of the USSR, in contrast to the exploitation in effect in capitalist countries. Among these methods may be cited the famous Stakhanovich movement, created by the rank-and-file workers themselves to devise more efficient methods of production, socialist competition between workers, shops, industries, and cities for better and greater production, shock brigades of Udarnify, or best workers, who improve the output of whole plants and industries, cost accounting brigades, which find. Asterisk quoted by Beatrice and Sidney Webb, Op. Cit., page 704. /IBID, page 706. Trade unions in the Soviet Union. Means for reducing production costs. The policy of the best working departments and shops, towing the weaker ones by helping them directly, comradely courts, in the factories, which give praise or blame to competent or neglectful workers, the conferring of Soviet orders upon heroes of labor, and upon extra-efficient industries, etc. These many methods have been expanded and various new ones developed as the trade unions have bravely tackled the gigantic industrial problems thrust upon them by the war. In all this work of carrying on and improving production, great care is used to protect the health and strength of workers, for which purpose the USSR has enacted and diligently applies the best and most elaborate system of labor protection laws and shop practices of any country. Social insurance, labor protection. Cultural work. The Soviet trade unions, in addition to their wage and production activities previously indicated, carry on normally in peacetime 3 other major mass functions, in the fields of social insurance, labor protection, and cultural work. In all these matters they operate on a scale and with an authority quite unknown in any other country. As in the case of wages and production, the labor unions, from the All-Union Central Council of Trade Unions down to the factory committees, have special commissions which organize these activities. The Soviet Union, true to its socialist character, is far and away the world leader in all forms of social insurance. The right of the workers to this protection is established in the Stalin Constitution of the USSR, which states, Art. 120. Citizens of the USSR have the right to maintenance in old age and also in case of sickness or loss of capacity to work. Accordingly, the government spends huge sums annually for its elaborate system of social insurance. Neither the proposed beverage plan in England nor that of the National Resources Planning Board in the United States reaches anywhere near the level of the Soviet social insurance system. In their book on the USSR, the Webs say, as with public education, the sums allocated to all these services have been increasing year by year, by leaps and bounds, calculated to reduce to despair the finance minister of any capitalist community. Asterisk. The Soviet 1941 national budget provided no less than 49 billion rubles for the network of social insurance, education, and cultural projects. At all stages of their lives, the Soviet workers are financially protected from every possible hazard, sickness, old age, accidents, permanent disability, maternity, death, etc. The insurance benefits range from 50 to 100% of the workers' regular wages. The funds are provided by payroll assessments against the state industrial enterprises, the workers making no direct contributions. The only hazard not covered by insurance is unemployment, for there is no unemployment in the socialist system which constantly permits the full productive capacity of the people. Soviet workers are entirely free of the dread of joblessness, because their scientific economic system has completely abolished industrial crises and other causes of mass unemployment. The Constitution of the USSR provides. Art. 118. Citizens of the USSR have the right to work, that is, are guaranteed the right to employment and payment for their work in accordance with its quantity and quality. The right to work is ensured by the socialist organization of national economy, the steady growth of the productive forces of Soviet society, the elimination of economic crises, and the abolition of unemployment. The vast social insurance system of the USSR has, since 1933, been under the direct administration of the trade unions. In any capitalist country, the exploiters would be frantic at a proposal to turn over even their scanty social insurance systems to the management of the trade unions. Yet in the Soviet Union, where capitalism has been abolished, to put the unions in charge is deemed perfectly natural and proper. The All-Union Central Council of Trade Unions manages the funds generally, the various national trade unions take care of insurance matters in their respective industries, and the actual distribution of benefits to the workers is handled by the local factory committees. For this purpose, each factory committee has a broad social insurance council, elected by direct vote of the workers. These factory insurance councils decide upon the amount of compensation in each case, and they also check to see that the state enterprises keep their assessments paid up. In the field of labor protection, too, the Soviet trade unions exercise great powers, such as unions in capitalist countries would hardly dream of. It is their right and task to administer the whole body of labor. Trade unions in the Soviet Union. 331. Laws in the USSR. These laws, guaranteeing the 7- and 6-hour day, time and one-half and double pay for overtime, the fullest rights of trade union organization and collective bargaining, complete protection of women and young workers, thoroughgoing health and safety measures, paid vacation provisions for all workers, etc., are without their equal anywhere. In 1934, the government abolished the existing National Department of Labor and turned its functions over to the All-Union Central Council of Trade Unions, it being taken for granted in a socialist regime that no group in the country is more competent or trustworthy to administer the nation's labor laws than those persons most direly concerned, the workers themselves. But imagine what a wild outcry such a proposal in the United States would wring from the reactionaries. The Soviet trade unions, in protecting the rights and welfare of the workers in the industries, have the power to issue reguladons having the binding force of law, and for whose infraction careless or bureaucratic factory managers may be punished. To supervise the country's great labor protective service, the trade union movement has its own system of factory inspectors. Each factory council has a commission to attend to problems of local enforcement in the plant, mine, office, or railroad. In the broad field of education and general culture of mind and body, the Soviet trade unions also carry on immense activities and bear unique responsibilities. One great program in the gigantic work of educating the Soviet people that the government is now working on is, as Schwernik puts it, towards the realization of the historic task of raising the cultural and technical level of the working class in the USSR to the level of engineers. This is a concept utterly unthinkable in any capitalist educational system. The scope of the unprecedented educational work going on just prior to the war, in spite of the government's necessity to devote a huge share of the national production to building the industrial system and to strengthening the armed forces, may be gathered from the statement of Molotov in 1939 at the outset of the Third Five-Year Plan. The student body in our institutions of higher learning, he said, is greater than the combined total of Germany, England, France, Italy, and Japan. He added, our libraries contain 75 books for each 100 inhabitants of the Soviet Union, which is over 3 times as many as Germany had in 1934. Plus in 1932 the production of books in the USSR. The Land of Socialism, Today and Tomorrow, page 442. Tiabid, page 108. Surpassed by far in later years, reached the vast total of 500 million copies, which, the Web's estimate, probably exceeds the output for the year of all the publishers in the rest of the world. Every open-minded, honest observer of what is taking place in the USSR is enthusiastic about that country's tremendous mass cultural work. In every sphere of Soviet life, scientific principles are assiduously applied in raising the national economy and the people to higher levels. In this respect, the Webs say, it is, we think, clear that the Soviet government, inspired and guided by the Central Committee of the Communist Party, has, during the past decade, manifested a greater devotion to science than any other government in the world. Not only does it spend more on the teaching of science and on the promotion of scientific research, but it habitually defers more, in its policy and practice, to the lessons of science. F. The trade unions are deep in the whole great Soviet cultural advance. Their representatives are playing decisive roles in state and voluntary educational movements and institutions of all sorts, to an extent hardly dreamed of by British and American labor organizations. They work in closest collaboration with the departments of health and education. They are also carrying on a very extensive educational work upon their own score. Sometimes with government social insurance monies, but often with the union's funds. Schwernik says that from 1933 to 1938 the trade unions conducted classes for 5 million illiterates and semi-literates, and he further declared that the total number of trade union members who are members of cultural circles, political, general educational, defense, dramatic, music, singing, sports, etc., increased from 4,730,000 in 1935 to 6,573,000 in 1938. In trade union libraries of more than 1,000 books each there were, IF 1938, 6,343,000 subscribers, who read an average of 18 books yearly. Add to such activities some 800 trade union sanatoriums and rest homes, innumerable child care institutions, workers' clubs, moving picture houses, dancing, art and literary circles, physical culture groups, organized excursions, etc., and one gets at least a faint idea of the vast cultural and recreational work being done by the Soviet trade unions. Beatrice and Sidney Webb, Op. Sil. Page 920. Ilbid, page 988. New World Federation of Labor 333. The AUCCTU, among its many other activities, gives national leadership to the labor movement on all these questions through its highly specialized sanatoriums and health resort department, tourist department, sports bureau, Engineers and Technical Workers Bureau, Proletarian Students Bureau, Trade Union Academy, Institute of Scientific Research, Trade Union Movement, etc. In short, wherever the interest and welfare of the workers are to be promoted, in wage standards, social security, working conditions, housing, education, health, there the Soviet trade unions are tirelessly active and are exercising a profound influence. 1943. 33. The New World Federation of Labor. The gathering in London during February 1945, of the representatives of some 60 million trade unionists from all parts of the democratic world, climaxed in a brilliant success by the unanimous adoption of a proposal, made by Sidney Hillman, head of the C.I.O. delegation, to establish a new World Federation of Labor. at the earliest practicable date, and to commission the Continuations Committee of 41 members to take all necessary measures to accomplish this end. Thus the workers of 20 countries took the most decisive step in labor history to unify the international labor movement and to make its influence count on a world scale. Naturally, such a great advance by the workers was not made without serious resistance from the holdback and obstructionist forces within their own ranks. Especially the reactionary clique now controlling the A.F.L. Executive Council was conspicuous by its active opposition to the formation of the new World Labor Federation. Indeed, this clique is the spearhead of the whole opposition. These A.F.L. leaders had the insolence to denounce the Great London Conference as a rival dual movement and a communist plot. They refused to send delegates to it. They are obviously determined to wreck the new World Federation at any cost, if they can. In this work of obstruction and destruction they are counting upon obtaining the help of certain conservative leaders of the British Unions, as well as of numerous continental social democrats. Their game is to revive the practically defunct International Federation of Trade Unions I.F.T.U., and then use this organization as a means for struggle against the new World Federation of Labor now being born. But this splitting maneuver of the reactionaries, led by Wall, Hutchison, Lewis, Meany, Dubinsky and company, will not succeed. The whole weight of the international situation is against it. The new World Federation of Labor, which has the backing of every important national trade union center in the world except the A.F.L., is being called into existence by the workers precisely because the I.F.T.U. has failed to function effectively as the World Organization of Labor. This is not to say, however, that the A.F.L. leaders cannot do much harm by their attempts to breathe the breath of life into the I.F.T.U. and therewith to split world labor. The I.F.T.U., even in the years when, numerically speaking, it could make a pretense of representing a great part of the world's trade unions, was a narrow, ineffective organization. During the period between the two world wars, this body, controlled by conservative and reactionary social democrats, kept the world labor movement divided along right and left lines. So deeply was it interested in instigating this destructive factional struggle that it refused to make a united front with the anti-fascist trade unions of the USSR and other countries to crush Franco in Spain, and to defeat the first steps of the hordes of Hitler and Mussolini in their unfolding campaigns to conquer the world. By this reactionary course the I.F.T.U. showed that it was unfit to serve as the world center for organized labor. By its narrow, sectarian composition the I.F.T.U. disqualified itself from being the International Federation of Labor. It refused to admit into its ranks the great Soviet trade unions, it ignored and neglected the struggling labor unions of the colonial and semi-colonial countries, and it had a restrictive rule in its constitution admitting only one trade union center from each country, a device which barred the American C.I.O. and progressive unions in various other countries. Even as late as May 1944, on the very eve of the Great London World Trade Union Conference, the I.F.T.U. refused to change its constitution so as to admit the great new labor forces all over the world which were clamoring for international organization. Through New World Federation of Labor 335. This short-sighted action, dictated by the A.F.L. leaders, the I.F.T.U. virtually committed suicide. As though to make it triply clear to the workers everywhere that it was unfit to be a real world labor center, the I.F.T.U. failed utterly to give a lead in the international labor movement during the bitter crises of this great world war. All through the struggle it has remained quite dead. Although there were 100 issues demanding the workers' international action, the I.F.T.U. took no steps to bring the forces of world labor together and to work out methods for mobilizing labor's strength behind the war efforts and national economic programs of the United Nations. Nor does it now, as victory looms in the offing, make any attempt whatsoever to map out peace and post-war policies for world labor. To all intents and purposes the I.F.T.U. is politically dead so far as being the spokesman of the World Trade Union movement is concerned. The new World Federation launched at London corrects the many glaring and basic weaknesses and narrownesses of the old I.F.T.U. In step with the great movement for national and international unity now sweeping the peoples of the United Nations, the new federation has thrown its doors wide open to both rights and lefts in the labor movement and has already assembled all the genuine trade unions throughout the democratic world, including all those in the I.F.T.U., except the A.F.L. It is a real world organization in its composition and its scope of affiliations. And equally significant, the new organization is already highly active politically, in the spirit of the Moscow, Tehran and Crimea conferences. Among other activities, the Continuations Committee is now preparing labor's program to present to the coming meeting of the United Nations in San Francisco beginning on April 25th. From now on, it is safe to predict, labor's influence internationally will increase rapidly. The A.F. of L. Leader's plan of galvanizing the obsolete I.F.T.U. into life and of pitting it counter to the New World Federation of Labor is nothing short of a crime against the workers of this and every other country. It is also a threat to the whole program of the United Nations. Such a policy could originate only in the minds of the Walls and Hutchisons, men who are tied up with the most reactionary sections of big business and who, like these fascist-minded employers, are mortally afraid of the new democratic upsurge that is taking place all over the world under the flags of the United Nations and of 336 American trade unionism, which the New World Labor Federation is such an outstanding manifestation. In the difficult years ahead, the United Nations will have to face many hard problems, in the winning of the war, in the complete uprooting of fascism, in the establishment of a durable peace, and in the economic rehabilitation of the war-torn world. To solve these terrific problems will require united action by organized labor on a world scale. The implied slogan of entire United Nations, Peoples of the World, Unite, must be reinforced by realizing the great slogan, Workers of the World, Unite, in the trade union field. Therefore, the little band of reactionaries and saboteurs now controlling the A.F. of L. Executive Council should not be allowed to jeopardize the whole perspective of our people by their irresponsible attacks against world labor solidarity. This means that if the wrecking activities of the Walls, Hutchisons, etc., are to be prevented, the progressive forces within the A.F. of L., the great rank and file and lower officialdom, must speak out. They, together with the C.I.O., and the railroad brotherhoods, must put the whole American working class on record for dying New World Labor Organization. There can be no doubt whatever but that the overwhelming majority of the A.F. of L. membership will favor the program and movement launched by the London Conference. They should see to it, therefore, that their wishes are carried out by their official leaders. The A.F. of L. Executive Council clique must be told in no uncertain terms to drop their war against the New World Federation and to affiliate the A.F. of L. to this great and promising organization. The New World Trade Union body is scheduled to meet in Paris next September, at the same time as the I.F.T.U., in order to further consolidate its organization and to advance its program, *at that DMC the I.F.T.U., which, with all its unions already in the New World Federation, could maintain even a weak semblance of life only by A.F. of L. plotting, should accept the verdict of history by merging its identity, for that's about all it has left, with the new International Federation. The I.F.T.U. will so merge if enough A.F. The conference, which was held September 25 to October 8, 1945, representing 66,700,000 members, organized the World Federation of Trade Unions. In the autumn of 1946, the W.F.T.U. reported a membership of 71 million in 56 countries. In the United States, only the C.I.O. is affiliated to the New World Trade Union body. WAS and Job Strategy 337 of L. Local unions, city central bodies, state federations and international unions demand that their leaders quit trying to keep that phantom organization alive. World labor unity, as never before, can now be achieved. The reactionary Walls and Hutchisons must be swept out of its path. 34. Wage and job strategy. In this early post-war period, the workers throughout the United States are demanding wage increases, generally running to about 30%. This is one of the broadest wage movements in American history, involving many industries: steel, auto, machine building, radioelectric, railroad, oil, marine transport, building, lumber, coal, textile, printing, motion pictures, etc., and it is being led by A.F. of L. C.I.O. and independent unions. The basis of the present huge wage movement is the workers' resistance to the general slash in take-home pay that has occurred since the ending of the war, through the elimination of overtime, the downgrading of pay rates, etc. During the war, the workers' wages lagged far behind the rise in living costs. By applying the Little Steel formula, which restricted basic wage rate increases to not more than 15% above the rates in effect on January 1, 1941, the War Labor Board ignored the fact that the cost of living had actually advanced about 50% during this period, as the figures of both the A.F. of L. and C.I.O. clearly demonstrate. And of course, the workers' wages failed to keep pace with the gigantic wartime profits of the employers, which, after paying taxes, averaged 3 times higher than the pre-war year 1939. The bosses have been indulging in a regular orgy of profit-grabbing while labor was making war. In order to carry through their wage demands, which are inextricably bound up with the problems of furnishing jobs and relief to the unemployed, it is indispensable that the workers proceed along the lines of a definite strategy calculated to mobilize the maximum of support behind their proposals. This pamphlet indicates some of the major lines necessary to such a strategy. Of the unity of organized labor. It is becoming increasingly clear that the Truman administration, in spite of its pledges to carry out the Roosevelt policies, is yielding to the pressure of the bosses and is sacrificing the most elementary economic needs of the workers. Therefore, the workers must look, in first line, to the strength of their own organizations, particularly the trade unions, to put through their wage demands. This especially emphasizes the need, in this critical post-war period, for the greatest possible unity within the ranks of the workers. First, in this respect, it is necessary to soften, or to do away entirely with, the warfare that the top leaders of the A, F, of L, and the U, M, W, A, are waging against the C, I, O. The attempts of such men as William Green, Matthew Wall, W, L, Hutchison, David Dubinsky, John L. Lewis, etc., to destroy the CIO in the post-war period are a crime against the whole labor movement. Their hopes that the C, I, O will fall to pieces after the war, with them helping to destroy it, are apparent. Were the A, F, of L to succeed in breaking the CIO, it would ruin not only labor's hard-won organization in the trustified industries, but it would also undermine the whole position of the A, F, of L itself. One can hardly imagine anything more suicidal to the workers' interests than the fight of the A, F, of L reactionaries against the C, I, O, a fight from which only the employers can benefit and which dovetails exactly with the union-smashing program of the National Association of Manufacturers. The lower bodies of the A, F, of L. The international unions, state federations, city labor councils, and local unions, should take a hand in this situation and insist upon a cooperative policy being followed by their top leaders toward the C, I, O. During the present wage movements, many fine examples of A, F, of L, C, I, O collaboration have developed in various industries and localities. These are steps in the right direction, and they should be followed through vigorously. Such local and industrial cooperative movements should be forerunners of a general get-together policy by the A, F, of L, and C, I, O. If the rank and file of labor will take a determined stand in this unity matter, even the hardest-boiled reactionaries in the A, F, of L Executive Council will have to pay attention. Wage and Job Strategy 339. A second vital consideration in the present big movement to protect wages and to provide jobs is the need to extend trade union organization still further into the vast ranks of the unorganized. There are still many millions of workers outside the labor unions, especially workers in the manufacturing industries, white-collar workers, agricultural workers, and workers in small towns. These workers all feel the need for higher wages and will readily respond to trade union organizing campaigns. The question of organizing the unorganized, therefore, should now be made a central issue throughout the labor movement. Organized labor will make a big mistake if it does not utilize the present wage movement greatly to strengthen itself by drawing several millions of new workers into its ranks. Such increased trade union strength is deeply needed for the big tasks ahead in protecting the workers and the nation's interests in every sphere of our economic and political life. Thirdly, in order to solidify its own ranks, organized labor must also pay special attention to defending the interests of Negro workers, particularly in connection with their right to work. This is a solidarity question of the highest order. As matters stand now, the Negro workers, usually the lowest on the seniority lists, the last to be hired and the first to be fired, are being literally swept out of the war plants, and with few honorable exceptions, the unions are doing very little to protect the Negroes' rights to jobs. Aside from the injustice to the Negroes in this, the danger is that such a situation might enable the employers to drive a wedge between the white and Negro workers, a split which would be a major setback for the entire labor movement. This, the unions must avoid at all costs. If organized labor understands its true interests, it will pay triple attention to the burning question of defending the Negro's right to work and see to it that a due percentage of them are kept in the plants. This will require certain local variations of the seniority system. Fourthly, under the general head of unifying labor's forces, the A, F, of L should affiliate to the newly formed World Federation of Trade Unions, which now has some 70 million members. Such an action would greatly help the workers everywhere in all their fights for better economic and political conditions, including those of American workers. The isolationist attitude of the A, F, of L top leadership in standing aloof and warring against the W, F, T, U, is intolerable. Their refusal to participate in this great International Labor Federation because the C, I, O, and the Soviet trade unions are affiliated to it is a 340 American trade unionism. scandal and a disgrace. The new WFTU will be a great buttress to the United Nations and the whole cause of world peace. Hence, the organized workers should compel their reactionary leaders to affiliate the AFL to it. The question of strikes. Throughout the war, the workers submitted to the injustice of the little steel formula being enforced against them, to the detriment of their living conditions. In a high spirit of patriotism, and being determined to win the war at all costs, the workers loyally lived up to their no-strike pledge and kept the industries in full operation in spite of every provocation from the employers and profound neglect by the government. Their no-strike record was splendid. The total loss of time by wartime strikes was so small that it was more than offset, for example, by the extra time put in by the workers in working on one single holiday, and they worked on many such holidays during die war. Now, however, the war is over and labor's no-strike pledge is no longer in force. This does not mean, of course, that the workers should rush helter-skelter into strikes to secure their wage demands. Strikes are very serious actions for workers and should not be undertaken without serious consideration. Workers understand this very well. It is true that a number of strikes have occurred during the present wage movement, provoked by stubborn capitalist resistance to justified wage demands, but the number and extent of these have been grossly exaggerated by the reactionary capitalist press in order to poison public opinion against the labor movement. One very important thing that the workers should bear carefully in mind in the present wage movement is the need for the broadest and best disciplined solidarity, particularly where strikes are involved. In the face of highly organized employers, the unions should generally follow an industry-wide, national wage strategy instead of attempting to concentrate against this or that individual employer. Also, groups of industries, on the basis of unified demands, should act together. Indeed, the best wage strategy would require that the AFL-CIO, railroad brotherhoods, coal miners, and independent labor unions should come together in a national conference and prepare demands for general wage increases for the entire working class. Wage and Job Strategy 341. Where strikes become unavoidable, due to an intransigent attitude on the part of the employers and the administration, they should be conducted in a resolute and disciplined manner. They should be well organized, for the trade unions face the most powerful capitalist class in the world. Jurisdictional strikes should be ruled out as sheer poison, for nothing hurts the trade unions more, internally and in public opinion, than these destructive inner controversies. Wildcat strikes should also be avoided wherever possible. In this respect, however, it must be said that when wildcat strikes occur, they are almost always the result of extreme employer provocations and the failure of conservative union leaders to move to protect the interests of the workers concerned. Our labor history has many such unauthorized strikes, some of them national in character. The recent New York rank-and-file strike of longshoremen was typical in this respect of employer provocation and official union inaction. Once in a while, however, as in the recent Hayes-Kelsey auto parts strike in Detroit, Trotskyite and other disruptors managed to pull out workers in conflict with their own interests and with the union's wage policy. The trade unions must, in this situation, pay close attention to the question of company unionism. Despite the Wagner Act, there are still many company unions in the industries, and the employers, to combat the spread of real trade unionism, will undoubtedly organize many more. Often the workers have illusions about such organizations being helpful to them. In dealing with such unions, therefore, it is not adequate merely to make heat-in attacks against them. Particular attention must be paid to winning them from the inside. Recent American labor history is full of instances when company unions were either won over to the labor movement or broken up by the efforts of workers within them to use them as the instruments for achieving their economic demands. In this period, when the country is anxious to get back to peacetime production, the unions necessarily have to give serious consideration to the question of arbitration as a means of adjusting their demands. But here a sharp warning is very necessary. The workers must be already on guard against every attempt to force compulsory arbitration upon them, whether by law, by the pressure of the administration, or by the weight of the reactionary press. The workers must watch out that arbitration does not become just a convenient means for the employers to defeat the demands of the workers. These few words of caution about arbitration must therefore be sounded. First, 342 American Trade Unionism. Arbitration must, when entered into, be purely upon a voluntary basis. Second, the workers involved should look very carefully at the composition of the arbitration board. And third, it is a good practice to secure as much as possible of their demands beforehand by direct negotiation, referring only the remaining unresolved questions to arbitration. To facilitate its movement for better wages, the labor movement should insist that the wartime controls over wage increases be removed. Legal limitations on the right to strike, as incorporated in the notorious Smith-Connolly Act, should also be done away with. The war is over, and there is no need for the continuance of such restrictive limitations upon the basic rights of the workers. Labor should insist, however, that price controls must be maintained. This is indispensable. For if the purchasing power of the masses is to be maintained, the highly organized employers must not be allowed to boost prices as they see fit. In years past, when the national interest imperatively demanded it, the government took away from the railroads the right to jack up freight and passenger rates, and it turned the control of such matters over to the Interstate Commerce Commission. In line with this same general principle, the national interest now demands that prices generally shall be kept as low as possible and wages raised to as high levels as are practicable, if we are to avoid the most devastating effects of future economic crises. Hence, a larger government control over prices than has ever existed before in peacetime must be developed. But of course, this price control will have to be operated far more in the public interest than has ever been the case. With the Interstate Commerce Commission, which has always been heavily under the influence of the great railroad kings. Unity and struggle for wages and jobs. One of the most important lessons that organized labor must fully grasp in the post-war period we are now entering into, if it is to protect the workers' interests successfully, is that the struggle for better wages and the fight to create more jobs for the workers are inseparable. They are both part of one broad general struggle to protect the economic interests of the workers. This is not as simple a proposition as it appears on the surface, and labor must consciously strive to keep the two phases of the general struggle constantly in mind. For if either is neglected, both will suffer. Wage and Jobs Straight C343. During many years, in the recurring economic crises, it was a great weakness of L unions to concentrate their attention almost exclusively upon protecting the conditions of the employed workers and to allow the unemployed to shift pretty much for themselves. Indeed, it was as late as 1934 before the L top leaders even began seriously to demand relief and insurance for the unemployed. Such a one-sided policy of short-sightedly neglecting the welfare of the unemployed, of course, in turn, reacted also against the interest of the workers who held jobs. In the present situation, there is definitely a danger of such unwise policies being followed by some unions. Thus, in the big attention being now paid to the burning question of wage increases, there is a distinct tendency to neglect the no less vital matter of the struggle to provide jobs and relief for the unemployed. This is a great weakness. We are now entering into a period of mass unemployment, with the danger of a major economic crisis looming not far ahead for us. Hence, at all costs, we should secure the full employment legislation now pending in Congress, in the shape of the Murray Bill and President Truman's recommendations. Therefore, as the workers press on for improved wages, they must also imperatively demand the enactment into law of the principles of President Roosevelt's Economic Bill of Rights. If this is not done, the future will show that the present wage increases will be largely cancelled out by the pressure of the unemployed upon the labor market. In this linking together of the fight for better wages and for more jobs, there must also be an organizational tie-up between the trade unions and the unemployed. Under no circumstances should the mistake be made that the unemployed be allowed, as in other times of mass joblessness, to drift away from the trade unions. To prevent this, the unions should keep their unemployed members in good standing. They should set up committees to look after their unemployed workers. They should cultivate all necessary forms of organizations of their unemployed. They should participate in all demonstrations and other actions in support of the full employment program. The trade unions, breaking sharply with conservative policies of the past, must constantly be conscious of their great task to defend the economic protection of the unemployed and to fight for the maintenance of employment at the highest possible levels. 344 American Trade Unionism. Unity of the economic and political struggle. In carrying through their present fight for better wages and more jobs, the workers must understand, as never before, the need to carry on their struggle upon both the economic and political fields simultaneously. This is a lesson of supreme importance to the workers. Their whole future depends upon the extent to which they grasp it. The day is gone when the workers could settle their economic and other demands simply by negotiating with the employers, with the government playing only a minor, if any, part at all in these negotiations. Today, all important economic questions concerning the workers, wages, hours, prices, production, etc., have become largely political issues of the first magnitude. This was true, not only in the war period that we have just been through, but it will also be the case, under different conditions, of course, in the peacetime perspective ahead of us. The unions therefore must combine political action with strike action and collective bargaining. The old Gompers slogan, "No politics in the unions," is hopelessly out of date. It is not only obsolete, but highly dangerous. Now the workers, on pain of disaster to themselves, must become organized and active politically. In their political activities, the workers must also concern themselves not only with matters dealing directly with their own economic conditions, but also with our whole national and international political life in general. Today, the capitalist system of the world is in a deepening crisis, and this crisis gives birth to a host of vital political problems which the workers, along with other democratic forces, must actively help solve. Failure to do this would mean to bring down disaster upon the heads of the workers and the whole people. The great monopolists, the mainspring of reaction in the United States, are determined to still further tighten their grip upon Congress in the elections of 1946. They also want to cripple the trade unions by hostile legislation, of which the Burton-Balhatch bill is a current example. This situation lays the imperative task upon the shoulders of organized labor to mobilize politically all its own forces and those of its natural allies, farmers, professionals, small businessmen, veterans, etc., so that the 1946 elections may be made into a great democratic victory for the whole American people. Organized labor must also bring its great forces politically to bear to block the present drive of American imperialistic forces to dominate the world. This imperialist drive, which has behind it the great Wage and Job Strategy 345. Monopolies and trust of this country is manifest in every phase of our foreign policy, in our failure to take drastic steps to root out fascism in Germany and Japan, in our attempts to dominate the trade of the world, in our maintenance of a gigantic military, naval, and air force, including the atomic bomb, in our policy of getting tough with the USSR, etc. Such policies are full of danger to the American people and the world. They point the way to fascism, economic chaos, and another world war. Organized labor, therefore, has the historic task of balking the imperialists' plans and of influencing our foreign policies in the direction laid down at the famous conferences of Moscow, Tehran, Yalta, San Francisco, and Potsdam. A further, especially urgent reason why labor must pay particular attention to organized political action is the sharp tendencies of the Truman administration to surrender to the forces of reaction and imperialism. Although President Truman has pledged himself to carry out the policies laid down by former President Roosevelt, obviously he is not doing so. More and more his policies yield to reaction, both on the domestic and international fields. It is a dangerous fact that today in Congress the voice of Herbert Hoover is much more hearkened to than is that of President Truman, regarding both domestic and international policies. Organized labor, therefore, must bestir itself to defeat reaction and to have the broad policies associated with the name of Roosevelt carried into effect. And clearly, from the strength of the drive of the reactionaries, it will require the full strength of labor and its friends to accomplish this purpose. In the 1944 elections, organized labor, in such organizations as the Political Action Committee of the C.I.O., legislative committees in the A.F.L., etc., worked out the general forms along which the political struggle should be prosecuted. But with reaction on the offensive, organized labor must organize its forces far better and be much more active than it was during the great election struggle of 1944. Finally, the trade unions must sharply oppose the Rankin House Committee on Un-American Activities, the Resurrected Dies Committee. This committee is a combination of Heiderian red baiting, Japanese, dangerous thought, persecution, and Salem witch hunting. Its purpose is, by creating a fascist-like Red Scare, to provide a smokescreen behind which the power-greedy monopolists can carry on their program of reaction in this country and of imperialist aggression abroad. The Rankin Committee, in the Hitler tradition, starts out by attacking the communists, but it soon develops its real program, which is to undermine the trade unions and to weaken everything progressive in the United States. Organized labor must not, as often in the past, stand aside and let this imitation Gestapo carry on its activities unmolested. The unions must realize that it is a bread and butter question, involving their whole struggle for wages and jobs, that it is, in fact, a life and death matter for them generally, to defeat and to force the dissolution of the fascist-breeding Rankin Committee. Unity of labor and national interests. One of the most basic phases of organized labor's wage and job strategy is the necessity of making the people at large realize that the demands of the workers for better wages and adequate jobs are not merely the concern of the workers, but are in the most fundamental interest of the whole nation. For only if the purchasing power of the workers is maintained by providing the workers with jobs and good wages can the country's great industrial machine be kept in operation. Of course, organized labor for many years past has always tried to win the support of the public behind its demands for better economic conditions for the workers. But this was done largely upon a humanitarian basis. Now, however, the approach must be fundamentally different. The people at large must be made to understand that the demands of organized labor for jobs and better wages are vital to their own interests, and that the alternative is chronic mass unemployment, wholesale prostration of industry, and hard times for everybody. By the same token, organized labor must also show the people that its democratic proposals generally are in the national interest. Very much of organized labor's success in the future will depend upon the degree to which it manages to convince public opinion that its program is in the national interest, and to which it succeeds in mobilizing the people generally behind its demands. Unfortunately, however, many labor leaders, particularly those at the top of the A.F.L., grossly underestimate masses of the American people. The necessity for winning the broad masses of farmers, professionals, veterans, small businessmen, etc., to support its program entails certain heavy responsibilities upon the trade union leadership. For one thing, these leaders will have to think and act more in terms of the national interest, giving particular attention to the specific demands of the other democratic strata of the population. They must also work out practical forms of political cooperation with all these elements in a great national wage and job strategy. 347. Democratic coalition. Local and national conferences with these forces are very much in order. Organized labor must break down the spirit of isolation which has characterized many of its conservative leaders up till now. Above all, the trade unions must establish good working collaboration with the ex-servicemen and women. The trade unions must become the ardent champions of the legitimate demands of these decisive forces, and work out every practical means of collaboration with them. Especially, the workers must establish labor posts in all the veterans' organizations. Under no circumstances should the N.A.M. and other reactionary employer forces be allowed to succeed in their nefarious scheme of driving a wedge between the war veterans and the workers. That would be a menace to our American democracy, whereas a good working alliance between organized labor and the veterans would be the best guarantee of success in the fight to secure full employment, to strengthen this country's democracy, to maintain world peace, and to defeat American reaction's attempt to dominate the world. The trade unions, in order to tie the workers' interests in tightly with those of other democratic segments of our population, must especially become active in the fight of the masses against rising living costs. They must convince the people at large that the employers are well able to meet the present wage demands of the workers out of their fabulous reserves and current profits, without raising prices. They must also convince the public that the adoption of a full employment program would in itself bring about a huge reduction in production costs, and would enable the granting of still higher wages. In short, the people must be convinced not only that the better utilization of our great industrial machine will allow of higher wages, shorter hours, and lower prices, but also that to achieve these objectives is in the vital interest of the whole American people, save a small minority of monopolists and other exploiters who seem to believe that America was created simply for their private enrichment and to satisfy their love of power. All this means, necessarily, that the trade unions will have to carry on far more elaborate campaigns of public enlightenment than they have ever done before. The employers fully understand the vital importance of winning public opinion, hence their elaborate campaigns on the radio, in the press, in Congress and elsewhere in support of their reactionary programs. This should be a signal to organized labor to revamp completely its obsolete methods of reaching the people's mind and to adopt modern methods of publicity on a huge scale. Labor must sell its case to the people at large as never before. Tasks in perspective. The foregoing are some of the most urgent tasks needful to accomplish if organized labor is to win its fight for better wages and more jobs. That is, there must be more unity in the ranks of labor itself, there must be a linking of the wages and job struggles, there must be a tying together of the economic and political struggles of the workers. And there must be an identification of the demands of labor with the interests of the nation as a whole, and the building up of a great democratic coalition upon the basis of these common interests. The success of organized labor in the present and the period ahead, the extent to which it achieves better living standards and job protection, will depend upon the measure in which it grasps these elementary lessons of the present situation. But organized labor must needs go beyond the confines of these immediate tasks. The time is now at hand when the trade unions of this country will have to analyze far more basically the system under which we live than they have ever done before, and to adopt from their analysis far-reaching social programs of progress. The world capitalist system is sick, very sick. Proof of this is the fact that capitalism, during the past generation, has given birth to 2 devastating world wars, to a shattering world economic crisis, and to the deadly disease of fascism. And now, although we have just finished a war that has laid Europe and a large part of Asia in ruins, already the reactionaries are talking glibly of a new world war ahead of us. And the peoples of the capitalist world, famished and destitute, are now looking with terror towards new economic crises and mass unemployment in their war-ravaged countries. The tortured and impoverished masses of Europe and Asia, in the midst of wrecked cities, ruined industries and collapsed political systems, are taking emergency methods to protect themselves under the tottering capitalist system, by nationalizing the banks and basic industries, by breaking up the big landed estates, and by democratizing their governments. But more and more they are getting their eyes fastened upon the real social evil, the capitalist system itself. Nor will they rest content until they have finally abolished capitalism altogether, and through the establishment of socialism, bring about the socializa. Wage and Job Strategy 349. Tie-in of the great means of production and the abolition of the exploitation of man by man for profit's sake. For socialism is the only means by which peace, democracy, and prosperity can be guaranteed, both on a national and international scale. The existence of the USSR has demonstrated this great historical fact. The American social system, despite all its present seeming strength, is a blood brother to the decaying capitalist system of Europe and Asia, and it is subject to the same basic laws of economic and political development that have flung the old world capitalism into its present ruinous plight. Our country, too, is involved in the deepening general crisis of capitalism. American workers, therefore, must necessarily start to study our capitalism through and through and, in the light of Marxist-Leninist science, begin to orientate upon the socialist perspective that is becoming so obviously needed in the rest of the world. The United States is very rich in natural resources, in great industries, and in trained manpower, the wealth-producing capacity of which will be enormously increased by the development of atomic power. But the greed of the monopolists, with their program of low wages and restricted production, stands in the way of realizing the potential well-being of the masses that our national wealth and industrial development make possible. By organizing their forces thoroughly, the workers and their allies can, under capitalism, win for themselves a measure of well-being, a degree of protection against the recurrent economic crises. But only under socialism, with the social means of production owned by the whole people, will America realize its great historical dream and become truly an unsurpassed land of liberty, peace, and well-being. 1945. As the workers and the people generally in this country face the many difficult domestic and foreign problems of the post-war period, the split in the American labor movement looms more and more a menace to their hopes and aspirations. Whichever way one looks, there are to be seen evidence of the harm and folly of permitting the internecine struggle between the A.F.L. and the C.1.O. to continue. It has become a most urgent necessity, therefore, not only to organized labor, but to the whole nation, that the rupture in the ranks of the trade union movement be healed as promptly and as thoroughly as possible. There is no sane reason why the A.F.L. and the C.I.O. should not get together at once, either in one all-inclusive federation or, as a step in that direction, linking their forces in a whole series of collaborative movements for immediate objectives. The main reason why such unity has not been brought about is the obstructive policies in the top leadership of the A.F.L., who are putting their own personal interests above the welfare of the labor movement as a whole. It was these same elements who caused the split in the first place, 10 years ago. They were quite willing then to see the basic industries remain unorganized rather than to risk their own positions by bringing great new masses of workers into A.F.L. unions. So they caused the split which forced the C.I.O. to become an independent movement. And now it is these identical bureaucrats who, for the same selfish reasons, are preventing unity between the A.F.L. and C.I.O., and who indeed would like nothing better than to have the C.I.O. unions broken up altogether. The split, by dividing the ranks of labor, drastically weakens the whole democratic cause. There we see the A.F.L. leadership nationally and in various states at cross purposes with the C.I.O. on legislation vitally needed. Characteristically, too, in the recent Detroit mayoralty elections, Richard Frankenstein, the labor candidate, could have been elected had it not been that the local A.F.L. leadership, headed by Frank Martel, opposed him and supported the reactionary candidate, Jeffries. Similar situations are constantly occurring in local elections. The split is also compromising the present big campaign of labor for wage increases. Not only is there no common program of demands and no unity of action between the two national labor federations, but the A.F.L. leaders seem to be more anxious to defeat the C.I.O., which is leading the general movement, than they are to secure wage advances for their own members. The split is also provoking a whole series of jurisdictional quarrels and strikes of the two groups of unions against each other, with the A.F.L. on the offensive. Such internal strife literally poisons public opinion against the labor movement generally, and it is highly provocative of hostile, anti-trade union legislation. The split likewise interferes with the organization of the millions of still unorganized workers, what with the various unions, instigated by the top A.F.L. leadership, fighting over the control of the workers who are already organized. Nothing is more harmful to organizing work than just such internal squabbles. The split, too, is having a disastrous effect upon labor's position in the current Labor Management Conference. For the A.F.L. leaders, aided by John L. Lewis, do not hesitate in their war against the C.I.O. to line up with the employers in order to defeat the progressive measures proposed by the C.I.O. The split also extends its deadly influence out upon a world scale, as witnessed the A.F.L. refusal to affiliate with the C.I.O. to the new World Federation of Trade Unions, and its shameful attempts to disrupt this vitally needed world labor organization. It is about time that the workers took this dangerous split situation in hand and remedied it. The reactionary trusts and monopolies of this country are now on the march. They are determined not only to cripple organized labor in this country, but also to reduce the whole world under their imperialist sway. World reaction now has its most powerful center right here in the United States. And American labor cannot solve all the big problems involved in this situation with its own forces split right down the middle. If organized labor, facing this difficult situation, does not heal its internal split, it will be inviting a major disaster to itself and to American democracy in general. It is necessary, therefore, that the A.F.L. membership wake up to the danger presented by their reactionary leaders and bring about unity with the C.I.O. in spite of them. It is absolute folly to expect that the Greens, Walls, Lewis's, Hutchisons, Dubinskys, and similar reactionaries will do anything to bring about labor unity, for their whole aim is to keep labor split. The unification process must be advanced by the rank and file and by the lower officials among whom a strong unity spirit exists. A.F.L. leaders opposed to this splitting policy of the Walls and Hutchisons must be encouraged. Only a strong and organized pressure by the rank and file and pro-unity forces in the A.F.L. can free the A.F.L. Council to abandon its labor splitting policy. The present big wage movement, the fight for full employment legislation, and the establishment of the new World Federation of Trade Unions have brought about many local movements of direct cooperation or of parallel action between A.F.L., C.I.O., and railroad unions. These are steps in the right direction. Such spontaneous movements of unity at the bottom should be encouraged in every way possible. They must be extended to include such demands as the removal of American troops from China and the internationalization of the atomic bomb. For it is an obvious fact that unity between the A.F.L. and the C.I.O., when eventually it is achieved, will be brought about by A.F.L. rank and file pressure notwithstanding the resistance of the top A.F.L. leadership. The question of labor unity is not one that will wait indefinitely. The host of great problems pressing for solution forbid delay. And one of the most vital of these urgent problems relates to the congressional elections of 1946. In these elections, the reactionaries are going to make a most determined effort to foster their deadly grip more tightly upon an already dangerously reactionary Congress. For organized labor to go into these elections divided into two warring camps, with one camp, the A.F.L., going along with the enemy, would be suicidal folly. For 10 long years the American trade union movement has suffered from the present great split. It cannot tolerate it any longer without running a serious danger. The split must be healed, and it can be healed when the progressive forces in the A.F.L. wake up and take the job in hand. Organic unity of the A.F.L. and C.I.O., or cooperation movements between them, would be a tremendous step forward for the peril of red baiting. 353. Workers. It would give the whole democratic movement in the United States a great new strength for the stupendous tasks now confronting it. 1945. A serious disease in the labor movement, and one that must be combated, is the widespread practice of red baiting. Thus, in many A.F.L. and some CIO unions, various leaders are carrying on a violent campaign of denunciation against the communists, accusing them of all sorts of vicious anti-union, anti-democratic, and anti-American practices. In many instances, communists are specifically prohibited from holding official union positions or even from being members of the union. Usually this red baiting is accompanied by reckless attacks upon the USSR and often by ill-concealed anti-Semitism, anti-Negroism, anti-Catholicism, anti-foreignerism, and the like. It is employer poison in the ranks of the labor movement. Red baiting is not political criticism, it is political persecution, just as anti-Semitism and Jim Crowism are persecution. It is a weapon of reaction, taken straight from the arsenal of the late, unlamented Adolf Hitler. Its purpose is to develop an ideological terrorism, first against the communists, next against all the progressive forces, and eventually against the unions themselves. Red baiting opens the way for the most dangerous attacks by employers against the labor movement. Although workers are not so easily deceived by red baiting as they used to be, since they have heard men like President Roosevelt, Philip Murray, and Sidney Hillman denounced as Reds by Thomas E. Dewey in the 1944 election campaign, nevertheless it would be a big mistake to underestimate its destructive effects in the unions. Red baiting seeks to weaken the effectiveness of the most clear-headed and devoted workers in the labor movement by singling them out for vicious attacks. It works to undermine the cooperative relations between that progressive combination of forces, the left wing and the center, upon which all advances of the labor movement depend, and it also serves as an effective cover-up for the agents of the imperialists and the warmongers in the labor movement. Red baiting and reaction go hand in hand. The union that tolerates red baiting leaves itself wide open to the assaults of the worst forces of reaction. Among the worst red baiters in the labor movement are the social democratic trade union leaders. These people, who have nothing socialist about them, cover up their alliances with the walls, etc., and also their own reactionary policies, by delivering fierce tirades against the communists. Their Hate Russia campaign is no less virulent than that of the Hearst press. They are eager supporters of every move of reaction looking towards a war against the USSR. The Trotskyites and the social democratic leaders who presume to speak in the name of labor and socialism make attacks upon the communists and the USSR their chief stock in trade. Their whole line furnishes material to those reactionary elements who are seeking an anti-Soviet war. Typically, Norman Thomas, a so-called socialist, all through the war saw not Hitler, but Stalin as the danger. Red baiting has become a well-paid journalistic profession among such pseudo-left elements as the Social Democrats and Trotskyites. Although the charges made by the red baiters against the communists are without foundation, they are nevertheless not without effect among the masses because of the Hitler big lie technique that is used to put them across, their constant reiteration with every means at hand. Communists are charged, for example, by reactionary A.F.L. leaders as trying to break up the labor movement. This, notwithstanding the patent fact that communists attach the very greatest importance to the trade unions, more, in fact, by far than do the A.F.L. leaders themselves, both in the defense of the workers' interests under capitalism and as the main force for bringing about socialism. Such charges are made in spite of the facts, too, that the communists have labored devotedly through the years to build up the American labor movement, and that communists are the most decisive leaders in the present day, rapidly growing labor movements in many European countries. American communists were ardent supporters of unemployment insurance, for example, when the leaders of the A.F.L. were telling the workers that it would destroy the labor unions and American democracy. They have long been militant pioneers for industrial unionism, the organization of the unorganized, the improvement of trade union democracy, the trade union rights of the peril of red baiting. 355. Negroes, the elimination of gangsterism, for labor unity, and every other progressive trade union issue. Another stupid argument of red baiters charges that communists are irresponsibly in favor of strikes and do not care whether they are won or lost. The absurdity of this is demonstrated by two basic facts. First, the communists, being part of the working class, have the same need as all other workers to win the economic advantages that come from victorious strikes. And second, only if the communists prove themselves to be successful leaders of the workers' everyday struggles under capitalism can they hope to win the workers for the incomparably greater task of establishing socialism. No element in the labor movement, therefore, has a more responsible attitude towards strikes than the communists. None are more careful about launching strikes, and none are more determined to win them once they are called. The communists are opposed to wildcat strikes and stand firmly for united, disciplined action. During the late war, the communists stood second to none in loyally carrying out organized labors. No strike pledge. Charges by red baiters that the communists, supposedly directed by outside forces, seek to grab control of the unions, are equally contrary to the facts. Communists, unlike the Lewises, Dubinskys, and others of their kind, have no machines in the unions. Their role as communists is to teach the workers the principles and policies of Marxism-Leninism. Once the decision of the union is made in a given problem, they follow out loyally the trade union discipline. As for trying to grab leadership in the unions, the communists understand full well the folly of such a course. Communist policy everywhere, in the unions and on the political field, is to work jointly with progressive, non-communist forces. Obviously, such a cooperative policy cannot be successful on the basis of the communists grabbing for control. The fact is that today in the trade union movement generally the communists, instead of being overrepresented in leading committees and councils, are very much underrepresented, considering the size of their following in the unions. But it is in line with the Hitlerian big lie technique of red baiting to shout that any union or political organization that has even one communist or supposed communist on its executive committee is communist dominated, or is a communist front organization. Red baiters also assert that communists are totalitarians and anti-democratic. Communism is the most democratic movement in the world, economically, politically, and socially. Communist Prin. Disciples call for the ultimate establishment of the most democratic society yet conceived by man, one in which there will be no social classes, no exploitation, and no state, and where everyone will produce according to his ability and receive according to his needs. In line with this fundamental democracy, communists all over the world, including those in the United States, are frontline fighters for every democratic reform under capitalism. They are also the most resolute fighters against fascism, and they are the mainspring in the new democratic governments of Western and Central Europe. In the Soviet Union, where communists lead the nation, the greatest democratic advances in the history of mankind have been achieved. These include the conquest of political power by the workers and farmers, the socialization of industry and the collectivization of the land, the abolition of capitalist exploitation, the doing away with economic crises and mass unemployment, the adoption of the most elaborate system of social insurance in the world, the establishment of complete social and national equality of all the peoples within the USSR, the full emancipation of women, the liquidation of illiteracy, etc., etc. To call communists anti-democratic in the face of all these democratic achievements and struggles is a Hitler, big lie, of the first water. Communists are also often accused by red baiters of persecuting Catholic workers. This is a monstrous falsehood, too. Communists recognize that Catholic workers have the same economic and political interests as all other workers. They want peace. They want democracy. They want prosperity. So the communists hold out the hand of solidarity to Catholics for the joint accomplishment of these democratic objectives. The communists spare no efforts in fighting against religious bigotry, holding that in these critical days it is especially disastrous to engage in religious quarrels, from which only reaction can profit. At the same time, the communists consider it politically necessary to condemn the clerical fascist policies now being followed by the Vatican and by the many powerful figures in the Catholic hierarchy in the United States. Lastly, the red baiters never tire of shouting that the communists, because of their friendly attitude toward the Soviet Union, are un-American and agents of a foreign power. This is the greatest of all the Hyderian, big lies, of the professional red baiters and reactionaries. In reply to it, the attitude of the communists towards the USSR may be stated under two heads. First, the communists are ardent supporters of friendship between the peril of red baiting 357. The great American and Soviet peoples. They refuse to take no on this question, because collaboration between the U.S.A. and the USSR is the key to the progress of world democracy and the maintenance of world peace. Thus, if during the middle 1930s the United States had joined with the USSR in its proposed International Front of the Democratic Powers to maintain world peace, as the communists urged, Hitler's fascism would have been choked in its cradle and World War II could have been prevented. During the Great War against Hitlerism, American-Soviet collaboration, supported by the far-sighted Roosevelt, was actually achieved, and victory in the war was the result. And now, if the peace is to be won and another world war avoided, there absolutely must be American-Soviet collaboration. In fighting for such collaboration, the communists, therefore, are defending our people's most profound national interest. This is Americanism of the highest order. Those red baiters and Soviet haters who are now so busily sowing seeds of dissension between the U.S.A. and the USSR are, on the contrary, betraying our country, even though they wrap themselves around with a million pseudo-patriotic phrases. Soviet baiters are imperialist warmongers, and they would have millions of American soldier boys and hosts of civilians die in a fruitless war to advance Wall Street's profits at the expense of the American, Soviet, and other peoples. Second, the USSR is a socialist country. Socialism represents a vast democratic advance over the present social system of capitalism. It indicates the path by which the peoples of the world will finally emancipate themselves from the jungle of present-day society, the breeder of fascism, imperialism, and war. Naturally, communists, who advocate socialism, as the first stage of communism, have a friendly attitude towards this new regime of the USSR, the harbinger of the glorious future of mankind. Their attitude in this respect is very much like that of Democrats all over the world in the years when the American Republic was young. The Democrats of those times understood that the new republic being so painfully reared in our country was a great step forward over the prevailing reactionary feudalistic monarchies. Regardless of the red baiters of those days, these Democrats considered it no act of hostility to their own nation to recognize the advanced character of the very promising new American Republic and to give it their blessing. The communists today take the same position towards the world's most advanced republic of our times, the U5.S.R. The red baiters, for all their violent attacks, will not succeed in killing communist influence in the trade unions. The message of the communists is much too vital for that. The communists, with their Marxist-Leninist analysis of capitalism, their practical everyday economic and political policies, their matchless loyalty to labor, their indomitable fighting spirit, their long record of support of progressive labor policies, and their ultimate goal of a socialist America, will grow, not decline, in influence. All over the world the communist parties, responding to the burning needs of the peoples, are expanding rapidly, in spite of the frantic red baiters. The Communist Party of the United States, with the help of vast numbers of new trade union members, will travel the same victorious path. American labor and the American people need and must have a strong Communist Party. Labor leaders who indulge in the dangerous, fascist-like practice of red baiting are playing the game, whether they realize it or not, of the most reactionary big monopolists, the bitterest enemies of trade unionism and of every other phase of American democracy. It's about time, therefore, that red baiting be knocked on the head in the American labor movement. This Hitlerian slander campaign should be recognized for what it is: the spreading of employer-inspired, imperialist warmonger propaganda in the ranks of the workers, in order to destroy their fighting spirit and organization. Trade union progressives, including those who sometimes do a little red baiting themselves in the vain hope of warding off reactionary attacks, should take up the cudgels against the red baiting menace. Red baiting must be eliminated from the trade unions. This is a major necessity for the further strengthening of the labor movement. 1946. 37. The trade unions and socialism. To meet the ever more complex problems of the post-war period, organized labor must, as we have pointed out, improve its domestic and foreign policies, build a broad new political party, organizationally strengthen the trade unions, unify its forces nationally and internationally, and cleanse its ranks of fascist-like red baiting. But above. Trade unions and socialism. 359. All American labor needs to modernize its political conceptions. It must cease worshipping an outworn capitalism and turn its hopes and efforts to the building of a new system of society worthy of the understanding and resources of modern man, socialism. In its earlier competitive stage, capitalism was a progressive system. Under it, modern industry was built, the working class was born, democracy developed, and science made great strides. But now capitalism has become monopolistic. It is in its imperialist period and has grown obsolete and reactionary. The capitalist system is full of incurable contradictions, between the social mode of production and the private ownership of industry, between the great producing power and weak purchasing capacity of the workers, between the antagonistic interests of the working class and the capitalist class, between rival imperialist powers, between the imperialist states and the colonial countries, between the capitalist and socialist parts of the world, etc., etc. These contradictions are constantly sharpening and deepening. World capitalism is today in general crisis, and its continued operation produces one disaster after another for tortured humanity. Capitalism, as Marx pointed out long ago, is causing a spreading mass pauperization. This is shown by the terrible poverty of China, India, Latin America, and war-torn Europe, and by the awful fact that today at least 1 billion people throughout the world are facing famine conditions. All this misery, none of which is necessary, has been produced by the workings of capitalism in its period of decay. Capitalism is causing an increasing economic chaos throughout the world. Before the war, the periodic economic crises, which are an inevitable result of capitalism, were constantly growing sharper and more prolonged, the 1929-33 crisis being the most severe ever known. And now, particularly in the United States, the stage is being set for another world economic smash-up. Once the war boom is over, that will make the terrible crisis of 16 years ago seem like prosperity in comparison. Capitalism today also automatically generates fascism. The great trusts and monopolies find that, with ever-sharpening problems, they cannot continue to rule at home and carry out their program of imperialist aggression abroad without weakening or destroying the democratic organizations and liberties of the people. That is why fascism came to Germany, Italy, Japan, and other countries, and that is the great menace of fascism in the United States. Trusts are born enemies of democracy. Capitalism today also systematically causes wars of unprecedented extent and devastation. The big imperialist states, intent upon world rule for themselves, collide with each other, and the result is war. Twice in one generation wars have resulted from this basic cause, and now preparations are being hurried for a third and even more terrible world war. Imperialist war is a fundamental expression of the general crisis of capitalism. The capitalist system in the United States is subject to the general economic and political laws that govern capitalism everywhere. It has within it the same basic, destructive contradictions that are undermining world capitalism in general. American capitalism, however, has been favored by history. The United States is a land of vast natural resources. The growth of capitalism here was not seriously hindered by hangovers of feudalistic institutions. The country had literally to be built from the ground up almost within the memory of living man, and instead of being seriously injured by the 2 world wars, which have wrought such havoc with capitalism elsewhere, this country actually fattened on them. For the past 30 years this country's prosperity has largely depended on furnishing war munitions, and in repairing the ravages of war. These, and other factors, have tended to prolong the life and vigor of American capitalism. But the structural weaknesses that have so enfeebled European capitalism will also eventually drag down the seemingly impregnable American capitalism, for both of them are cut from the same cloth. It is absurd to expect, as many do, that the capitalists of this country can instill the breath of life again into the decadent capitalism of the various other nations. And it is equally idle to believe that American capitalism can prosper as a sort of island in a wide sea of sick world capitalism. The world forces of democracy can, by close organization and determined struggle against the monopolists, somewhat lessen the disastrous effects upon the masses of the reactionary tendencies of capitalism. The workers and their allies can win some degree of protection against mass unemployment through social insurance. They can lessen the severity of the inevitable economic crisis by full employment, public works programs. They can check the menace of fascism by determined measures of democracy, and by united action they can postpone the outbreak of new wars. It is the task of the workers to fight for as many as possible of these ameliorations under capitalism, but at the same time they must realize that only under socialism can the gross evils produced by capitalism be finally done away with. Trade Unions and Socialism 361. The establishment of socialism will eliminate these fast-growing evils by striking at their basic root, the private ownership of the social means of production. By the workers and other democratic forces winning political power, and by socializing the industries and the land, abolishing capitalist exploitation, and carrying on production for use instead of for profit, the basis will be laid for a peaceful, democratic, and prosperous world. The root cause of mass poverty is thereby eliminated, order is introduced into industry, economic crises and mass unemployment become things of the past. Fascism is uprooted, once and for all, and the groundwork for imperialism and war disappears. Socialism supplies the sole answer to poverty, economic chaos, fascism, and war. It is the next higher rung on the social ladder that man has been ascending for ages. And mankind must climb up to socialism or sink into even greater calamities than those which for the past generation have plagued the world. The discovery of atomic energy emphasizes afresh the obsoleteness of capitalism. The monopoly capitalists, alarmed that this new and great power will create havoc among their industries by increasing economic crises and by rendering huge amounts of investments useless, are already moving to stifle the development of atomic energy. About the sole use they are looking forward to for this tremendous source of power is to make it into atomic bombs. Only a socialist system, based on production for use and not for personal profit, can make full use of the revolutionary discovery of atomic energy. The Soviet Union has proved the workability of socialism. It has made an end of capitalist exploitation and laid the basis for the general democracy and prosperity of its peoples. It has done away completely with economic crises and mass unemployment that are such terrible scourges under capitalism. It has abolished the capitalist bankers, industrialists, and landlords, who are the poison source of imperialism, famine, and war. And these great democratic achievements were accomplished by the USSR in spite of a hostile capitalist world, which tried by armed intervention, civil war, economic blockade, political isolation, and imperialist invasion to smash the Soviet system. The capitalists of the world hate and fear the USSR, not because they dread an attack by the Red Army upon their countries, but primarily because they are afraid of the effects the example of a successful socialist system will have upon the oppressed millions of the earth. The vast majority of the workers in Europe are now socialist in outlook. They are drawing the needful elementary lesson that the recurring economic crises, fascism, and wars take place because capitalism is obsolete and reactionary, and they are looking forward to the abolition of that system altogether. Today, although often under untrustworthy social democratic leaders, such as the Attlees and Bevins in Great Britain, they are carrying through far-reaching programs for the nationalization of basic industries, and tomorrow they will take up more definitely the building of socialism itself. The great body of American workers, unlike their European brothers and sisters, have not yet, however, adopted a socialist perspective. This is, as we have seen, because of the relatively more favorable position of capitalism in the United States. But the American workers are also on the march ideologically. The Hoover economic crisis and the reforms of the Roosevelt regime made them think deeply and caused them to lose much of their old-time faith in so-called free enterprise, a concept that means to leave the economic system to the tender care of the capitalists, and all will be well. The workers now know that only if the government intervenes with public works programs, farm subsidies, and the like, can industry be kept going. This is a big stride forward ideologically. It means that the American working class, with its faith in capitalism weakening, is taking its first hesitant steps on the road toward socialism. Nor can there be any doubt but that the next big economic crisis will cause among the mass of American workers widespread demands for the nationalization of basic industries, and, on the part of the more advanced workers, for socialism. A socialist perspective has now become an urgent necessity for the American working class. For only when the workers and their leaders begin to grasp the principles of Marxism-Leninism can they understand what is happening to world capitalism, and only then will they be in a position to take the necessary measures, now and in the future, to protect themselves and the world from the disasters of poverty, fascism, and war caused by the decaying capitalist system. It is indeed time that the leaders of the trade unions stop parroting the free enterprise slogans of the capitalists. The acquirement of a socialist outlook by the labor movement will be the greatest step forward it has ever taken. It will register the maturity of the American trade unions. Our country has before it a glorious future, but not under capitalism. The capitalist system can bring us only more and deeper tragedies, until finally the workers and their political allies see fit to put an end to it. Socialism will come when the majority of our people demand it. The workers of the world are marching forward to socialism. The American labor movement must take its proper place in their invincible ranks. 1946. During the half-century traversed by this book, the American trade union movement has made great progress. From an organization of less than 2 million members, which was constantly fighting a life-and-death struggle for survival, it has grown into a vast, well-established labor movement of 15 million affiliates. From a narrow organization chiefly of skilled workers, it has now become representative of the whole working class. In doing so, organized labor has also achieved substantial improvements in program, leadership, and social outlook. In the course of this evolution, many of the progressive fights of the left wing were definitely victorious, but there are still many more big battles to be won if the labor movement is to be able to stand against the powerful, fascist-minded monopoly capitalists now arrayed against it. Left progressive cooperation. One of the major lessons of this book, developed in terms of practical struggle, is the important role that has been played in the development of the American labor movement by the working united front between the communists and the center progressive forces in the trade unions. This left-center combination, expressing a common program of action, has been the driving force of progress in the labor movement. Those times when for some reason the lefts and progressives did not work together, and when the right wing had a free hand, were periods of stagnation and defeat for the trade unions. At the present time, when labor is faced with many difficult problems, the cooperation between the communists and the progressives is more important than ever for the labor movement. A major objective of the current red baiting campaign, which is a key weapon of reaction both outside and inside the unions, is to drive a wedge between the left wing and the center progressive group. Should this attempt succeed, it could only result in making the right-wing union leadership supreme, thereby crippling the labor movement. Industrial unionism. Ever since the days of Daniel De Leon and Eugene V. Debs, from about 1893 onward, the left wing has been an indefatigable advocate and fighter for industrial unionism. With the growth of large-scale industry and the trusts, and particularly after the loss of the Homestead Steel Strike in 1892, which demonstrated the inability of craft unions to organize the basic industries and to protect the living standards of the workers, the left wing has tirelessly worked for the establishment of industrial unionism. This was true of the communists, no less than of the socialist laborites, socialists, and syndicalists who preceded them. The notable success of the C.I.O., beginning in 1935, in unionizing the trustified industries, was a dramatic justification of the left wing's generation-long struggle for the organization of the unorganized into industrial unions. However, the cause of industrial unionism, despite these successes, is not yet fully won in the labor movement. For there are labor leaders who are still strongly opposed to industrial unionism. Indeed, the Executive Council of the A.F.L. would even now criminally break up into crafts the industrial unions in steel, automobile, radio and electric, rubber, metal mining, and other basic industries if they could do so. The need, therefore, still exists for the hard-won C.I.O. industrial unions to defend themselves not only against the trusts, but also against the craft-splitting A.F.L. reactionaries. Militant unionism. The communists also have always been inveterate opponents of the harmony of interests between capital and labor conception of labor leaders of the Gompers school, of whom unfortunately many are still with us. As vigorous advocates of a unionism based upon the realities of the class struggle, the left has continuously propagated the truth that in order to wring concessions from stiff-necked employers, the unions must be both strong and also willing, when need be, to fight stubbornly. Present-day American labor organizations, including those in the C.I.O., have by no means freed themselves of the class collaboration illusions of the old-style unionism. The unions generally have, nevertheless, made considerable strides forward. Today many unions, also in the A.F.L., use mass picketing, joint wage and strike strategy, industry-wide strikes, planned organizing campaigns, and other militant forms of trade unionism that once were exclusively used by left-wingers. There is need still, however, to continue the struggle against class collaborationism, ideologically and practically, in all its insidious forms. Especially is this true at the present time when the employers and their conservative labor leader stooges, realizing that the unions are very strong, would like to circumvent, and eventually to rob them of their power by inveigling them into various tricky schemes of no-strike policies, semi-compulsory arbitration, industrial speed-up, labor courts, and other enervating industrial practices. Trade union democracy. Nothing is more necessary to the health of the labor movement than democratic practices and a democratic spirit. Unfortunately, this has been greatly lacking in the American labor movement. Indeed, the want of democracy, especially up to the time of the formation of the C.I.O. in 1935, was a decisive source of trade union weakness. Rank discrimination against Negroes regarding membership and employment, refusal to organize women and young workers, persecution and expulsion of left-wingers, union election frauds, convention packing, financial corruption, and collusion with employers against opposition elements are only some of the principal undemocratic procedures that sapped and weakened A.F.L. unions almost from that federation's inception. The communists and progressives, throughout the years, as is evidenced by the on-the-spot writings in this book, waged increasing warfare against the would-be labor dictators and for trade union democracy. Nor has this fight been fruitless. Today there is a much higher degree of democracy in the unions than ever before. The greatest advance in this respect is the improved attitude towards Negro workers. Not only have large numbers of these doubly oppressed toilers been admitted into the unions and given at least some protection on the job, but the doors of leadership are also being opened to them. Thus is being gradually removed the most shameful stain on the banners of the American labor movement, Jim Crow discrimination against Negroes. The rise of the CIO, with its progressive leadership plus the generally liberal political climate that prevailed during the Roosevelt regime, dealt a blow to grafting officials in the labor movement. Although the corruption evil has by no means been fully eradicated from labor unionism, nevertheless substantial progress has been made. The shameless strike insurance, selling out of strikes, and raiding of union treasuries that were so prevalent in A.F.L. unions in earlier periods have decreased markedly during recent years. Much of the corruption of old-time A.F.L. local labor papers has also gone. The CIO has reached the highest level of democracy of any section of the labor movement. But there are many social democratic union leaders and old-time trade union bureaucrats in CIO organizations who are gradually undermining the democracy that has been set up in their unions by the millions of basic industry workers. As for the A.F.L. while it too has felt the surge of the workers for democracy in the trade unions, it still has many labor autocrats dominating it. Lack of trade union democracy explains, in the main, why dictatorial A.F.L. top leaders dare to work hand in glove with the National Association of Manufacturers, the Republican Party, and reactionary Democrats, although their affiliated workers are largely opposed to these reactionary forces. Although the American labor movement in recent years has made much progress towards more rank-and-file expression, a continued fight for trade union democracy remains a major necessity. National trade union unity. An endless struggle of the progressive forces throughout the years has also been carried on to establish closer unity among the forces of labor. Economic unity of all the workers in a given craft or industry, organic unity of the labor movement as a whole, political unity of the working class with the poorer farmers, the Negro people, and other democratic forces. It has been an unceasing fight against conservative. Summary and conclusions 367. Labor officials, who have sought to keep labor divided in order to serve their own narrow, selfish purposes. With labor divided into two great, often hostile camps, the A.F.L. and the C.I.O., plus the independent railroad unions, labor unity never was more urgently necessary than at the present time. Faced by the powerful post-war offensive of big business, which, in foreign policy aims at world domination, and in domestic policy aims at reducing the living standards of the workers, weakening the whole labor movement, and undermining American democracy in general, the trade unions imperatively need to unite their forces. The practical approach to unity at this DME is along the lines of united action to advance labor's economic and political demands and interests. It is decidedly practical to expect the A.F.L. and the C.I.O., along with the railroad brotherhoods, to enter into joint agreements to support this or that legislation, wage movement, or political slate. That united labor action of this character is possible is evidenced by the many cases in which it has already been practiced, and also by the insistent rank and file and lower officials' demand for it. The task is to make united labor action on a national scale the established policy of the labor movement, in spite of the resistance of ultra-conservative labor leaders. Such united labor action, besides giving organized labor immediately a strong united front in the face of its powerful employer enemies, also offers the long-range means by which eventual organic labor unity can be brought about. That is, the three big groups of unions, the A.F.L., the C.I.O., and the railroad brotherhoods, by working together on practical economic and political tasks, will gradually bring all these sections of labor closer and closer together, breaking down factional antagonisms, harmonizing conflicting jurisdictions, and setting up joint committees, until finally an amalgamation has been accomplished. Communists never ceased to struggle for labor unity. International labor unity. World labor unity has long been a goal of the more advanced workers in all countries. And never was this unity more urgently needed than right now. Wall Street imperialism is on the rampage. Many powerful reactionaries and fascists in this and other countries accept the idea that war with the Soviet Union is inevitable, and they are preparing for such a war. A great trade union international federation can be of gigantic importance in holding these warmongers in check. The long fight of the communists and progressives in this country for a world organization of labor, which is reflected in this book, has reached fruition in the recent formation of the World Federation of Trade Unions. The WFTU is a true global federation of unions, which its predecessor, the International Federation of Trade Unions, was not. The WFTU, embracing some 70 million workers in 60 countries, includes the big unions of Soviet Russia and also the huge labor organizations of Asia and Latin America. The IFTU, which was principally a European organization, never attracted to itself these big labor movements, and it never reached more than a third of the total membership of the WFTU. Moreover, the IFTU was practically limited to unions led by social democrats, while the WFTU, true to the broad principles of labor unity, includes socialist, communist, Catholic, and pure and simple trade unions. The refusal of the AFL to affiliate to the WFTU is a demonstration of the reactionary character of the men at the helm of the former. Cut from this same cloth also is the AFL's present attempt to break up the Latin American Confederation of Labor and to supplant it by a puppet organization working under reactionary AFL control. The fight for world labor unity, therefore, must be pressed with redoubled vigor, especially here in the United States. Today in our country only the CIO is affiliated to the WFTU. There must be no cessation of effort until the AFL, in spite of the professional world labor disruptors, has also become part of the great world organization of labor. Independent political action. Throughout this book's account of many years of communist union activities, the question of independent working class political action is a never-ending theme. While seeking to build the Marxist-Leninist Communist Party, the communists have also tirelessly fought against no politics in the unions fallacies and urged the masses to organize a broad party, composed of the labor movement, farmers, Negro people, professionals, small businessmen, and other democratic elements. This long fight now appears about to bear fruit. Many powerful economic, political, and social factors are pushing the workers and their political allies to break out of the capitalist two-party system and to move towards the formation of a great new mass people's anti-monopoly, anti-fascist party. Among these factors, on the negative side, are the ruthless offensive of big capital against the living standards and democratic rights of the people and the peace of the world, the surrender of the Truman administration to pressure of big capital, and the dangerous expansion of fascist ideas and organizations in this country. And on the positive side are the tremendous growth of the labor unions, depoliticalization of all the major problems that the workers have to face, the vast political experience which the workers and other democratic forces gained under the Roosevelt administration, and the growing feeling among the masses that both the Democratic and Republican parties are employer-controlled and do not represent their interests. These combined factors are making for the reconstitution of the pro-Roosevelt National Democratic Coalition on a higher political level, in the shape of a third People's Party. The time is now at hand when the trade unions, grown powerful numerically and ripening ideologically, should end their political tutelage to the old capitalist parties. This action will represent a gigantic step forward for the American labor movement. It will also be the realization of one of the objectives for which the communists and other progressive forces have long struggled. After World War I, the American labor movement, because its conservative leaders refused to adopt the most elementary reforms in trade union organization, programs, and tactics, suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the militant employers. But after World War II, let us hope, the labor movement, if not its AFL leaders, will show better judgment than it did after the last war in order to repel the attacks of the employers. The most urgent thing it must do in this respect is to establish a broad mass party of the democratic people. Anti-communist slanders. Even a casual reading of the material in the book, which was written on the firing line of the class struggle, makes it quite clear that every progressive movement in the trade unions finds ardent pioneers and tireless champions in the communists. It raps on the head the anti-communist slanders of the red baiters. First, it refutes in practice the absurd charge that communists are foreign agents. For all the struggles and programs dealt with in this book are obviously American in content and direction. They are based exclusively upon American needs and conditions. Only those who are hopelessly prejudiced can deny the progressive role of the communists, and ignore the patent fact that the communists and their left-wing forebears have always been keenly American in their proposals and struggles. Second, the history embodied in these writings shatters also the contention of red baiters that communists are callous to the interests and sufferings of the masses and that they advocate strife for strife's sake. The contrary is true. The communists stand out as indefatigable fighters for the best interests of the workers and the whole people. It could not be otherwise, for two very good reasons. A. The communists, being flesh and blood of the working class, suffer all the hardships of the workers and have the same urgent interest as other workers to abolish or alleviate these hardships. And B. Only when the communists, by loyal service in the class struggle, prove to the workers that they are the best and most trustworthy fighters in the daily struggle against capitalist abuses, can they win the workers' understanding and support for their larger objective of socialism. This is why, all over the world, communists are the most responsible leaders in strikes and other struggles. Third, this book also explodes the red baiters myth that the Communist Party, for narrow partisan purposes, interferes in the internal life of the trade unions. Incidentally, people making such charges conveniently forget that all capitalist parties, as well as the Catholic Church, the capitalist press, and various other non-working class constituents, interfere actively in the trade unions. The difference is that whereas the communists, who are themselves workers and as such are active trade union members, work and fight for the best interests of labor, the other institutions noted are basically hostile to the labor movement. Indeed, the Republican and Democratic parties participate far more extensively and aggressively in trade union life than the communists have ever done. They look upon the trade unions as if they were their very own, for political exploitation. Not only have these two parties succeeded in winning the open political allegiance of the vast bulk of trade union members and leaders, but they have also definitely stamped their capitalist ideology upon the workers' organizations. By showing the constructive activities of communists in the unions, this book exposes the reactionary spirit of those who, falling in line. Summary and conclusions. With the boss-inspired, Hitler-like red baiting, would either prohibit the communists from holding union office or would exclude them from union membership altogether. The question of socialism. The aspiration for socialism is not a new idea in the American trade union movement. Growing out of the struggle for the organization of the workers and the improvement of their conditions, the aim of socialism was an active force in the trade unions for at least 2 generations prior to the formation of the Communist Party. As far back as 1912, fully 1/3 of the delegates to the United Mine Workers' Convention carried Socialist Party cards and actively campaigned for socialism. Many unions were then led by exponents of socialism, however reformist. In the conventions of the A.F. of L. itself, the Socialist Party vote against the Gompers reactionaries ran as high as 40%. But what is the situation today? Outside of the handful of communist union officials, there is practically no acceptance of socialism in the top trade union circles, even in the progressive C.I.O. Significantly also, official support for the nationalization of individual industries, which used to be widespread in the unions, has very greatly subsided. This phenomenon of a reduced acceptance of socialism in American trade unions during the past generation contrasts drastically with what has happened to the workers in Europe. Today, the great bulk of the European working class is overwhelmingly socialist and communist. The basic explanation for this contradiction is that American capitalism, which has fattened upon 2 world wars, has occupied a relatively sheltered position, whereas European capitalism has suffered the full force of both devastating wars. Consequently, it is experiencing die sharpest forms of the deepening general crisis of the world capitalist system, more than is the case with American capitalism. With American capitalism in this relatively favorable position, there has been a tendency for our trade union leadership, also the workers, to look away from socialism, or from even the nationalization of industry under capitalism, and to fall victims to the capitalist illusions so assiduously cultivated during recent decades in the United States. During the 1920s economic boom period, for example, the trade union leadership swallowed hook, line and sinker the N.A.M. propaganda to the effect that the workers could solve all their economic problems through class collaboration and increased production. The Social Democrats and liberals literally became intoxicated with these prosperity illusions. The 1929 economic crash was a heavy blow to these illusions, but soon they were replaced by others. During the economic crisis years the 1930s, the trade union leadership succumbed no less completely to the new Keynes reformist theories, advocated and applied by Roosevelt. The substance of these theories is that capitalism can overcome its periodic economic crises and provide full employment through government make-work plans. Obsessed by such illusions, intensely propagated by capitalist writers and speakers, trade union leaders and members found little need for socialism, or even for the nationalization of specific industries under Roosevelt. Hence, from these various factors, we find the almost incredible situation of even progressive labor leaders almost universally propagating the absurd capitalist slogan of free enterprise. Despite their slowness in accepting anti-capitalist Marxist slogans and ideology, American workers, nevertheless, have been making definite political progress, especially during the past 15 years. They are militant in strikes. They are becoming politicalized in their outlook. They are heading towards the formation of an independent mass political party. They are rapidly losing confidence in so-called free enterprise, which is shown by their almost universal conviction that state intervention is indispensable in order to keep industry going, to furnish them jobs, and to provide them with social security. This ideological growth of the American workers is bound to continue, and its ultimate end is a socialist viewpoint. The world capitalist system, of which American capitalism is an organic part, is sinking deeper and deeper into insoluble contradictions. Outside of the Western Hemisphere, that system is now in most difficult straits. Nor can the seemingly all-powerful United States escape the general capitalist decay, with its increasing economic chaos, fascist-like reaction, and atom bomb war preparedance. Once it passes through the present post-war industrial boom, which is based upon repairing the ravages of the war, it, too, will sink into grave economic and political difficulties. The workers and their political allies, in order to cope with these problems, will have to apply not only Rooseveltian economic reforms. They will be compelled to go far beyond and, as the peoples of Europe are doing, to begin to nationalize industry. Nor can the people stop short of eventual socialism. In the process, the workers will. Summary and conclusions. 373. Build a strong mass communist party. The fight for a socialist ideology for the American working class is a good fight, and it is not in vain. The following is a list of writings by William Z. Foster from which the selections in this volume have been made. Where selections are from more than one book, or pamphlet, the references follow the sequence in the chapter. No reference is given for Chapter 38 since it was written especially for the present volume. Chapter 1. From Bryan to Stalin, 1936, pages 11 to 73. 2. From Bryan to Stalin, 1936, pages 90 to 104. 3. From Bryan to Stalin, 1936, pages 105 to 26. 4. From Bryan to Stalin, 1936, pages 43 to 47. 5. From Bryan to Stalin, 1936, pages 133 to 36. 6. Miscellanies of Labor, 1927, pages 53 to 61. 7. Bankruptcy of the American Labor Movement, 1922, pages 19 to 24. 30 to 42. 8. Bankruptcy of the American Labor Movement, 1922, pages 49 to 56. 9. From Bryan to Stalin, 1936, pages 171 to 73. 10. Labor Herald, July 1923, pages 11 to 12. 11. From Bryan to Stalin, 1936, pages 185 to 87. 12. Misleaders of Labor, 1927, pages 62 to 95. 13. Wrecking the Labor Banks, 1927, pages 8 to 17, 55 to 57, 59 to 60, Misleaders of Labor, 1927, pages 200.